Good morning, and thanks for tuning in to NTD's special live coverage of the Trump trials. We'll bring you the latest updates coming out of the courtrooms in both Georgia and New York.
We'll have on-the-ground reports live from Manhattan, where former President Trump is set to appear. In-house analysis from NTD's own legal correspondent Arlene Richards and top legal minds breaking down what it all means.
Two big hearings in Trump's criminal cases are being held today.
A New York judge is set to consider a motion to dismiss the alleged hush money case. Trial date could also be set, along with who Trump can call in his defense. The judge had scheduled the trial date for March 25th, but he said any necessary changes could be made if any actual conflicts arise. Trump is expected to attend the hearing in downtown Manhattan. That starts at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time.
And in Georgia, Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis could be asked to testify at a hearing that starts today at the same time. Willis is facing a potential disqualification over allegations of misconduct.
The hearing is focused on Willis's relationship with the special prosecutor she hired, Nathan Wade. The judge will hear from other witnesses first. He said he'll then decide if testimony from Willis is needed or if he can make a ruling without it.
If the judge disqualifies Willis from the case, a state board would need to appoint a new prosecutor, which could cause major delays. And special counsel Jack Smith is asking the Supreme Court not to block a lower court ruling denying Trump's presidential immunity in January 6 case.
Smith asked justices in a filing yesterday to fast-track the case if they don't reject Trump's request to pause the trial. Trump's lawyers asked the High Court Monday to issue a stay while he appeals to the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals. Trump's attorneys want the full bench of judges to weigh in instead of the three-judge panel that made the ruling.
Trump can now reply to Smith's argument. Justices are likely to decide in a few days. The special counsel wants the trial before November's general election.
If Trump does take back the White House, his attorney general would have the power to dismiss the case entirely.
And first, let's take a look back at the timeline of events in Trump's alleged hush money case. Stormy Daniels claims in 2006 that she had a romantic encounter at a hotel with the former president. Another woman, actress Karen McDougal, also claims to have had an affair with Trump around the same time. 10 years later, in 2016, McDougal sold her story of the alleged affair to the National Enquirer, but they didn't publish it.
Prosecutors say Trump's then lawyer Michael Cohen got involved to keep both stories quiet. In 2017, Cohen requested reimbursement from the Trump Organization for a payment to Daniels. In 2018, news broke about the payment. The same year, Daniels went to court to cancel the non-disclosure agreement she had with Trump.
Later that year, Cohen admitted to breaking the law by paying hush money to Daniels and McDougal. He accused Trump of directing him to do so.
Trump's legal troubles continued in 2019 when prosecutors in New York demanded his business records and tax returns. In 2023, a grand jury in New York charged Trump with multiple crimes related to hiding information during his presidential campaign. He was arrested and pleaded not guilty.
Continuing with former President Trump, we take a look at several key arguments his legal team has raised to dismiss the charges in the so-called hush money case. First, Trump argues that the DA took too long to file charges after news of his alleged affair came out, which he says harmed his presidential campaign.
Second, Trump claims there are technical flaws in the charges against him, arguing that the business records he is accused of falsifying are not even business records.
Another argument Trump's lawyers are using is to say that he's being charged multiple times for the same actions. The DA counters that each false record Trump created constitutes a separate crime.
Trump's legal team also says he's being unfairly targeted in a selective prosecution. Finally, Trump's lawyers argue that the statute of limitations has expired. However, the New York governor's COVID-19 executive orders extended the statute of limitations for these criminal charges.
An accusation from a co-defendant in the Georgia election interference case against former President Trump could postpone the trial or even disqualify the district attorney for the case.
Former White House aide Michael Roman claims Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis had a secretive relationship with Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade. We take a look at the timeline.
In January 2021, Willis started as Fulton County District Attorney. In February of the same year, she announced a criminal investigation into possible interference in the state's 2020 general election.
On November 1st, 2021, Willis hired Wade for the investigation as a special prosecutor. On the next day, Wade filed for divorce from his wife, Joycelyn Wade.
In less than a year, in October 2022, Wade bought airline tickets to Miami for himself, Willis, and one other person. In April of 2023, Wade bought Delta airline tickets to San Francisco. Both he and Willis's names appear on the credit card statement.
In August of 2023, former President Donald Trump and 18 other people are indicted by a Fulton County grand jury. In the January 2024, an attorney for co-defendant Michael Roman uses the alleged relationship between Willis and Wade to try to disqualify the DA's office from the case. Former President Donald Trump later joined the motion.
What if you could whiten your teeth by simply brushing your teeth? Now you can with Smile Actives, the teeth whitening breakthrough that safely gets your teeth white and keeps them white every day, just by brushing your teeth.
I never thought that whitening my teeth could be so easy. I just put the gel on the brush, the toothpaste on it, brush, and I can see my white teeth.
Simply add Smile Actives to any toothpaste and our patented PolyClean technology activates into a powerful microfoam that penetrates into the enamel surface to safely lift and remove stains.
You need a simple way to whiten your teeth. Without strips, without trays, without going to the dentist. And it was about time that a product was developed that you would be able to do that with just brushing.
And now Smile Actives is even better with new Pro Whitening Gel with 33% greater whitening power, clinically shown to whiten teeth faster, up to 8 shades. 100% of users saw whiter teeth. On food stains, coffee and wine stains, even on veneers, crowns, and dentures.
I eat the blueberries, I drink the coffee, and I know that Smile Actives will keep my teeth white every day.
If you could use something so easy like Smile Actives to take yellow teeth to white teeth, why wouldn't you?
Why spend hundreds of dollars for whitening treatments at the dentist when now you can whiten your teeth with new Smile Actives Pro Whitening Gel every time you brush your teeth? Call or go to smileactives.com and for a limited time get new Pro Whitening Gel for just $24.95. Order in the next 5 minutes and buy one get one absolutely free for just $24.95. That's 2 for 1 and save 58%. We'll even include free shipping. Get your teeth whiter guaranteed or return it within 60 days for your money back.
I smile every day now.
The difference is literally night and day.
So now I'm always smiling, always choosing, because now my teeth are much whiter.
This offer is not available in stores, so call or click now before the special buy one get one free offer goes away.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our biggest Christmas sale ever. You get our brand new 6-piece My Towels for only $29.98, or rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper as low as $99.99. Or how about MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $24.98? There's something for everyone. Duvets, quilts, down comforters, body pillows, bolster pillows, and so much more. Well, I know MyPillow products make for the perfect Christmas gifts, so I'm gonna extend my money-back guarantee until March 1st, 2024. So go to MyPillow.com now or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get huge discounts on all MyPillow products. For example, you get our 6-piece towels for only $29.98. Or get your very own MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $24.98. It's our biggest Christmas sale ever. Get all your shopping done now while quantities last.
Two big hearings in Trump's criminal cases are being held today.
A New York judge is set to consider a motion to dismiss the alleged hush money case trial. Date could also be set, along with who Trump can call in his defense. The judge had scheduled a trial date for March 25th, but he said any necessary changes could be made if any actual conflicts arise. Trump is expected to attend the hearing in downtown Manhattan. That starts at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time.
And in Georgia, Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis could be asked to testify at a hearing that starts today at the same time. Willis is facing potential disqualification over allegations of misconduct.
The hearing is focused on Willis's relationship with the special prosecutor she hired, Nathan Wade. The judge will hear from other witnesses first. He said he'll then decide if testimony from Willis is needed or if he can make a ruling without it.
If the judge disqualifies Willis from the case, a state board would need to appoint a new prosecutor, which could cause major delays. Special counsel Jack Smith is asking the Supreme Court not to block a lower court ruling denying Trump's presidential immunity in the January 6 case.
Smith asked justices in a filing yesterday to fast-track the case if they don't reject Trump's request to pause the trial. Trump's lawyers asked the High Court Monday to issue a stay while he appeals to the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals. Trump's attorneys want the full bench of judges to weigh in instead of the 3-judge panel that made the ruling.
Trump can now reply to Smith's argument. Justices are likely to decide in a few days. The special counsel wants the trial before November's general election.
If Trump does take back the White House, his attorney general would have the power to dismiss the case entirely.
So first, let's take a look back at the timeline of events in Trump's alleged hush money case. Stormy Daniels claims in 2006 she had a romantic encounter at a hotel with former President Trump. Another woman, actress Karen McDougal, also claims to have had an affair with Trump around the same time. 10 years later, in 2016, McDougal sold her story of the alleged affair to the National Enquirer, but they didn't publish it.
Prosecutors say Trump's then lawyer Michael Cohen got involved to keep both stories quiet. In 2017, Cohen requested reimbursement from the Trump Organization for a payment to Daniels. In 2018, news broke about the payment. That same year, Daniels went to court to cancel the non-disclosure agreement she had with Trump.
Later that year, Cohen admitted to breaking the law by paying hush money to Daniels and McDougal. He accused Trump of directing him to do so.
Trump's legal troubles continue in 2019 when prosecutors in New York demanded his business records and tax returns. In 2023, a grand jury in New York charged Trump with multiple crimes related to hiding information during his presidential campaign. He was arrested and pleaded not guilty.
Now let's take a look at several key arguments his legal team has raised to dismiss the charges in this case. First, Trump argues that the DA took too long to file charges after news of his alleged affair came out, which he says harmed his presidential campaign.
Second, Trump claims there are technical flaws in the charges against him, arguing that the business records he is accused of falsifying are not even business records.
Another argument Trump's lawyers are using is to say he's being charged multiple times for the same actions. The DA counters that each false record Trump created constitutes a separate crime.
Trump's legal team also says he's being unfairly targeted in a selective prosecution. Finally, Trump's lawyers argue that the statute of limitations has expired. However, the New York governor's COVID-19 executive orders extended the statute of limitations for these criminal charges.
An accusation from a co-defendant in the Georgia election case against former President Trump could postpone that trial or even disqualify the district attorney for the case.
Former White House aide Michael Roman claims Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis had a secretive relationship with Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade. We take a look at the timeline.
In January 2021, Willis started as Fulton County District Attorney. In February of the same year, she announced a criminal investigation into possible interference in the state's 2020 general election.
On November 1st, 2021, Willis hired Wade for the investigation as a special prosecutor. On the next day, Wade filed for divorce from his wife, Joycelyn Wade.
In less than a year, in October 2022, Wade bought airline tickets to Miami for himself, Willis, and one other person. And then in April of 2023, Wade bought Delta airline tickets to San Francisco. Both he and Willis's names appear on the credit card statement.
In August of 2023, former President Donald Trump and 18 other people are indicted by a Fulton County grand jury. Then in January 2024, an attorney for co-defendant Michael Roman uses the alleged relationship between Willis and Wade to try to disqualify the DA's office from the case. Former President Donald Trump later joined the motion.
Via evidence.com.
And we are tuning in now to the hearing that's happening right now, looks like in Georgia. Let's have a look at that now.
Yes, Your Honor, negotiated plea at your pleasure.
You can see that they're just beginning. Okay. Proceedings are just beginning. But as that footage, we wait for that footage to come on back, we'll continue with the Georgia election interference case. We're looking at some of the key figures involved next. Special prosecutor Nathan Wade graduated from John Marshall Law School in Chicago. He worked as a prosecutor and then a judge in Cobb County.
The New York Times reported that he handled low-level criminal cases with little evidence of him prosecuting major cases. Wade also unsuccessfully ran 3 times for the Cobb County Superior Court between 2012 and 2016.
Another key figure in the case is Ashley Merchant, the lawyer of Trump co-defendant Michael Roman. Last month, Roman accused Fani Willis and Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade of being in a relationship, which her office later confirmed this month.
Judge Scott McAfee is the Fulton County judge overseeing the Georgia election interference case. McAfee was appointed by Republican Governor Brian Kemp. On Monday, McAfee said Willis could potentially be disqualified from the Trump case due to the allegations.
And now let's check in with our reporter David Lamb, who's outside the New York State Supreme Court in downtown. But we will come back to David. He is just preparing to speak with us, but that will be in just a moment. And I just got word we're tuning in now to David, who's ready to speak with us. David, great to see you there. It looks cold. What's the latest?
Yeah, hi Steph, Chris, good morning. So Trump is expected to arrive at the New York courthouse here. So what's being discussed here is whether his case regarding the alleged hush money case will be going on March 25th, or will it be delayed or dismissed? Now, the judge, it appears that the judge has been in communications with defense and prosecutors regarding selecting a jury for next month, so it may be leaning towards being for March. Now, about this case, allegedly two females, Stormy Daniels, an adult actress, and former Playboy model Karen McDougal, alleged that they had sexual encounters with former President Trump, and Trump and his lawyers are denying the allegations. They're saying that it's not true, and Trump has called it political persecution or prosecution. So what happened was Trump's lawyer sent money to these two ladies, about $130,000 to Stormy Daniels and $150,000 to Karen McDougal, and for the allegations. Now, this is about preventing potentially damaging stories that become public during Trump's 2016 presidential campaign, and the judge and many people are looking at this case. Over on the side here, we'll show you later during the broadcast, but there's a small protest of people holding signs. They're against Trump. Now, also, the Manhattan DA, Alvin Bragg, is he previously charged the lawyer, Michael Cohen, Trump's lawyer, to basically alleging that he was sweeping these allegations under the rug.
And David,
now Trump would be facing 34 counts. Yeah.
David, do you have any sense of what the timeline might be today, when we might hear? Is there any word on the street there where you are stationed about when we might hear the judge's decision in this case, this New York case?
Yeah, Steph, it's unclear at this time, but the pre-trial is supposed to start at 9:30. And about 30 minutes ago, I understood that Trump was heading towards the courthouse.
Okay. And you mentioned some protesters to your side. What's going on there? What does it look like?
Yeah, they're holding signs calling Trump a liar, and they, don't want him in the White House. So there's a couple signs, but later in the broadcast, we'll definitely show you what's happening there. It's still a bit early right now, but there's a lot of police presence and media and cameras out here. Now, back to the case. So if Trump is convicted, he could face up to 4 years in prison, though a conviction doesn't necessarily equate to jail time in this case.
Yeah, big deal. So we're all training our eyes on this. Do you have a sense of, what's going on there around you? You've mentioned lots of media. Are there any counter-protesters? How many people are getting prepared and watching to watch this happen?
Yeah, I mean, earlier I overheard somebody waiting around 3 a.m. to just get into the overflow room to get a look at the courthouse and the hearing. Now, I was inside earlier. There was many people here to speak to you guys. Now, there's just a whole line out here. Now, as so far, I don't see any counter protesters, but I will be keeping an eye out and giving you guys more updates. Now, back to this case. So if this case goes to trial, it would make it the first of 4 criminal indictments for President Trump.
Yeah, right. I hear you. So, and when are we expecting to hear from Trump? He's set to be in New York, as I understand, today, and we're expecting remarks from him. Do you have a sense of when that will take place?
You know, I'll be keeping an eye on it, but he is supposed to be on the way here. Previously, there was another case in Georgia where he decided not to go to, and he's supposed to go to the New York case here. Now, we don't know how long it would take. It could be anywhere from hours or whatnot. But it should be. But I will be keeping an eye out, and I'll let you know when we do hear from Trump.
For sure, and considering all the previous events related to his various cases, it'll be really fascinating to see how, if at all, he may use this to further his campaign, and as he stays in the race for president come November. Great to speak with you, David.
Stuff. Yep.
Yeah, thanks so much, David. We'll be checking in with you later.
Is beautiful, breathtaking, timeless, and moving. Experience art with 5,000 years of history, inspired by the divine. Experience Shen Yun.
I was in the United States Marine Corps. Pretty much destroyed my back. I couldn't walk. 6 days after surgery, I was back in the gym, and everybody was in awe. Like, didn't you just get out of surgery? I'm like, yeah, I feel great. I was rolling with everybody, and I'm in the advanced class.
The exclusive Venati spine procedures are performed using conscious IV sedation, where the patient remains awake and communicating with their surgeon to ensure their pain is eliminated.
Fly, drive, take a bus, take a train, whatever you could do to come get some help.
Visit AskVenati.com.
I was born into the wrong body, Mom. I was astounded by what they were teaching. Child Protective Services did show up at my house. Parents are fearful of losing custody of their children because they say the wrong thing. Risks?
No risks. We got everything covered, I assure you, Mrs. Connors.
They don't want anyone to know the truth.
I can't stay quiet about this anymore. It's destroyed my health.
We're pushed into silence.
The tempting online world is encroaching on our campus. Is unplugging cables and confiscating phones the solution to protect our children? No, we just need a clean multimedia platform. Join Ganjing Campus to leverage premium channel features, professional development courses, and kindness event toolkits tailored for teachers. Build a truly positive and interactive classroom community. Foster a pure and delightful learning environment for children.
If you're living with diabetes, this is the sound that could change your life.
Great news for people living with diabetes. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor and eliminate routine finger sticks. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over.
Just call 800-215-1658.
If you use insulin daily to manage your condition, a continuous glucose monitor could help you control your diabetes and reduce or eliminate those painful finger sticks. If you have Medicare or private insurance, US Med can deliver a CGM system right to your door. And if you qualify, there may be little or no cost to you. Shipping is free, and we'll even bill your insurer directly. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Just call 800-215-1658. That's 800-215-1658.
Welcome back. We are looking live inside a Georgia courtroom at an evidentiary hearing today in the case where a defense attorney for one of the co-defendants in the Trump Georgia case alleges that district attorney in Georgia, Fulton County, Georgia, Fani Willis, and her special prosecutor had inappropriate relations. We hope to bring you some of what the people in the courtroom are saying. Let's tune into that right now. And it sounds like there's no audio coming in just yet. The trial hasn't begun, the hearing hasn't just begun yet, but we are expecting to hear witnesses. And here's Donald Trump
Thank you very much.
making statements.
I've heard and read, even from legal scholars, said there's absolutely no case here. It's not a crime. This is not a crime. And when you look at what's going on outside of the streets, where violent crime is at an all-time high, I think it's a it's a great double standard. The other thing, this case could have been brought 3 years ago. There is no case. They decided not to bring it. The district attorney Bragg didn't want to bring it. He said he doesn't want to bring this case. But it's not a crime. We're here for something that is not a crime. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. What it is election interference. It's being run by Joe Biden's White House. His top person was placed here in order to make sure everything goes right. This is a terrible time for our country. This is a real dark period for our country. His top person, Colangelo and some others, have been placed into the DA's office to make sure they do a good job of election interference. There's never been anything like this in the history of our country. With all of this being said, I look outside, I look at the streets, it's so different from when I left New York. It's so different. It's dirty and it's crime-ridden. And today you walk down the street and you get mugged or you get shot, and they're doing this where literally legal experts, legal scholars said they don't understand it. There's no crime. And there was no crime here at all. This is just a way of hurting me in the election because I'm leading by a lot. We're leading by numbers that nobody's ever seen before. And they figured this is their way of cheating this time. Last time they had a different way. This time they have something that's really down and dirty that frankly, no country does other than a third world country, a banana republic. So we're going to do our process. They want to rush it because they want to get it desperately before the election. And if it goes before the election, that's what they want to do. They don't care. After the election, they wouldn't have brought this except for the fact, no way, except for the fact I'm running for president and doing well. If I were doing poorly, they wouldn't have brought it. And frankly, if I didn't run, they would have been extremely happy because they don't like me running and they don't like the numbers. The poll numbers have us beating him by a lot. So that's where we are. I'll talk to you later after. We don't know what's going to happen. We want delays. Obviously, I'm running for election. How can you run for election to be sitting in a courthouse in Manhattan all day long? I'm supposed to be in South Carolina right now, where other people are, and where, again, this is where I should be. I shouldn't be in a courthouse for something that virtually every legal scholar says they don't understand it, there's no crime. Even if he was guilty of something, there's no crime. So I will say that enjoy it. It's a sad thing. It's a sad day for New York. They really do. Look, I love this city and I love this state. They have to focus on violent crime that's taking place outside. You have a new form of crime now. You have migrant crime. Migrants are trying to beat up our police officers. They're trying to do things that we've never seen before, actually. We are going to have a problem with, I call it Biden migrant crime, because you have millions of people came into this place, this country that has been so badly hurt, and they're doing things that nobody's ever seen before. So you have violent migrant crime, and they're after me for doing nothing wrong. You know, I paid almost $300 million in taxes over the period of time. $300 million. And they say, oh, let's get Trump out. You have people that, everything is politics in this city, including decisions and judges and everything else. It has to straighten out, and they have to focus on violent crime, not made-up crime. Thank you very much. We'll see you later.
Mr. President, can you expand on your NATO comments?
All right, you just heard from the former president with his statement about the New York case and potentially all of the cases, really, which he calls a witch hunt and political persecution. You heard him there saying that he believes there's no case here in the hush money case against him, saying it's not a crime. Of course, New York District Attorney Alvin Bragg has said that the allegations constitute election interference, whereas former President Trump is saying that the case itself constitutes election interference.
That's right. Yeah, he reiterated over and over again, he said, this is not a crime. And he pointed to how some of the people in the office there, the legal office that's bringing these charges, were put there specifically to do this. And he sort of redirected the attention to New York City. He's there on the ground in New York City, and he's commenting about crime that he's seeing and that we're hearing about in the news. He talked about migrant crime. We're going to go back to the courthouse in Georgia that we were just looking at a few minutes ago, beginning the hearing there.
Filed January 8th, adopted and supplemented by several co-defendants. So first, if we could have counsel for the record identify themselves, starting with the state, and then we'll go through the defendants in the listed order. So.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Anna Green Cross for the state.
Good morning, Judge. Adam Abadi for the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Andrew Evans for Nathan Wade.
All right. And beginning with, from the order of, on the notice, beginning with former President Trump.
Good morning, Your Honor. Steve Sadow and Jennifer Little for President Trump, and he waives his presence at the hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Sadow. On behalf of Mr. Giuliani.
Alan Stocks for Mr. Giuliani. He waives his presence as well.
Mr. Meadows.
Your Honor, Jim Durham on behalf of Mr. Meadows.
All right, thank you, Mr. Durham. On behalf of Mr. Clark.
Harry McDougall, Your Honor. Mr. Clark waives his appearance at the hearing.
And let me go back to Mr. Durham. Mr. Durham, does your client also waive his presence as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Did I catch that from Mr. Giuliani?
Yes.
Okay. All right. On behalf of Mr. Cheeley.
Richard Rice and Mr. President Willits.
Thank you. On behalf of Mr. Roman.
Good morning, Dr. Ashley Merchant and John Merchant on behalf of Mr. Roman and
Mr. Schaefer.
Good morning, Your Honor. Craig Gillen and Anthony Lake for Mr. Schaefer. Mr. Schaefer is presently for.
And Mr. Floyd.
Aaron McCullough on behalf of Mr. Floyd.
And then we also have Ms. Latham.
Good morning, Your Honor. William Cromwell for Ms. Latham. She waives the presence.
And did we get that, Mr. McCullough, also as well for Mr. Floyd? Just making sure. Okay, thank you.
He's here.
Oh, Mr. Floyd is here. Okay, I see Mr. Floyd is present as well. All right.
Your Honor. One more appearance, Sandy Monroe on behalf of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
All right. Anyone else present who believes they may need to be on the record or address any issue coming up in the proceeding? Seeing none.
Judge, I'm here, Dave Banks. I've been subpoenaed as a witness, but I also represent Christopher Campbell.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Banks.
Judge Ben will show for Terrence Bradley. We're under subpoena. We'll be waiting in the hall.
All right. And, sir, could we have you spell your name for the record?
First name B-I-M-A-L, last name C-H-O-P-R-A.
All right. In terms of just a little housekeeping, in terms of presenting the evidence, this morning. My thought was, as witnesses are called, this being Mr. Roman's motion, that counsel for Mr. Roman would be the first, and any witness that they call, then in order of the listed defendants, there would be the opportunity for additional direct or cross-examination, however you want to characterize it, and then the state on the tail end of that. So, with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Merchant. Is there anything that we would need to take up before calling the first witness?
Judge, we would invoke the rule of sequestration.
All right. So to that end, pursuant to Rule 615, I would ask that any witnesses subpoenaed or expected to testify at the hearing today, that they should remain outside the courtroom until called, and they shouldn't discuss their testimony with any other witness or watch any kind of live proceeding or recording of the testimony until the evidence is concluded or they're excused from being called today. Are there any exceptions to this rule?
None from the state.
Any from the defense?
No, thank you, Judge.
Okay, Mr. Abadi.
Yes, Your Honor. And prior to starting any testimony, the state would just like to address, I guess, an housekeeping matter seen issue to the court as it relates to what was represented during the previous hearing as it relates to witness testimony, specifically the testimony of the former law partner of Nathan Wade, that would be Mr. Terrence Bradley, and what the state would like the court to understand and realize is that in preparation for this hearing, in speaking to witnesses and doing the additional research as it relates to the comments that were represented by counsel, specifically counsel for Mr. Roman, Ms. Merchant, that we've been able to determine that the claims that the defendant has asserted and did assert during the last hearing on Monday are not only legally meritless, but are factually unsupported by the statements that Ms. Merchant made to the court. What I would say they're patently false. They are egregious misrepresentations.
So we're expecting to hear from witnesses in this hearing today that of course centers around the nature of the relationship between Fani Willis and one of her lead prosecutors, Fani Willis. And what we're looking at, several allegations. Of course, the hearing today is just going to decide on the nature of that relationship. She's been charged with, over the last month or so, misuse of public funds, of course, prejudicial behavior that could be deemed to be at odds with ethical standards. And the judge today said that they will not need to hear from Willis herself or Nathan Wade until he's heard from the other witnesses and in deciding the nature of this relationship and the timeline of it.
That is patently false. Speaking with Mr. Joker, those are misrepresentations that are not true. They are for the purpose of
and what's at stake in this case is potential disqualification of DA Fani Willis. She made claims that her relationship with the special prosecutor began after he was hired, but the defense says, the defense prosecutor for one of the co-defendants is saying that that relationship began before he was hired, and the conflict of interest there could be, pretty serious. So the judge said, if that's true, if what the defense is saying is true, then
So just small matter of
it could be grounds for disqualification.
And some pushback on this in public opinion, some analysis out there. Commentators have been saying that they're not sure why it's important as to the date that this alleged relationship began. However, as we can see, what's at stake here partly is the question of whether or not she used her position in an unethical way. So rather than just asking about the relationship itself, how it has impacted her role.
Let's hear from some witnesses.
That's right, and we'll hear from a number of experts later on today to get their take on this hearing and what it could mean and what the potential outcome could be. Let's tune back in there.
Nathan Wade there, as you can see,
This is a very
attending.
issue, and we need to have witnesses. I have a good faith basis. Learn I have a good faith basis, and Mr. Bradley is not my only witness to this good faith basis. It is just happens to be the evidence I proffered at the hearing when the state first tried to keep all of the other witnesses off the stand. I was forced to proffer certain testimony to get over the hurdle to refute their motions to quash. I did that. I used Mr. Bradley's testimony to do that. He is not the only witness that can state that there was a relationship prior to Mr. Wade being hired. The first witness that I'd like to call is Robin Yurdy, not Mr. Bradley, no privilege issues. Let's start with her.
So we're looking at Ashley Merchant there. She's the attorney representing defendant Michael Roman. And she first came forward on January 8th alleging this inappropriate relationship between Wade and Willis.
Sure. So I think at this point we just need to take these issues one at a time. And as you've joined the motion, I think defense counsel would have the opportunity to weigh in. But again, at any point, if I'm just hearing the same thing over and over again from each separate defense counsel, I'm going to reserve the right to say thank you.
I appreciate that.
Right.
I only ask for the opportunity to be heard on the invocation of the attorney-client privilege and the burden being on the individual raising the privilege to prove that a privilege in fact was in existence.
Now, it's worth noting that allegations that Nathan Wade doesn't have the experience required.
So, Ms. Merchant, I do want to put it back to you, though. The issue raised by the state this morning is that essentially, as I would summarize it, the good faith basis that you did put forward on Monday did not exist, right? So why wouldn't we start with Mr. Bradley and see where we go from there?
Judge, the good faith basis does exist. So you basically have them saying it's not true and me saying it's not true. So they think they have a good faith basis. I think I have a good faith basis. I have a huge good faith basis for everything that I put in every single motion. That's going to come out. The reason I don't want to call Mr. Bradley first is for hearsay objections, quite frankly. And normally we don't have to disclose how we're going to present evidence. I'm okay doing that here, but based on the rules of evidence, hearsay, and privilege issues, what makes the most sense, and we've spent a lot of time thinking about this, what makes the most sense is for us to have Ms. Yurdy testify. And if you want me to proffer what I anticipate she's going to say, I talked to her last night. She's going to say that there was a personal relationship that began in October of 2019. She's going to testify to that. And she has personal, direct knowledge of that. It's not hearsay and it's not privileged. She's going to take the stand. She's terrified, but she's going to take the stand and tell the truth. And then I plan on calling Mr. Wade, because at that point I can overcome their motion to quash and bring Mr. Wade, bring him to come. Then I can go through privilege issues with him, and then I can have Mr. Bradley testify. And we won't have to have an objection to every single question I ask Mr. Bradley, an objection to hearsay, an objection to privilege. So that's how I plan on presenting the evidence, because it makes the most sense. And I think I'll be able to overcome any privilege objections. We can talk about that when Mr. Wade takes a stand.
All right. Mr. Abadi.
So Attorney Terrence Bradley
starting with Ms. Yurdy
represented Mr. Wade in the divorce case.
I mean, no, but I guess my final response would be that, as Your Honor pointed out during the last hearing, Ms. Merchant's entire representation for good faith was all solely based on Mr. Bradley. In fact, I remember the court saying that the star witness presented or provided by the defense is Mr. Bradley, and you asked a specific question, Ms. Merchant, well, Mr. Bradley, does he have firsthand knowledge from these people, each one of them you named, the lawyers plus the investigators, as it relates to the claims that were made? And her answer was yes. I can definitively tell you the answer is no. And Ms. Merchant has not spoken to Mr. Bradley, according to his counsel, B.C. Chopra, who is outside and can represent to the court the things that I've represented. And he has maintained and represented that everything that she plans to go into or ask is protected by attorney-client privilege. And the only point of this process and this procedure, as it relates to the motions that were filed, is to create a spectacle and to create harassment to the district attorney of Fulton County. And we request that the only hearing we move forward is sanctions for counsel's lack of duty of candor to the court and to counsel. All
right. Well, I think you certainly put her on notice if that is actually the case. But at this point, I have someone saying yes and I have another person saying no. And so I think that conflict in the evidence that we noted on Monday still exists, and that's where we are, and we'll see how the evidence presents itself. So with that, Ms. Merchant, are you ready to call your first witness?
Yes, Judge.
All right.
We called Ms. Yurdy, and I know Mr. Partridge had emailed before, and I quite frankly couldn't keep up about a Zoom, so I don't know if she's on Zoom or if she's going to be here at 9:30. She may be on Zoom, I'm not really sure.
Ms. Partridge, Mr. Partridge was joining us by Zoom, but Ms. Yurdy is here in person, right?
Mr. Partridge, I believe, represented that his client would be more comfortable if he were here in person, and that, due to his conflict in Richmond County this morning, couldn't occur until this afternoon. I think that is a reasonable request, but not the state's business. The witness is here. If her attorney is able to join right now, perhaps that can be something that is addressed with Mr. Partridge in the court. But I want to alert the court that that was the representation. The witness would prefer not to go forward without the client present, and that's certainly a reasonable request.
Sure. I think the latest I'd seen, though, was that Mr. Partridge was going to be able to join by Zoom.
Okay, great.
I didn't know that he had that Mr. Partridge had affirmed that, but perhaps that was an email this morning that I missed.
Yeah, I don't know either. But the state seems to know that Ms. Yurdy is here, so I guess she's not appearing by Zoom.
Is Mr. Partridge here?
We'll find out.
So one of the things we just heard from the defense attorney, Ashley Merchant, talking about this case is that she said one of the witnesses spoke to her personally and said that the relationship between Fonnie Willis and the special prosecutor, Nathan Wade, began in October 19, not in 2021, as the two have alleged. That's one of the key things that this case hinges upon, when this relationship began, because they have said that it began after, in 2021.
Right.
And so that could be making false statements.
And you heard Merchant there saying that she really wants to really just speak with Wade and Willis directly to begin with, because that would cut to the chase and eliminate a lot of the back and forth and just get the facts out there. That was her case. But looking back at the timeline, we do know that Mr. Wade was appointed special prosecutor by Ms. Willis on November 1st of 2021, and he filed for divorce from his wife the very next day. So some interesting timing there.
For everyone's information, we did convey the Zoom link to Mr. Partridge this morning. I think the last exchange we'd had is that he can join us by Zoom, and apparently he's elected not to do so. So I don't really know what else we can do with that. He was noticed of the hearing, we provided him a link, and we haven't heard from him at all. So I think we need to go forward.
All right.
Your Honor, before we go forward, we have business documents that were certified and filed yesterday evening. Filed this morning, emailed to Fulton Council yesterday evening. We wanted to make sure that this was part of the record before any testimony is taken or before the proceeding commenced this morning.
All right, and so in your mind, this satisfies Fulton County's subpoena in this case?
Correct.
Okay, if you could hand that to Ms. Merchant, and we'll take it from there.
Okay, and I don't know, I need to review what they've submitted to see for this.
I have an original for the court.
Ms. Monroe, if you could just provide it to Ms. Merchant, and if you could just stay on call, we'll let you know if we need you again, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Were we bringing in Ms. Yurdy?
And the defense for Willis and Nathan Wade was saying that the only point in this case is to create a spectacle and basically a distraction.
I'm sorry, I thought the state said that Ms. Yurdy was outside.
Willis had also said that about Ms. Wade, now divorced from Nathan Wade, that Willis had claimed that Ms. Wade was seeking to depose her in the divorce case just to embarrass and harass Willis and interfere with her high-profile case. So Willis kind of struck back against Nathan Wade's former wife, now former wife, in that divorce case that Wade had brought against his ex-wife.
Yeah, and that divorce case was settled just a day before there was supposed to be a hearing, and that hearing could have turned up information that, could have reflected poorly on Willis and Wade. In this case, this hearing that we're watching now could have added more to this story here.
And of course, in that divorce case, Ms. Wade alleged that Ms. Willis had an extramarital affair, and that was the cause of the divorce. And she produced a very strongly worded court filing on the record about that.
And Steph, you were telling me something earlier about this divorce situation, how, what was it?
Gosh, there's so much to say about this. This is just an ongoing dispute, and it's interesting because it comes down to, if we look further back in the timeline, we've started from 2019, but Fonnie Willis actually campaigned on one of her platforms was that she is not someone who will have relations with her employees, and that was because she was campaigning against somebody who had those charges against him. And so that was one of her strong campaign points, is that you don't want to vote someone in who will do such a thing as have an improper relationship with an employee. So as we see now, these allegations are coming out. The question is not so much now whether she had that relationship or has that relationship, it's just when it began. So it's kind of an interesting turn of events that we're observing here.
Yeah, that kind of back and forth. We see these prosecutors campaigning on one thing and then going against it. And yeah, it seems to happen quite regularly in politics, of course. Of course, we'd hope it wouldn't be the same in the courts, but
Well, there's all kinds of questions. As we heard earlier from former President Trump, he took a dig at District Attorney Alvin Bragg, not based on his personal life, but rather on the personal life of New Yorkers today who have to contend with what he called a dirty and crime-ridden scene in New York City, and the level of crime rising as he saw it, and being different to when Trump had spent more time here. So we are seeing questions around district attorneys and the way that they choose to prosecute crimes, especially in some sanctuary cities or other more liberal cities where small crimes, petty thefts, and things like that are really being discarded or not charged as they were to the level that they were before.
That's right, and with bail reform, we saw the
All right, well, Ms. Merchant, do you have
5 or so men who beat up the
any other witnesses
police
available?
officers in New York City get released, and they were actually illegal immigrants. But we're about to hear from Ashley Merchant, the person, the prosecutor bringing the charges against Willis.
Sure. So.
But what I could do is I could call Mr. Bradley and then I can bring him back.
Exactly. I think you can always recall him. We can ping pong back and forth if we need to, based on hearsay issues. But at least we can use this time until Mr. Partridge chooses to join us.
Is he on the Zoom? Or not Mr. Partridge or Miss Yuri on the Zoom?
No, not that we're aware of.
No. Okay. Just wanted to check if I don't.
All right. So I suppose call your next witness then.
All right, we call Terrence Bradley.
So it seems like the prosecutor, Ashley Merchant, is having some difficulty, or the court is having some difficulty getting some of their witnesses. This Partridge isn't there, I guess decided not to show up. Off to a little bit of a bumpy start, but I'm sure things will pick up significantly as the day goes on. We saw Merchant there with some kind of heat behind her words. She wasn't just talking plainly. She was, bringing a little bit of fire into her speech.
Is someone getting Mr. Bradley in?
Yes, I believe so. Oh, the sheriff's gone. Okay. Sorry. Normally, sorry. Are the sheriffs, when I call a witness, will the sheriffs not sound for them?
I don't know if they're going to know where they are. Okay. So I think
And Merchant has said
maybe someone from your
recently
team.
that
And they don't
she said,
know what
we
they
are
look like.
focusing on what the judge asked us to show him, the personal and financial benefits that Willis got from Wade, from that DA Fani Willis got from Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade, and she's trying to hone in on that information there.
We do know that Nathan Wade had been making $700 biweekly payments to an account in Ms. Wade's name, but that account was a shared one that he also drew from. That's according to Ms. Wade. And there's a lot of figures here, but he was paid. You heard earlier the kinds of crimes that he had prosecuted in his career. Potentially not a natural fit for this high-profile case that he had then been working on, but it's possible that he was paid around $650,000 as a contractor, and that's in question also as to the match and the validity of that.
And one of the things at stake here that we'll be talking about later with some of our experts is the impact this could have on the Georgia case. There's 18 co-defendants in this case, and if the DA who brought the charges is disqualified based on what comes out in this hearing, then there's laws in place that would make for somebody else to step in, but it would cause this kind of disruption to the case, obviously delay the case. One of the key things here is that with all these cases against Donald Trump is that they're trying to get them settled before the election, before he potentially becomes the president, if he does become the president.
And we do have a recent Times Siena poll finding that Trump is leading in 5 critical states. Voters are not as happy with Biden currently on the economy, foreign policy, and immigration. And some of this comes down to Biden's multiracial base even breaking away from him and finding cause for concern. That's according to the poll, the Times Siena poll. He's ahead. What you're looking at here is the New York courthouse on the left, and we're seeing Georgia on the right. But in this Times Siena poll, Trump is ahead in 5 of 6 swing states. So in Nevada, he's got 52%, with Biden trailing at 41%. In Georgia, he's at 49%, Biden's at 43%. We've got Arizona, Trump is at 49%.
Terrence Bradley, Terrence Bradley, Bradley.
Your Honor, as Mr. Wade's counsel, before we start, we would request to come to the chambers to talk about attorney-client privilege before we get on the stand.
Why does that need to be in camera?
Witnesses.
Doesn't necessarily, well, there's statements that could be made that could be prejudicial depending on whether they were covered or not, whether he's going to break the...
So at the time a question is asked that you think implicates some of those statements, object, and we'll handle it.
Thank you, Judge.
On behalf of Mr. Bradley, and I apologize, this is not our proceeding, but it might be helpful to have a brief sidebar as opposed to something in chambers, at least so that we can let the court know our position rather than having to restate it repeatedly.
The Georgia courthouse that we're following here.
And Judge, I've carefully crafted my questions to avoid any privileged information, but if they think that I'm invading that, then I welcome an objection, and I'm happy to address it.
Let's see how it goes. And again, Mr. Bradley, I'll ask if you can just give a pause in between each question to allow counsel the opportunity to object before answering.
Thank you, Judge. Was the witness sworn, or do I need to swear the witness?
I believe he was.
Great, thank you. I'm sorry. Good morning, Mr. Bradley. How are you?
Good morning.
Not happy to be here, I'm assuming.
I am not.
Okay, I understand. Thank you for being here.
Wasn't by choice.
Right. You were subpoenaed to come and testify in this case.
I was.
Okay. But you and I have spoken previously about relevant facts surrounding Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis's relationship.
No, we have not.
We have not. We have not texted about those facts?
Through a third party, you were given some information. You and I shared text. Our texts were more so about my health, more so about if I was okay with what was going on, that I would not be, whether or not I was going to be subpoenaed or not, and that emphatically I would not have been sitting in this position as being called as a witness. So that's what my text chain show. So no.
That we've never talked about Willis and Wade having a relationship.
Not directly you and I, no. We talked about my health. Okay. We talked about, as I stated before, other things, but not this, no.
Okay. Did you text me about Wade and Willis taking many trips together?
I object. Well,
there's been an objection.
One, I'm going to object as it relates to attorney-client privilege. Two, I'm going to object because I haven't seen the text message that she's attempting to impeach the witness with. And two, he's made all of his representations is that he's had zero communication as it relates to the issues that Ms. Merchant continues to ask about, and that the only information that she has from him is through a third party, which would be hearsay.
Ms. Merchant.
Judge, it's not hearsay. We've had these conversations. If I need to take the stand, I will. If I need to put my phone into evidence, I will.
So the first objection was to privilege on behalf of the state.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did not respond to that.
Sure.
Thank you, Judge. Privilege is only communications that are made in furtherance of legal advice. There's been no showing that whether or not they took a trip to California or took a trip, or that Mr. Bradley and I talked about that, either in person or by text, that's privileged. I'm not asking for any communications that Mr. Wade might have made to Mr. Bradley in furtherance of any legal advice.
All right, and Mr. Abadi, I believe as the one asserting privilege, it would be your burden to show the necessary foundation there. Is that something you want to voir dire the witness on or take up here on this specific question?
Well, no, I'd also object to foundation grounds. She has not provided any foundation that he would have any knowledge of what she's requesting he answer. His answers were he had no knowledge, and now she hasn't laid the foundation in order to continue to ask the same question over and over.
Ms. Merchant.
On behalf of Mr. Bradley, we do object. This falls under the privileges afforded under 1.6 of the rules. And the attorney-client privilege is not something that Mr. Bradley can waive. Only Mr. Wade can waive it, regardless of any information or communications being proffered by the client. Mr. Wade would have to waive them in order for Mr. Bradley to continue to testify about any of this relationship until it's been established when that privilege should have begun.
Sure. And so far, though, I haven't heard anything about a relationship, about an attorney-client relationship, about a privilege ever attaching. And I think that's going to need to be established before we can actually determine the scope of it and whether this falls inside or out of it. So I think either Ms. Merchant can take the lead if she wants to, but my understanding was that generally has to fall on the person who's asserting the privilege.
Except for the attorney is not authorized to violate that privilege, or else he has in fact violated the bar rules, which we have an opinion regarding from someone in the state bar of Georgia.
All right.
That's why I thought perhaps a sidebar might be important rather than my interjecting.
Well, I still want to kind of see how we can go. So, Ms. Merchant, it sounds like you're going to need to lay a little bit more foundation to see whether this actually is is going to fall under privilege or not.
That's not a problem, Judge. And what I can do, I was just told that Ms. Yurdy's in the waiting room, but I can, if the state wants to read my text, if Mr. Bradley wants to read them to refresh his memory, I have absolutely no problem with that. I have my phone here, and they're welcome to do that. But I'll talk about some other things, and then maybe if they're going to have a lot of objections to privilege and hearsay, what I can do is I can lay a foundation with Mr. Bradley, get him off the stand, put Ms. Yurdy up, and then Mr. Wade, so we can get through the privilege issues. That might make the most sense. Thank you.
Yes, we're going to bring in
Let's talk about
John
something not
Malcolm, the VP of the Heritage Foundation's Institute for Constitutional Government and Director of the Meese Center for Legal and Justice Judicial Studies. Thank you for joining us today, John. Thank you so much for your time. How do you sum up this week in Trump's numerous legal sagas? We're obviously tuning into the Georgia case, but I want to just get your take on this week, all these different cases coming to a head.
Wow, well, it's been dizzying. So you had last week, the Supreme Court heard oral argument in the Colorado ballot disqualification case. This week, you have Donald Trump appealing to the U.S. Supreme Court on the D.C. Circuit's rejection of his immunity claim in the D.C. federal prosecution. You now have had the hearing in New York for the case that was brought by Alvin Bragg. It was apparently a very short hearing. Judge Merchan denied former President Trump's motion to dismiss the case and has set the trial date for March the 25th. So it looks like that is going to be the first case to go forward. You now have this hearing going on in Fulton County, Georgia, which will be going on for the next 2 days, about whether Fani Willis and the Fulton County District Attorney's Office should be disqualified from continuing to represent the state in its case against Donald Trump. And tomorrow, it's expected that Judge Arthur Engoron is going to issue his ruling in the civil case that has been filed against Donald Trump for fraud there. And you also had hearings this week down in Florida in the classified documents case. Those were closed to the public and to the press. They were no doubt going through classified documents related issues and when that trial is going to be set. So it's been an astonishing array of legal proceedings, all involving the former president.
Wow. Yeah. And this is a reminder to all of us that, of course, no former president has been indicted. And here we have Donald Trump with all these indictments in so many different cases. And this week is a reminder of all of that going on all at once. What do you think that means, given that all of this is unprecedented?
Well, there are many, many different ways to answer that question. He's facing 91 felony counts. I mean, the one that is, I think, universally regarded as the weakest and most transparently politically driven prosecution is the one that's likely to go forward first, and that's the New York City trial by Alvin Bragg. Even liberals and Biden supporters and Trump haters have said that is a very, very weak case. Doesn't mean it's not dangerous. Donald Trump is not terribly popular in New York City, and these are felony charges. But perhaps if it's going to go forward and he's trying to get all of these cases delayed, and it looks like he's going to fail in that effort, that may be a good thing for Donald Trump, because if he ends up getting acquitted in those cases, it's going to give him additional momentum. He, of course, is saying that this is all election interference and that the only reason this is being done is because he's not only running for president again, but he is the front runner for the Republican nomination. And in many critical swing states at the moment, in terms of polls, he is leading President Biden. So he is saying this is all designed to get him convicted before the election and to keep him off the campaign trail. And he appears to be getting a lot of mileage with that, certainly with his supporters and with some independents.
Yeah, and we know he had a huge fundraising day, for example, after he had his mugshot taken, selling merchandise with the mugshot on it. And now getting into some of these cases more specifically, starting with the Georgia case, there's a hearing that's going on right now that we were just covering,
right,
that could lead to the disqualification of DA Fani Willis. What does any disqualification rest upon here, first of all?
Well, it can rest on any number of factors. The one that's getting the most attention is that she has now admitted that she has a romantic relationship with somebody whom she appointed as a special prosecutor, a man named Nathan Wade. She has said that this only started recently. The allegations, and this is why the witnesses are on the stand now, are not, no, that relationship pre-existed this indictment and her appointment. And so the allegation is essentially that she and her paramour have profited from this case, that they are extending it, that he's been paid exorbitant sums of money, particularly given his lack of experience in sophisticated prosecutions like this. And she has benefited from these payments that she has approved because they've gone away on lavish vacations together. Those are serious charges. There are other issues too. When the allegation was first made, she went into the pulpit of her church and said this was all racially motivated. Prosecutors are not supposed to say things that are designed to disparage the defendants or defense counsel. Certainly calling them racist is fairly disparaging. All of this is going to feed into Scott McAfee's determination about whether she can fairly represent the citizens of the state of Georgia and the risks of the case being overturned on appeal if she's able to obtain a conviction. I think the odds are actually fairly high that she will be disqualified and that her office will be disqualified. And then the case will probably go to another prosecutor who will do an independent judgment as to whether to continue with the case or whether to drop it.
And why do you say that? Why do you think the chances are high that she could get disqualified?
Well, she's made a lot of factual statements about when this relationship began and who paid for various trips and whatnot. The hearing is just beginning, but the attorney representing Mike Roman, who's the person who raised all of these issues, Ashley Merchant, says that she has a lot of evidence that she's made false statements, that her statement, for instance, that this relationship just began is not true. Her statement that she paid for half of these trips is not true. Right now, the person who has just taken the stand, and they are fighting over whether he's going to be allowed to testify, what he's going to be allowed to say, is Nathan Wade's divorce lawyer, who apparently, through an intermediary, told Ashley Merchant, oh, no, this relationship was going on for a very, very long period of time, long before he was appointed as special prosecutor, long before this indictment. And the guy's been paid in the vicinity of if not in excess of $700,000 for his work so far.
John, sorry to interrupt. We're coming back to the courtroom in Georgia here right now. Thank you so much for your comments.
In question relate to the matters on which legal advice was sought. And the communications have been maintained in confidence, and there's no exceptions to the privilege. First, on number 2, the second prong, this was not in furtherance of legal advice. That's not in furtherance of legal advice. What he witnesses as a human being is not in furtherance of legal advice. Unless, and if he witnesses them together, it would get rid of the attorney-client privilege because Ms. Willis is there. Additionally, though, exceptions. We can go all day about exceptions to this. Fraud to the court, that's an exception. Mr. Wade, we contend, has filed a false affidavit with this court. That is fraud to the court. If this witness has direct knowledge that that is not true, then that's an exception to attorney-client privilege.
All right, and we're going to go to our reporter in New York City.
Yeah,
David
Colin, is this
Lamb.
strong enough?
He's live with us right now. David, what's happening there? You're outside the courthouse. We know that Donald Trump was there. Give us an update.
Yeah, hey Chris. Yeah, so we are in front of the courthouse. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't look like courthouse. There's construction going on behind me over here. But Trump did give a short speech. He said that he said that they're here for something that is not a crime, and he blames that this is election interference. We're going to cut to a soundbite that Trump said.
We're here for something that is not a crime. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. What it is election interference. It's being run by Joe Biden's White House. His top person was placed here in order to make sure everything goes right. This is a terrible time for our country. This is a real dark period for our country. His top person, Colangelo and some others, have been placed into the DA's office to make sure they do a good job of election interference. This is just a way of hurting me in the election because I'm leading by a lot. We're leading by numbers that nobody's ever seen before. And they figured this is their way of cheating this time. Last time they had a different way. This time they have something that's really down and dirty that frankly, no country does other than a third world country, a banana republic.
And David, we heard him say this is not a crime.
Yeah, so Trump is basically saying that, well, you see that he's unhappy with what's been happening. Now, previously we've seen in the E. Jean Carroll case, he walked out of the court saying that this isn't America, and this seems to be, he seems to have the same sentiment here. Now, earlier, there were about less than half a dozen protesters. They're not here anymore, but they did have signs saying, "No dictators in the U.S." They were against Trump. Now, on the other hand, Trump does have many supporters. We've seen in Iowa, and New Hampshire, where he did get a lot of support there. Now, with this case in New York City, it revolves around Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal, which they received payments to allegedly keep down their allegations against former President Donald Trump. Now, this case is one of the first of four that he would be facing a criminal trial, and this is all happening in an unprecedented time where, he's facing 4 cases in the middle of a presidential campaign.
And David, outside the courthouse where you are, you mentioned you saw a crowd earlier. You mentioned some people arriving as early as 3 a.m. Any developments outside the courthouse?
Yeah, I mean, right now it seems pretty quiet. We still have a lot of media out here waiting to see what turns out with this case. There's a lot of eyes on it. The protesters were here for... we're going to pan through and see. There's not much going on. There's more in the courthouse. But earlier, the protesters did leave. They had a bunch of signs saying Trump is a liar, along those sentiment. But according to Trump and his prosecutors, they deny all the allegations, saying that the payments that Trump made to his lawyer, Michael Cohen, were legitimate expenses, legitimate legal expenses.
And David, we know when Trump came to New York City for the first indictment there, there was a crowd of supporters that were out there cheering him on, and he kind of gave his little fist pump for them. Have you seen any of his supporters there?
Yeah, Chris, right now on the ground, there's not much yet. We've just seen a lot of media right now for supporters. New York is generally a liberal state. The other day, I was out asking people in New York, a lot of tourists and locals. Not many did want to speak about Trump. I was asking about whether they would think that about his Trump cases, and they didn't want to speak about him and his potential vice president. But overall, there were a few, so it's kind of like a different situation over here.
And it does look like the judge has made his decision that the trial will start on March 25th. So do you expect much more to happen today in regards to this case?
Yeah, Steph, to your point, the Judge Juan Merchan did dismiss the motion to dismiss the case. So the jury selection would continue on March 25th. As of today, it seems that they want to accelerate this process. Meanwhile, Trump he points to the fact that, he's in the middle of a presidential campaign, and this is interfering with his election. So he does want to delay this as much as possible, but we're going to have to see to find out.
Great. Thank you so much for reporting, David Lamb. Good to see you there.
Yes, yeah. And we're going to tune back in.
Thank you, Steph.
And we're going to tune back into the Georgia courtroom where we were looking at before the case of DA Fannie Willis and Special Prosecutor.
So we have a starting
Nathan
point,
Wade.
But does that necessarily foreclose anything from that point onward? If they started talking about something else entirely?
Post-divorce, of course not, Your Honor. But during the pendency, it would absolutely curtail that, especially as it has to do with observation, attendance at functions together, or other realizations that Mr. Bradley came into during the pendency of his representation. And to parse it out would put Mr. Bradley in an untenable position because his reputation means everything.
Okay, Mr. Sadow.
Your Honor, I think we're talking about two aspects of arguably the attorney-client privilege. There's the attorney-client privilege, which is controlled by case law and statute, which deals with communications and furtherance. I don't hear that being the objection. The objection is that there are confidential matters under 1.6, which in some form or fashion mean that once you start a relationship with attorney-client, that everything from that point on is confidential between the two. There's no such case law in Georgia that deals with confidential information at that time. Attorney-client, yes. Confidential information, no. And I believe what's being argued by counsel, Mr. Bradley, is that he has received, of course, we don't have anything in writing, but he's received some oral advice that under 1.6, confidential matters cannot be gone into, which is, according to them, everything that occurs between Mr. Bradley and Mr. Wade from 2018 forward. There's no such law that protects such confidential, only communications made in furtherance. And if I'm mistaken, I apologize, but I think what we're being told is I don't have to say anything at all about Mr. Wade once I have an attorney-client relationship with him, because it would be deemed confidential, and if it's deemed confidential, I can't talk about it. And there's no such case law to that effect in Georgia. There is no bar rule to that effect. The only thing the court has to do is say, are we talking about attorney-client privilege or pure confidences or confidential information? And once you decide it's confidential information, you order Mr. Bradley to testify, and then it's up to his counsel to decide whether he wants to have his client held in contempt after you've ordered him to testify.
And Judge, that's an overstatement. We have not said that he can't testify to anything. The specific question on the table is, what observations do you have between Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis from that point on? Now, they, the defense and their teams, have made an allegation of some impropriety. That same impropriety could be related to a divorce proceeding on every level. We're not here to say we're not talking. We're here to say we're not talking about things that came into his knowledge associated with his representation during the divorce. I realize there's an evidentiary standard, and then I realize that there's the cornerstone of what we do, which is the bar rules, the state bar rule 1.6. We violate that, and the whole thing comes tumbling down. We're not saying that you can't ask about, did Mr. Wade enjoy a beer at a ball game? That wasn't the question. The question was specifically relating to some impropriety that they are trying to dig into. That is privileged information.
And more importantly, Mr. Bradley has said twice now that he has no independent knowledge as it relates to what she's referencing. He has said it 2 times. So there's not a good faith basis for her to continue to probe into this area, because he says he has no independent knowledge outside of the attorney-client privilege.
All right, Ms. Merchant, last word.
Yes, Judge. Judge, Mr. Bradley, if ordered, he's hereby subpoena. If ordered to testify, it's not a issue with the bar. My question was not about attorney-client privilege. I'm being very careful not to ask anything that Mr. Wade asked in furtherance, but I've been informed that Robin Yerdy is on the Zoom, and so if we want to start back on our original plan, we can call Ms. Yerdy and have her testify, and then put Mr. Wade up, and we can go through the privilege issue with him, and then we won't have to have all these objections. Or else I'm happy to continue questioning Mr. Bradley.
All right, so Ms. Merchant, you're saying that your understanding of the evidence that you plan to present, that these issues are affected by Ms. Yerdy in terms of the scope of the privilege and the relationship?
No, I think, no, thank you for letting me clarify that. I think that Ms. Yerdy is going to give me enough to get Mr. Wade on the stand. Once I get Mr. Wade on the stand, because they filed a motion to quash, and you said I had to present something before I could put Mr. Wade on the stand. So once I present Ms. Yerdy, I can put Mr. Wade up on the stand. And then I can put him up before I call Mr. Bradley. And then I may not even have to call Mr. Bradley at that point.
All right.
Judge,
sorry, who's?
I'm on Zoom, Your Honor. Attorney Durante Parker, Judge, on behalf of Ms. Yerdy. Your Honor, when we were here for the motion to quash earlier this week, it's my understanding, as represented by defense counsel, that Mr. Bradley's testimony is, so to speak, the bridge that was built to involve my client, Ms. Yardley, into this matter altogether. Now it seems as though that is being usurped, and now she is being the quote-unquote foundation for the defense counsel's presentation this morning. So we do object to that, Judge, and would renew our motion to quash the subpoena, because this is completely contradictory to what we had via the hearing earlier this week, Your Honor.
Judge, may I respond?
It's okay, Ms. Merchant. Mr. Partridge, as I recall, that did not apply to your client as much. The original motion to quash that you filed said she had absolutely no knowledge about anything. What Ms. Merchant proffered, and what I didn't hear you saying was not the case, is that at some point Ms. Yardley lived in a residence and shared a residence with Ms. Willis and potentially Mr. Wade at some point. So I think she's directly involved in the center of this. I don't think that really needs much in the way of foundation.
And Judge, I apologize, Your Honor, to talk over the court. That information, however, Your Honor, is my understanding came from Mr. Bradley, and that information was incorrect, as I informed the court earlier this week as well. There was never any time that Ms. Yardley and Ms. Willis lived together. There was a sublet of a condo that Ms. Willis resided in that had absolutely nothing to do with that of Ms. Yardley, outside of Ms. Yardley subletting it to Ms. Willis. Ms. Yardley actually moved into a different residence. Per our conversation with Ms. Merchant yesterday, that is exactly what it is. So there was no overlapping or any time that they stayed together, nor does Ms. Yardley have any information as it relates to Mr. Wade staying at that condo as well with that of Ms. Willis. So again, Judge, I'm renewing.
No, we don't need to hear it again. Ms. Merchant.
Judge, luckily I don't have to tell the state or them everything that I plan on introducing a witness for in response to their motion to quash. She has a lot of personal knowledge. And when we had a motion to quash, I had to get over a good faith basis, and I presented that to the court. I did not spend 4 hours going through everything that this woman's going to testify to. She has personal knowledge.
Is she actually here?
I think she's on Zoom. What I understand, Mr. Partridge.
Mr. Partridge, is your client with us?
She's on the Zoom platform, Your Honor, since I'm in Richmond County via my conflict. But she is on the Zoom platform at this time, Your Honor, in the waiting room. I believe she may have been admitted. I see a Robin on my screen. I'm assuming that is my client, Ms. Yardley.
Ms. Merchant, you want to examine her by Zoom?
That's fine.
All right.
We will waive
Mr.
any
Abadi.
Sixth Amendment objections to
Sure.
it. That's fine.
My only objection was the representation at Monday's hearing was the good faith basis was based on what she learned from Terrence Bradley. And we know that is false. It's not true. So there is no good faith basis, and we would renew our objection and to quash the subpoena.
That was not in regards to Ms. Yardley.
It certainly was. It was at like the 20-minute mark in the hearing.
Judge, she has personal knowledge of this relationship.
It's not what was represented on Monday. The personal knowledge came from Mr. Bradley. She has no good faith basis to explore this fishing expedition as it relates to Ms. Yardley. This is a blatant misuse of the process.
Ms. Merchant, I do believe that when we went through the motion to quash, you grouped them into two categories, and each one of them we said that they were going to be impeached by Mr. Bradley.
We took Ms. Yardley outside of Fulton County, Judge. So we talked about Fulton County differently than Ms. Yardley. We took Ms. Yardley out separately. She was different than Fulton County because there wasn't other issues. And again, so we're arguing a motion to quash. I responded to their argument on the motion to quash. Did I tell them that she's going to testify that she's known Miss Willis for years and that her middle name is Latrice? No, I didn't tell them everything she's going to testify to. If you wanted me to, I could have, but that has nothing to do. There's a witness that contradicts what they have said in court, and they're doing everything they can to keep her off the stand and keep the truth away from this court. They filed a motion to quash. I showed a good faith basis. If my good faith basis is Mr. Bradley or Miss Yardley or texts I've seen, it's still a good faith basis. There's no law that says I have to tell them every single good faith basis I have ahead of time. If we did, we would never have trials.
All right, Ms. Merchant. Appreciate the argument of counsel. I think the standard on a motion to quash and a subpoena is not one where we're required to completely flush out and litigate every reason a witness may be relevant. And so we'll take these one at a time with Ms. Yardley I'll deny the motion to quash. And if your election and to proceed in your presentation of the evidence is to call her, then that's what we'll do.
Thank you, Judge. So, Mr. Radley, you may be excused for now. Thank you, but subject to recall. We will call Ms. Yurdi. Would you like me to swear her, Judge? Or?
I think we need to make sure. There we go. Deputy Scott, if we could swear in the witness. Ms. Yurdi, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
All right.
Raise your right hand, ma'am. You swear affirm to the testimony that you get a court will be the truth. Whether the truth will help you.
Yes.
Would you please state and spell your full name for the court?
Robin Latrice Yurdi.
Thank you, Ms. Yurdi. Thank you for being here. Can you tell the judge when you first met Miss Willis?
In college.
Okay.
So probably 90 or 91.
Okay. And have you been friends since 1990 or 91?
Yes.
Okay. When was the last time you spoke with Miss Willis?
March of 2022.
Okay. From 1991-ish till 2022, were you what you would consider good friends with Miss Willis?
Yes.
Okay. And did you all share personal information regularly?
Yes.
And did you even come and work with her at the DA's office?
Yes.
And when she needed a place to stay, did you let her stay at your apartment?
Yes.
It was a condo, right?
Condo, yes.
Okay. Do you remember approximately when she moved into your condo?
It was April of 2021.
Okay, great. And you know that Ms. Willis and Ms. Wade met at a conference in October of 2019?
I'm going to object to that, Your Honor, without a foundation for how this witness would know that. If Ms. Merchant can establish she has personal information of that, then certainly that's something the witness can testify to. But if she heard
Understood,
it...
Ms. Cross. All right, Ms. Merchant, if you could lay the foundation.
Do you have information that Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade met in October of 2019?
I'm going to renew my objection, Your Honor. Information is not sourced to personal information. If the question can be rephrased, then that may address my concern.
So Judge, I just want to make sure that I understand. So they've objected to me calling Willis and Wade.
It's just a matter of foundation. If you can just rephrase.
Do you have knowledge of when Willis and Wade met?
I'm going to object again. Personal knowledge.
Overruled.
Thank you. Do you have personal knowledge of when Willis and Wade met?
Yes. She told me that they met at a conference. I don't know what.
Okay.
I'm going to renew my objection, Your Honor. Clearly, this is not firsthand information from this witness. It's hearsay that was...
But she said she told me.
Yes, it's statement against interest, Judge. If Ms. Willis...
Just pause.
I'm sorry.
Okay, Ms.
Yes.
Cross.
The representation of the witness, the testimony of the witness was that Ms. Willis, District Attorney Willis, had a conversation with her. There is no statement against interest. District Attorney Willis is not a party opponent in this case. The information that the witness has testified to came from Ms. Willis, and we have a hearsay objection to that.
Why wouldn't she be considered a party opponent in this context?
She is a representative of the state, Your Honor. This isn't private litigation or civil litigation. Obviously, the court's aware this is... Ms. Willis is not on trial. Ms. Willis is not a party to the litigation outside her obligation to pursue criminal charges for the state.
Ms. Merchant, I guess it's evolved into a hearsay objection.
Yes, Judge, and we plan on calling Ms. Willis to the stand. She's under subpoena, so hearsay will be cured. If there is a hearsay objection as far as that issue. But we do still think that it's a statement against interest. Ms. Willis has filed a document that states that they met at this municipal court conference. So
Your Honor, I think maybe I can streamline a little bit. State will stipulate that District Attorney Willis and Mr. Wade met in October 2019 at the judicial conference that we've been talking about. There's no reason to get it secondhand from this witness. Well, that's true.
All right, you accept the stipulation, Ms. Merchant?
Yes.
All right.
Am I permitted then to ask questions about that since it's now not hearsay?
If it's just to a stipulation, if it's just to that basic fact, I don't think we need a question, but if there's a follow-up that you think is admissible, go for it.
Ms. Yeardy, you have personal knowledge that Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade began their romantic relationship soon after this time that they met at the municipal court.
I'm going to object to that question. That certainly is a leading question. No foundation has been laid for how this witness would have personal knowledge of that. And until that's happened, the state objects.
Judge,
I think you can do a yes or no and then follow up with how she knows it.
Thank you. Do you know if Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade started dating in October of 2019?
I don't know if it was October of 2019.
Could it possibly be November of 2019?
Could possibly.
Okay. And when we spoke, you said it was shortly after the municipal court conference, though, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you know that their relationship, their personal relationship, began shortly after this municipal court conference?
Yes.
And when I say personal, romantic. I just want to make sure we don't get in an argument over what personal and romantic is later. When I ask you personal, do you take that to mean romantic?
Yes.
Okay. And do you understand it that their relationship began in 2019 and continued until the last time you spoke with her?
Yes.
And you were essentially her best friend during this time, right?
Not best friend, good friend.
Good friend, okay, close friend. And so would you frequently socialize with her?
Yes.
And you saw her at work every day?
Yes.
So you had a chance to see them interact together on a personal level?
Yes.
And so from everything that you saw, heard, witnessed, it's your understanding that they were in a romantic relationship beginning in 2019?
Yes.
And when you left the DA, oh, I'm sorry, let me ask you, you said that Ms. Willis came to live with you in April of 2021, I'm sorry, April 1st, 2020 or 2021?
She didn't live with me. I never lived with her.
Okay, I'm sorry. She took over your lease in April 1st, 2020, correct?
No, 2021.
Okay, I had it both ways, so I'm glad you clarified. So when she took over your lease in April 1st, 2021, it's your understanding she moved out of the house that she was sharing with her father and started staying at the condo?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that that's because she needed to have her own space?
Yes.
Away from her father?
Yes.
Okay. When you left the DA's office, was it, were you fired?
No, I resigned.
You resigned, okay. Just one moment, Judge. Can you tell us why you resigned the DA's office?
The number of things that was happening.
A number of things that were happening, is that what you said, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. What was happening that caused you to resign?
It was a spiral of things. So I guess the last straw is I was put in a department that I knew had no knowledge about. Something happened and I didn't like it. They didn't like it. And that was it.
Okay. Did you have any falling outs with Miss Willis?
Well, we never spoke after that.
You never spoke after that, okay. And so without going into all the painstaking details, there is no doubt in your mind that from 2019 until 2022, Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade were in a romantic relationship.
What's the question?
You have no doubt that their romantic relationship was in effect from 2019 until the last time you spoke with her?
No doubt.
Okay. And that's based on your personal observations and speaking with them and seeing them together and things like that?
Yes.
Okay. No other questions. Thank you. The other folks may have some questions for you, Ms. Yurdi.
Stay down.
You want me to go to the?
If it's more than a couple questions, then sure, but if not.
It's only a couple questions.
Okay.
I think, can the court reporter hear me okay? Ma'am, let me be very specific.
All right, and joining us live is A. Scott Bolden, NTD News contributor,
Yes.
former New York Assistant District Attorney, and former chair of the D.C. Democratic Party. Scott, welcome. Great to have you on. We just heard witness testimony from Ms. Yurdi, who says she's known Ms. Willis since college. She said she has no doubt in the relationship with Wade starting in 2019. What's your response first up?
Well, she needs to be cross-examined. The direct examination was quite leading for this witness, which suggests that the defense attorney, Roman's defense attorney, had problems with hearsay, but also, in my opinion, had problems with leading this witness, which would be inappropriate. But I think that she did it this way and for a short period of time because this witness's body language suggests that she doesn't want to be there, and she's not reliable in the sense of getting into a lot of detail. She may not have the detail, but she doesn't want to get into the detail either. And so she'll be subject to cross-examination, which I think the prosecutors are going to participate in, as well as perhaps the other co-defense counsel. We'll have to watch and see.
Absolutely. Now, from a Democratic standpoint, how do you see the potential impact of these hearings on Trump's Georgia case?
Yeah, either the court is going to have to find, based on findings of fact, whether there's an appearance of a conflict or an actual conflict here. If they've lied to the court, if Fani Willis and her colleague have lied to the court about when that relationship started, which they say started after the prosecution of Donald Trump. This witness says it started in 2019, which was before the prosecution of Donald Trump. Then that connotes that the Willis and her colleague have lied to the court, and that's a real problem, not only for the state bar, but they could be held in contempt if the court makes a finding of fact. Short of that, the conflict or the appearance of conflict, the other part that's really important is the $600,000 that was paid to Wade. Was it done, and did she receive a kickback or not? Was there financial motivation to prosecute Donald Trump based on this $600,000 or the scheme to pay him, put him on the team, and then she benefited some way from it? That would be a huge problem, and that would be a basis for the court under Georgia law and ethics law to remove her from the case, but more importantly, to probably remove Wade from the case.
And how could all this potentially impact, if it does go in that direction, impact Trump's election campaign and the narrative surrounding, his eligibility overall?
Well, politically, it helps Donald Trump with his base, but this case isn't going away. I don't see the court dismissing the case over some ethical violations by the sitting prosecutor. At best, if she's removed or if Wade is removed and she stays, the case will go forward because the grand jury, meeting of the peers of these individuals, the grand jury had determined that there's sufficient evidence, factual and otherwise, to believe that Donald Trump violated the law and all that he's been charged with. The worst case scenario is that Fani Willis is removed and a special prosecutor is named and the case goes forward. I don't think there's any Georgia law or federal law or Supreme Court case that says that the case has to be dismissed.
Okay, and turning now to the New York case today, judge deciding that that case, the hush money case, would begin its trial proceedings on March 25th. How important is that case? Could you lay out the perspectives on both sides for that?
Well, the New York case is really interesting, and I think more significant than some legal experts have said. It's an easy case to try. Were the business records falsified, or were they forged in order to lie to the regulators, in order to protect or to cover up another crime that makes it a felony? That case should take a week or two, although jury selection could be tough. You add another week to that. But the court decided, denied the motion to dismiss, and most of us in the criminal defense field believed it was going to be denied. The fact that the prosecutors had this information for so long, that's no basis to dismiss the case. The fact that it was politically motivated, the court denied that as a basis. And the fact that it's not clear whether even a crime was committed. Well, the grand jury has said it's a crime and that it's been committed. And so the case is going to move forward, and it should move forward. Remember, Donald Trump wants delay. So this is a big loss for him. But remember, his criminal cases are his campaign, and his campaign are his criminal cases. They have a symbiotic relationship, at least how he's running his campaign. He's raising more money than anyone else the more times he appears in court, and then he makes these political statements in court and outside of court directed at his base. And so the challenge for that is, at some point, that symbiotic relationship is going to end. It's a sugar high, because it's going to be a decision by a jury as to whether he's convicted or not. And if he's convicted of 30 felonies, or let's say 15 felonies in New York, there's a high probability that he's going to go to jail.
And what would that mean for his campaign? He can still campaign from jail, is that correct?
Well, it's Donald Trump. Who knows? This is uncharted territory, if you will. There's nothing in the Constitution that says he can't run for president from jail. He's got secret service issues because he gets protected, and he may be under house arrest. Who knows? That is uncharted territory. But it doesn't mean that he doesn't have to. That he has to get out of the race. I think as a practical matter, he should get out of the race if he's convicted. Because we know that the polling shows that most Republicans, or a large section of them, if he's convicted of a crime, even if they think this is politically motivated, that many of his supporters and voters in the Republican Party would not vote for him. I think there's a MSNBC poll or a CNN poll that says that. That would have a direct impact on his political fortunes, and then he's got to figure out whether he's going to keep fighting or not, or whether he's going to fight for his liberty. Because in the end, the most important thing to Donald Trump is staying out of jail, notwithstanding his political ambition.
And yet he is currently still ahead of the polls in the primaries. Oh, and looks like we're tuning into the hearing in Georgia. Or that may still be going on, but Scott, Trump is still ahead of Nikki Haley, his main opponent right now, in the primaries, and in quite a few polls, he's still ahead of Biden in a potential matchup, which is looking likely. Although, while some have charged Trump with being chaotic, such as Nikki Haley and others, due to all of these cases, of course, President Biden is now going through some hot water with that report from the special counsel about his mental acuity. How do you see both of their standing right now, considering what they're going through?
Well, the report by the special prosecutor on Biden found that he was not going to bring any charges against Biden. The statements about his mental acuity or being a nice older man, well-intentioned, that just means he can't prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt, or they can't prove criminal intent on the part of Biden, who cooperated with this investigation and voluntarily turned over documents. The rest of it was politically gratuitous because the prosecutor isn't a medical professional, isn't a psychologist. He wasn't under he didn't give him a brain examination. And I just really think it was a political cheap shot. If you look at Donald Trump, who's come under scrutiny for forgetting names of leaders and mixing up whether Barack Obama is still the president. But more importantly, if you look at several depositions that Donald Trump has taken over the course of his professional life, he has said he doesn't recall a number of times, 20, 30, 50, maybe 100 times in one deposition. And so I don't think it's a fair comparison. And I think the report itself The Republicans will make hay out of it, but it's not going to change anything. Biden's going to be the nominee for the Democrats. Trump looks like he's going to be the nominee. Nikki Haley's hanging around because if Donald Trump gets convicted and is sentenced to jail, she knows she will either get more delegates if he's not in the race or if he's been convicted. And if she's got the money to...
And it looks like we just lost Scott Bolden there, NTD News contributor, former New York Assistant Attorney General, and former chair of the DC Democratic Party. But those are some great comments there. So as you can see from the footage, we are looking in at the courthouse in New York City, where a judge has just decided that the trial for Trump's hush money case will begin on March 25th, and that will just begin with jury selection. As you heard from Scott Bolden, he believes that that case will just take a few weeks. And we are tuning back into Scott. Thank you so much for staying on the line with us.
I don't know where I went, but I came back.
You and me both. Now I just wanted, yeah, thanks for staying there. So I want to check in with you about, you were saying that you believe if he is convicted and if Trump does have to go to jail, that he should really focus on that. I want to compare that with Trump's charges that all of these cases are a form of election interference. And that could almost be taken separately to the idea of whether or not the allegations against him are true, because it would still be a form of interference. What do you say to this dilemma of allowing democracy to thrive while also continuing on with these investigations?
Well, the Constitution allows for these cases to be brought by prosecutors. And remember, in each of these criminal cases, a grand jury of his peers has found that there's sufficient evidence that he committed a crime. Remember, Donald Trump drives this narrative. So I don't see it as political interference. He entered this race in October or November of 2022. He was under investigation in all 4 of these cases already. He entered this race because he was trying to avoid being indicted. That didn't work. And so Donald Trump is responsible for all of the alleged bad acts, and the grand jury has indicted him, saying there's enough evidence to support the fact that he engaged in this conduct, not convicted yet, but certainly there is a process and no one is above the law. The Supreme Court is about to rule that no one's above the law, at least I predict that. And so that's political rhetoric and political red meat to his base that motivates them to write checks and to come out and vote for him. But again, the criminal justice system does not care. There's a process in place. He's going to go through it. If he's convicted, he's going to be sentenced either to probation or sentenced to jail. And those are real risks to his liberty, notwithstanding his political life. Donald Trump's under attack in all 3 fronts. He's under financial attack in the New York case, the E. Carroll case where he owes $83 million, the civil case where he's got the exposed where in New York with his businesses, that there's a ruling going to be tomorrow. His liberties at stake with these 91 felony counts that no one in the history of the country has run the table on, if you will. And so from a liberty standpoint, from a business and financial standpoint, and from a political standpoint, ultimately running for president, he is under attack. At some point in time, the Trump Roadshow is going to hit a wall. And when he hits the wall, he's either going to lose his liberty, he's either going to lose his liberty or lose his money and business or lose the presidential election. If he wins all 3, which is unlikely, if you will, he will be one of the most dynamic and interesting figures in the history of this country. I don't see it happening. The wall is going to stop one of the 3 or all 3 of those scenarios.
And you mentioned a variety of cases, many of which, as you said, are all being considered this week or being moved forward in some way this week. What's the most potentially consequential case, do you think, that Trump is facing at the moment?
I think the Supreme Court ruling that he is not above the law and that the federal case regarding the January 6th insurrection, that's the big one, if you will, because that case can move efficiently through the federal court system with Judge Chutkan. The March 25th date for the hush money case in New York is just equally important because it'll be the first criminal case And in 2 weeks after it starts, after March 25th, we could see a jury in New York either convict him or give him an acquittal. And that will be the beginning of the downfall, if you will, because he'll have to be sentenced. We'll have to deal with these issues of incarceration or probation, which I don't think if he's convicted on all 30 felony charges there, he's going to get probation. And then you have to look and see what happens in the other 3 cases, because very oftentimes defendants will then plea bargain those other cases. He may never, because he believes that if he can win the election, and that's a big if, then he can avoid the federal cases, because he can order DOJ to walk away from those cases. But the state cases will remain, and whether they walk away or whether they pardon him at the state level, he thinks he can influence that too. So everything rides on whether he wins this election or not, and that's a big if. Notwithstanding the criminal justice system, notwithstanding whether he gets convicted or not, he's put that in the process. He's put that in the mix. He's got to win this election to stay.
In that,
and we have
divorce
Nathan Wade
proceeding,
taking
did you
the stand
file,
in the Georgia election case.
Answers things such as
hearing.
interrogatories.
I did.
Okay, and so interrogatories are where you're responding to things that basically answers that the other side is asking.
Yes, ma'am.
And I've got your complaint for divorce. I'm just going to mark it for the record as Defendant's Exhibit 2. The first interrogatories that you answered, those were December 27th, 2021. Is that right?
Thereabout. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in those, you were asked different things, but those are sworn. You actually swear to those. You verify them, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so that verification is where you're swearing under oath that everything in it is true?
Yes, ma'am.
And let's see, you were asked if you had any documents which relate to the purchase of gifts by you to any person other than the defendant with whom you have or had a relationship, romantic relationship, from the date of your marriage, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you responded under oath that you didn't have any documents to that.
That's correct.
You again responded to an interrogatory. You updated those responses on May 30th, 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you actually sent those directly to opposing counsel in the divorce?
Yes, ma'am. I think so.
But in that one, you answered none again to that question, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So May 30th, 2023, you said that you didn't have any documents showing any purchase of anything with someone that you had a romantic relationship with.
I believe the interrogatory was gifts.
Okay.
Not anything, gifts.
And I have it if you want to take a look. I'm going to mark, okay, so just for the record, I've got your complaint for divorce marked as number 2. I've got the verification and the interrogatories from 2021. I'm going to mark those as 3. And then your May 30th, 2023, I'm going to mark as 4. Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you. That is what I marked as 4. This is what I marked as 3. Okay. Thank you, Judge. All right. If you would take a look at what I marked as 2, 3, and 4. Just see if you recognize those.
I do.
And are those, that's your divorce complaint, and then your 2021 interrogatory and your 2023 interrogatory, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, are they a fair and accurate representation of what is filed in that case?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd move to admit those into evidence, Judge.
And this is 2, 3, and 4?
It's 2, 3, and 4, yes.
All right. Any objection from the state?
The divorce, it's on the district.
I have no objection to 3 and 4, and subject to Ms. Merchant's representation that 2 is a filing of divorce. I just don't, the divorce complaint, I don't have that in front of me, that's subject to that representation. No objection.
All right. And by show of hands, any objection from other defense counsel? Seeing none, defendants 2, 3, and 4. This should be Romans. Well, we'll just call them 2, 3, and 4 admitted without objection.
So that interrogatory that you filed in 2023, that's the one where you said no, that you didn't have any documents relating to the purchase of gifts, that you had a romantic relationship with someone, right?
Which interrogatory are we talking
Number
about?
4, 2023.
Which number in the interrogatory?
Number 4.
So, which number interrogatory are you referring to?
It's Defendant's Exhibit number 4.
I have Defendant's Exhibit 4 here.
Uh-huh.
Which number interrogatory are we referring to?
Oh, which number out of the questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Hold on. It is number 20, 24, 25, 26, basically. All of them. Oh, this one. It's supposed to be number.
It's all good.
I guess they're all numbered 1. So number 1, number 1 again, and then the third number 1.
That's your 5 page number or something.
He didn't put page numbers on. He didn't put any on. I don't know how to tell you what number 1, because when you responded, you put number 1 on all of them.
Can you
So
just point to it?
this one. This one, I'm talking about this number 1, where it's tabbed. There's 2 number 1s that are tabbed.
Okay.
And there's no page number, but it is the second page.
All right.
They're asking if you have any receipts for restaurants, hotels, bars, things like that.
The first number 1?
I believe it's the second number 1.
The second number 1? Okay.
Okay. So it asks you if you have any receipts for things like restaurants, bars, hotels, things like that, where you accompanied a member of the other sex romantic partner. Correct?
It says identify any and all occasions.
Okay. And so it says to identify any and all occasions where you entertained a member of the other sex, okay, who's not related to blood, and including dining, drinking, restaurants, bars, pubs, hotels, all of that. Okay. And what was your answer to that?
Did you know the government can essentially rob you in plain sight? Former Fed Chair Alan Greenspan warned, deficit spending is simply a scheme for the confiscation of wealth. But he added, gold stands in the way of this insidious process. Birch Gold Group has helped thousands of Americans diversify their IRA or 401k into gold. To get a free info kit from Birch Gold, text PREPARE to 989898. Again, text PREPARE to 989898 right now.
The shining gem of New England. This delightful seaside city of Newport is one of the most beautiful places in the state. Today, we bring you here as we meet with our friends and fellow musicians from the Hermitage Piano Trio. As a team, they have garnered multiple Grammy Award nominations with their breathtaking performances.
Oh, wow, I did not think this instrument can make that sound, right?
The pandemic made this reunion even more special.
3 of us, we like it because we feel music the same way, so...
Don't miss us on the next episode of Piano Talks.
What was the process of actually putting this all together?
Many hours of finding the right camera angles and watching it. The first trouble started just after 1 o'clock.
45 pages, here it is right here. Donald Trump has been indicted.
Somber day for the country.
This all happened before President Trump's speech was over.
The founder of the Oath Keepers militia group is headed to prison for more than 18 years.
His lawyers didn't have this video. The video we're watching right now, his own lawyers did not have. There was a big question of what did the people do who actually did enter the building.
This is where we picked it up with the security footage that is new. At this point, the story dramatically changes.
The New Jersey man who assaulted a Capitol police officer on January 6th has been sentenced.
So this was withheld.
This was not shown to the defense.
That could be considered exculpatory evidence. This doesn't seem like what a lot of the media is showing.
It's going to change narratives no matter what your political perspective is. What we're after is the truth.
Good morning, and thank you for tuning in to NTD's special live coverage of the Trump trials. We'll bring you the latest updates coming out of courtrooms in both Georgia and New York today.
We'll have on-the-ground reports live from downtown Manhattan, where former President Trump is currently in court. In-house analysis from NTD's own legal correspondent Arlene Richards and top legal minds breaking down what it all means.
Now, you're looking at Nathan Wade's testifying. And in Georgia, a court hearing is underway, as you can see, on allegations of misconduct by Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis and her alleged partner there, Nathan Wade, being questioned. Willis is facing potential disqualification in the RICO case against former President Trump. Trump and co-defendants allege that Willis and Nathan Wade, the special prosecutor, Willis hired to lead the case, engaged in an improper romantic relationship which financially benefited the district attorney. The first witness testifying is Wade's former colleague and divorce attorney, Terrence Bradley.
You and alleged that you had a romantic relationship with Ms. Willis.
Yes, ma'am.
After that, you updated these responses, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so your new responses, you now changed your answer from that you didn't have any of this to you're asserting the privilege under 24-5-505, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And both of these are under oath?
Yes, ma'am.
You also updated your response to the question about spending time with someone other than your spouse for dinner, drinks, things at restaurants, bars, hotels, or the other person's home, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So in December of 2023, you said no to all that, and then in January, after I filed my motion, you said privilege to all that, Fifth Amendment privilege.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And just to be clear, was it?
Sorry, I'm going to object the characterization of Fifth Amendment privilege. I think it was a statutory privilege, and that's quite different.
That's what I was just about to ask him. So that privilege covers infamy or Fifth Amendment privilege, correct?
So it was a privacy privilege is what I updated my response to do. Once you filed your motion to intervene in my divorce action, I then figured that you were in talks with my former wife's divorce lawyer.
Okay.
And because of that, I asserted a privacy privilege because I didn't want the proceedings of my divorce to bleed over into the proceedings in this case, which is the case that obviously you're involved in.
So your answers in December of 2023 that you didn't have any documents about any travel that you took with Ms. Willis, that wasn't true though, correct?
They didn't ask me about any documents regarding Ms. Willis.
A romantic partner. They asked you for documents regarding a romantic partner. So I'm sorry, I inserted Ms. Willis's name. Let me rephrase the question. They asked you for documents about travel with a romantic partner in December 2023. And you under oath said you did not have any of those, correct?
I did not.
Okay.
And they asked me about gifts.
Right.
I've never purchased a gift for Ms. Willis.
And they asked you about receipts for dinner, receipts for drinks, hotels, bars, and restaurants, and you said you did not have any of those.
I did not and do not have any receipts for any of those things.
Okay. And part of the civil discovery, they say that even if you don't have it in your pocket, if it's within your purview, you got to get it and give it to them, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object again to the relevance of the questions about the scope of civil discovery. I think she's asked him about statements he made in pleadings. The answers are already in the record. And
all right, and we're looking now at the New York courthouse and former President Trump coming to speak again outside the courthouse.
Stuck here. It's an election interference case. Nobody's ever seen anything like it in this country. It's a disgrace. It's a disgraceful situation, actually. And we'll just have to figure it out. I'll be here during the day and I'll be campaigning during the night. Biden should be doing the same thing, but he'll be sleeping. This is all from the DOJ. This all comes out of Washington. They're coordinated with the district attorney and the AG. The case tomorrow, which is a rigged deal, is all coordinated with the district attorney, and it's coordinated with the Attorney General of New York, Letitia James, who ought to be ashamed of herself. She's campaigned for years of trying to get Trump without knowing anything about me. It's all a rigged. It's a rigged state. It's a rigged city. It's a shame. What they ought to do is go out and take care of the violent crime and the migrant crime that's destroying people and killing people. Not a case that everybody says, you take a look at the legal documents and the legal scholars writing about this. They say there's no crime. This is no crime. But outside, right outside their courthouse, this courthouse, people are being murdered. So it's a very unfair situation. They want to keep me nice and busy so I can't campaign so hard. But maybe we won't have to campaign so hard because the other side is incompetent. The other side's done a horrible job running this country. They've done a horrible job at the border. You take a look at New York with the hundreds of thousands of people pouring in from other countries all over the world. You just take a look at what's happening. And I'm going to have to sit here for months on a trial. I think it's ridiculous. It's unfair. A trial that legal scholars say there's no crime. They say there's no crime. Now, somebody asked a question about NATO before. All I can say is this. NATO countries have to pay up. They have to pay their bills. The United States is in for $200 billion, and they're in for $25 billion. The economy, as you know, their economy, when you add them up, they add up the countries that make up NATO, it's about the same size as our economy. So we're in for $200 billion, they're in for $25 billion, and it's much more important to them because we have an ocean in between. It's a much different thing. So the NATO countries have to pay up. They're not paying up, they're not paying what they should, and they laugh at the stupidity of the United States of America, where we have a guy that gives $60 billion every time somebody comes and asks for it. We shouldn't be doing that. They're laughing at us. They think we're the stupid country because of our leadership. But as far as this is concerned, it's election interference by Biden because it's the only way he can think to get elected because he's accomplished nothing. But I'm honored to sit here. I'm honored to sit here day after day after day on something that everybody says, the greatest legal scholars say, it's not even a crime. Thank you very much.
How do you plan on campaigning while you're in court, sir?
I'll do it in the evening.
Are you coming back tomorrow for the verdict?
Right, we just heard comments from former President Trump after the case in New York City in regards to hush money payments. He's calling it a disgrace. He said, we'll have to figure it out after the case here.
Laying out his plan for how to manage his campaign at the same time as you just heard, sitting there day after day, that he expects to be in New York City on trial for months, and while he runs his presidential campaign all around the country. We do know that he's still he's doing pretty well in polls against his primary opponent in South Carolina. But what we're looking at now is back to the Georgia case that's also happening today, that is just assessing, we're hearing witness testimony from Nathan Wade, one of the parties in the case that's currently being considered.
I'm going to object to that question as it's phrased. In what context? Any conversation with his attorneys is privileged. That I think is clear. What's not clear to me from that question is Ms. Merchant asking, in the context of your communication with your attorneys, is that, or outside that context, is it?
Right. And Ms. Merchant, I think we need to figure out what are we getting at with this?
I'm just trying to figure out if he thought that their relationship is subject to an attorney-client privilege. I mean, it's been asserted. I think it's going to be asserted, and that was all I was asking.
I mean, the actions themselves wouldn't be at issue. It's more communications.
If someone saw them, someone had knowledge of it, is that attorney-client privilege? I want to know.
All right. Well, I guess I would find his legal opinion on this isn't relevant. Okay. We can deal with that as it comes up. So, sustained.
In 2022, in this affidavit, you swore that you and Willis developed a personal relationship.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said that didn't develop until 2022, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's different from what you said in your pleading in May 2023 in the divorce case, correct?
No, ma'am.
In May 2023, when you were asked if you had if you'd had any affairs, essentially, and you said none.
That's correct.
Okay. So in May, you said you had not, in May 2023 in the divorce case, you said you had not had a personal relationship, an affair, a romantic relationship with anyone.
That's correct.
But you told this court in the affidavit that you did have one that started in 2022. So that would have been ongoing at 2023.
So here I think there's a distinction, if you'd allow me to explain.
Please.
The interrogatory asked the question during the course of your marriage.
Or to date. It actually says,
I'm going to request that the witness be permitted to answer.
Mr. Wade.
So my marriage was irretrievably broken in 2015, ma'am, by agreement. My wife and I agreed that once she had the affair in 2015 that we'd get a divorce. We didn't get a divorce immediately because my children were still in school and I refused to allow them to grow up without their father at the time. So we waited. We waited until the youngest graduated and we dropped her off at college and then filed for the divorce. So if you're asking me about the interrogatory as it relates to having the 2022 relationship with District Attorney Willis, I'm going to say, because my marriage was irretrievably broken, I was free to have a relationship.
So the question, though, was if you had had a relationship. And in 2023, you said you did not. And that is different than what you said in this affidavit, correct?
No, ma'am. I said during the course of my marriage. So in 2015,
you believe that to...
Let him finish, Ms. Merchant.
So in 2015, my marriage was irretrievably broken. So I did not have a relationship with anyone during the course of my marriage.
And in that interrogatory, they asked you if you had any receipts for travel with someone of the other sex up until the time you were answering it. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that you didn't. You've already testified to that earlier. But in this affidavit, you said you swore that you had travel expenses and shared expenses on travel with Ms. Willis.
Again, during the course of my marriage, I had no relationship or receipts.
I'm not asking about during the course of your marriage.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask the witness to be allowed to answer the question.
Continue. I have no problem with him answering.
Okay. As it relates to receipts today, I don't have any receipts, ma'am.
So you don't have any travel receipts available to you for any travel that you did with Ms. Willis?
I don't have any receipts, no, ma'am.
No receipts that, so you used your business credit card for these trips, correct?
I use my business credit card for everything.
Okay, yes. You used it for your kids' tuition?
Yes, ma'am.
You used it for personal travel with Ms. Willis?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have receipts from those business credit cards that you have to file with your taxes, correct?
No, ma'am.
No.
I filed a statement. I turn over the statement, and whatever's there on the statement, the accountant looks at it, and the accountant says, okay, this is personal, goes over here, this is business, goes over here, here are your taxes.
So you have those statements. We'll call them statements instead of receipts. You have those statements, correct?
I have the statements, yes, ma'am.
Okay. But when you answered the interrogatory under oath, you said you did not have anything to show the records of travel with Ms. Willis.
I answered the question. I had no receipts, ma'am.
You had no receipts, but you had statements.
I ordered the statement, yes, ma'am.
You did order the statement.
I did.
Okay. And so we're just talking the semantics between invoice and statements, or receipt. I'm sorry.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, to the argumentative tone of the question. I believe it's been asked and answered several times.
All right, sustain.
Let's see. You also in this affidavit said that no funds paid to you for compensation as your role as special counsel was shared with Willis, correct?
That's correct.
And that you never cohabitated with Willis, correct?
That's correct.
By cohabitation, does that mean that you never spent the night with Willis?
I spent the night with her during
Spent the
travel.
night.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so I just want to qualify your use of the term cohabitation. That means you didn't live together.
That's correct.
But you did spend the night together.
Yes.
When was the first time you spent the night together?
Your Honor.
That's the subject of his affidavit, Judge.
Right, but it might not be the subject of this hearing. So the question is the nature and extent of the relationship. And so if they just spent the night on a single occasion, I don't think we're going to document in detail every single time that happened.
And I don't intend to do that, Judge, but I think what is relevant is when the relationship started. And that's what you had indicated on
Well, why don't we
Monday.
start with that question and go from there?
To that question.
And that's what I asked, when the first time he spent the night with her was. That's what I asked.
That's a different question, isn't it?
Okay, so let's not talk about when you spent the night. When did your romantic relationship with Miss Willis begin?
2022.
When in 2022?
Early 2022.
So you were appointed in November of 2021.
Yes, ma'am.
And your relationship started early. What's early? January? February?
Around March.
Around March. But you two met at an October 2019 judicial conference, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And describe your relationship at that point then.
Which point?
2019.
So I was at a judicial conference to teach a course, if you will, to newer judges. I did that in 2019. As I was exiting the conference, another judge was standing outside who was a friend of mine. I stopped and exchanged pleasantries with her. And standing, talking to her at the time was then Judge Willis. She introduced us at that time. We shook hands, exchanged business cards, and I got into my vehicle and left the conference. So that meeting was probably 3 minutes.
Okay. When was the next time you talked to her?
Didn't talk to her again probably maybe a month or a month and a half had gone by.
Okay. So you talked to her November maybe?
Maybe.
On the phone?
On the phone.
Okay. How regularly did you speak with her in 2021 on the phone?
In 2021?
I'm sorry, 2019. I'm so sorry. 2019. How frequently did you speak with her on the phone?
2019, after the meeting, I probably talked to her 2 or 3 times. She would have questions. I was the district rep for the particular district that I sat in.
Okay.
And the judges would, when they would have questions, they sometimes would go to the rep. So she was outside of my district, but she would call me. She felt comfortable calling me to ask me the questions. I don't know if you know the racial makeup of certain benches, but it wasn't very diverse. So she felt comfortable calling me for advice. And she did that. And we had also in common that she was starting a private law practice at the time, and I'd already had mine up and going, and we talked about balancing the demands of the bench with their private practice. So we didn't talk that often, but when she had questions of mostly legal issues that would come up, she would call me.
I just want to make sure, because my question was just how many times, and you said 2 to 3 times, right? Yeah. Okay. And in 2022, how frequently did you speak in 2022? This is before you were appointed.
I'm sorry, perhaps Ms. Merchant's your timeline, 2022?
I'm sorry, 2020. 2020. How frequently did you speak in 2020?
2020, it was more frequent than 19, obviously, but
More frequent. Can you tell me approximately a month how often you think you spoke with her on the phone?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the granular detail. I think Mr. Wade can certainly answer however he wants to, but if we're going to go through every time they spoke on the phone as opposed to generally characterizing the relationship, it would be more detailed than is necessary.
Judge, I'm not going to go through every time they spoke on the phone. I'm asking for generally how frequently they spoke.
I think at that level, that's fine.
Thank you. About how frequently did you speak in 2020?
per month.
I mean, if it was 2 or 3 times that entire year, you can tell me that. If it was more than that, then you can quantify it by month.
No. We spoke on the telephone often. I mean, I don't know how many. I couldn't give you a amount of time because remember, COVID happened and the world was shut down. But so we spoke on the phone more than 2019, definitely.
Okay, let's qualify it. Before her election in 2020, how frequently did you speak?
You mean as she was campaigning?
Before the election. Yes, as she was campaigning, before she was elected.
It's 2 different animals.
As she was campaigning before she was elected.
Okay, so during the course of her campaign, we didn't talk as much, obviously, because she was busy. Fulton County is a large jurisdiction to cover. So we didn't talk a whole lot, but she did know that I'd gone through the election process. So when things would come up that she had questions about, she would call me and ask me. So
and just to be fair, I'm only
Ms. Merchant.
Judge, actually, he's not asked and answered. And I mean, I don't mind him explaining, but I just wanted to know how many times. I mean, if we talk about every conversation they talked about,
You gotta let him finish his sentence, and then if you need to redirect him or have me direct him, I can. Mr. Wade, you can continue.
Yes, sir. So sometimes it would be like a 3-second call. She would go, during your election, have you ever seen this? And I would say, no, but here's what I would do. And we'd hang up. She had a lot of professionals working for her, but she trusted my judgment, so she called me. And it'd be a brief conversation, but she called.
So my question was, how frequently did you speak with her prior to her election? Frequently? Infrequently?
More than 2019, but it wasn't a everyday thing, no.
In 2021, before you were appointed in November, so January to November 2021, the only time I'm talking about, how frequently did you speak with Ms. Willis on the phone?
In 2021, then it became frequent.
Frequent?
Yes.
Okay. But you did not work at the DA's office at that point, correct?
I did not.
So the affidavit that you submitted, you showed on it, you submitted one record that showed that Ms. Willis had paid a couple $100s for one flight, correct?
Say again?
The affidavit that you submitted to this court showed that Ms. Willis had paid for one flight several $100s. Is that correct?
No, ma'am. I think that, are you drawing a distinction for her paying for a flight or for her actually booking a flight? Because those are 2 separate things.
I will re-ask it. Okay. The affidavit you filed in this court, you alleged that Ms. Willis paid for one flight. Paid for one flight, correct?
No, ma'am.
You did not allege she paid for one flight.
No, ma'am. What I allege is that our travel was split roughly evenly. So where you see I have booked a flight or I've paid for a flight with my credit card, what you don't see is that she covered her own flight reimbursement to me. The flights that you see here are the flights that she would have booked with her own resources, with her own car.
And there's one flight, correct?
one flight reflecting that she actually booked.
Ms. Merchant, let him finish and then you can redirect him.
One flight that she actually booked, yes. The other flights I booked, she paid for.
So the affidavit, you submitted one flight that she booked and paid for.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the phrasing of that question. The line in the affidavit is not as Ms. Merchant is representing it. It said examples of the District Attorney Willis purchasing plane tickets for she and I with her personal funds were attached as an exhibit. It certainly did not represent that it was the only example of the District Attorney purchasing flights for Mr. Wade or for compensating other travel.
All right, understand this, Cross. I think that's something you can, it's now on the record, but also something you can take on cross.
Thank you. And just so everybody is clear, all I asked you is your affidavit, you submitted proof of one flight that she paid for and booked. That's all I'm asking. Correct?
With the explanation, yes, ma'am.
Okay. It's all I needed. You said in the affidavit that you roughly shared travel, though, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So this roughly sharing travel, you're saying she reimbursed you.
She did.
And where did you deposit the money she reimbursed you?
Oh, it's cash. She didn't give me any checks.
So she paid you cash for her share of all these vacations.
Mr. Schaefer, you'll step out if you do that again.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so all of the vacations that she took, she paid you cash for.
Yes, ma'am.
And you purchased all of these vacations on your business credit card, correct?
And what we're seeing on the top left
And
is
you
former
included
President
those
Donald
deductions
Trump's
on your taxes,
motorcade as he leaves the courthouse in New York City for the hush money payments case that was next appointment date was set for March 25th today. The case has not been dismissed. We heard him earlier talking about how this case is a disgrace. He said multiple times in his first statement before going into the courthouse that this is not a crime. He said he calls it election interference. He said that some of the people in the legal team prosecuting him here were put there specifically to get him. He spoke about how in the polls he's beating Biden by a lot, and he also was trying to redirect attention from him to New York City in both the statements before and after the court case today, saying, New York City is full of crime. That's what they should be focusing on instead of focusing on him. He called it migrant crime. At one point, he called it Biden migrant crime.
Yes.
And yeah, it looks like we're coming back to the courthouse in Georgia in the Fani Willis and Nathan Wade case. Let's tune back into that.
And those are under oath?
Yes.
Okay. And you also filed corporate taxes in 2022, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And tell me about your business. Do you have a partnership or are you a solo practitioner?
As it stands today?
Yes.
So today, I have a separate PC. My law partner has his own separate PC.
Okay.
So, but we're under the same umbrella, under the same roof. So we share expenses, we share income, and we split it.
So are you a partnership?
We are a partnership in the sense of we share expenses, we share income.
Are you registered with the state of Georgia as a partnership?
So, the WBC firm that included myself, Terrence Bradley, and Christopher Campbell, we were registered with the Secretary of State as a partnership for a short period of time. When
that was dissolved, though, right, in 2023?
I'm going to object to the witness to answer his question.
Mr. Wade, do you have something else to add there?
I did. When things happened and we excused Mr. Bradley from that partnership, it left Christopher Campbell and myself. So now you have two separate PCs under the same umbrella, sharing expenses and income.
Okay. So let me just narrow down my questions then. Are you registered? And have you been registered at any time in the state of Georgia as Wade and Campbell?
Wade, no, ma'am.
You've never been registered as a partnership?
As Wade and Campbell, no, ma'am.
Wade and Campbell, yes, thank you.
But as Wade Bradley Campbell, yes, ma'am.
Wade Bradley Campbell was registered on April 1st, 2021, and administratively dissolved on September 8th, 2023, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Other than that partnership, you have always been registered as law office of Nathan Wade?
Yes, ma'am.
Not with Chris Campbell?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. So the affidavit that you filed in your divorce case, the first one in 2022, I think I'm up to number 7. I'm going to just give you a group of exhibits so we don't have to go back and forth. I'm marking the 2022 as 7. I'm marking the 2024 as 8. I'm marking the credit card statements as 9, and your taxes as 10.
I've got object to taxes because of the relevance of them at this point. The relevance of this entire business structure doesn't seem clear to me as either impeaching or relevant to the issues that the courts under the court's consideration. But insofar as we're talking about tax returns and other things like that, certainly that should be redacted, and I would object to the relevance of it.
I agree they should be redacted. I don't agree to the relevance, but I haven't tried to tender them yet, Judge. I'm just marking them right now so that everyone can follow.
All right. And what is the eventual relevance that you were getting at here?
Well, I'm going to ask him because one of the things that we have to show in this case is a personal and financial interest. So, and he's talked about how he was reimbursed for these things, and so I have a right to go into the veracity of those statements. So let's see, 7, 8, sorry, 9. And then 10. All right, so right now I'm just going to show you what I've marked as these exhibits.
Ms. Merchant, may I see what you're showing?
Oh, yeah, of course. They're all from the USB drive I gave you. Other than the drive I gave you. I'm just Can I approach, Judge?
You may.
I'm just showing you what I marked as 7, 8, 9, and 10.
All right.
Just so you have them for your reference as I ask you some questions.
All right.
So, so these are sworn. I'm first going to ask you about the domestic relations financial affidavit. These are sworn. They're filed under oath, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the most recent one that you filed was filed on January 26, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
So a few weeks ago.
Yes, ma'am.
And in that one, you said that you made $9,500 each month, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You said that in 2022, well, in 2022, in this case alone, isn't it true you were paid $303,000, over $303,000?
I was paid?
Yes, in this case, Fulton County, by Fulton County.
I see where you're going. So,
and
all right, and joining us live from the New York courthouse is our reporter, David Lamb. Tuning in, David, great to see you there. What is the latest?
Yeah, hi, Steph. So the first day of the pretrial for Trump's New York case, it ended. It ended under 2 hours, and Judge Juan Merchant expects it to be a 6-week trial after it officially begins, where jury selection is supposed to start in March 25th, and the whole case should end by April or early May. Now, before the so Trump did make some comments. He said he was calling out President Biden again, calling him incompetent, and that Trump states that he's being unfairly targeted, but did show optimism. He said he will campaign during the nighttime and go to court during the day, along with many of the litigation that he's facing this year. We're going to cut to and play a soundbite to Trump right outside the courtroom. So while that's queuing up, now the media wasn't allowed to see Trump. There was heavy police presence around here. So we're behind these barricades. Only people with press passes were allowed here. The public wasn't allowed to go past along behind me, but now it's opened up. So right in the corner was where Trump exited. We couldn't bring tripods over there. Heavily guarded. A lot of police presence by the NYPD. You can see they're still around guarding the area, but it's more open now than before. We see many police officers inside and outside around the different blocks around this area. Now, during the court hearing, prosecuting lawyers and defense attorneys were arguing over what questions they want to ask the jury. And so that got a little bit heated up. Now, Trump did say before, why is this happening now? Why the litigation? This could have happened many years ago, he claimed. And he's just saying that, pointing to this is the opposition's way of interfering with his election and campaigning. But as mentioned before, she's showing optimism and still trying to push through.
Yeah, it does look like he's going to have a hectic schedule on his hands. Thanks so much for your report, David.
Yeah, thank you, Steph. Back to you in the newsroom.
All right, and tuning back in to Nathan Wade's hearing in the Georgia case. He's giving some pretty granular detail at the moment about his relationship with Fani Willis.
Right? Once that was dissolved, then the funds would go into a different account. My account, one of my accounts, and then I would disperse the funds between now Attorney Campbell and myself, one half and one half.
Okay.
Make sense?
It does. Let me be more direct then. So the Synovus operating account that you had for Wade, Bradley, and Campbell.
Yes, ma'am.
The checks from Fulton County from January of 2022 until June 17th, 2022. Those checks were deposited in that operating account.
Yes, ma'am.
Starting on July 15th, 2022, the checks you received from Fulton County up until May 26th, 2022, all went into an escrow account that you had at Fifth Third Bank, correct?
No, not all of them.
Not all of them?
Some of them, yes.
So it's your testimony that some of your checks from July 15th, 2022 up until May 26th, 2023, some of them went into an account outside of Fifth Third Bank?
Your Honor, I'm going to check to the relevance of the financial transactions.
How much money you made is highly relevant in this case. It's the personal financial business and where the money was, and I mean it's just a follow up on other things that he's testified to.
And why is how much money he made relevant?
Because he represented it's very relevant. He filed an affidavit with the court saying, with another court, he told another judge that he made $9,500 a month. That's what he swore to. And
all right, so this entire inquiry is just to establish that prior and consistent statement.
Yes.
All right. I'll give you a minute or two more to try that, but we're going to have to move on.
Thank you. So I know you're saying that you only got a third of the $300,000, but you were paid over, the firm was paid over $300,000 in 2022, correct?
So, Ms. Merchant, it's not what I'm saying. They're numbers. They're there. It's the truth. The funds were paid. They were divvied between the three of us, going into an operating account, expenses paid out of it.
Okay.
At the end of that, the 9,000 figure is what you have.
So that's where you got the 9,000 figure from?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And let's see. Prior to when you filed for divorce in November 2021, you would use Mr. Bradley's credit card to pay for things with Miss Willis, correct? And then pay him back in cash.
I've never used Mr. Bradley's credit card.
You've never used his credit card?
Never.
For transactions to anything with Miss Willis, out to dinner, anything like that? Hotels?
I've never used Mr. Bradley's credit card. I've never used anyone else's credit card. Not even my father's, and we have the same name.
And you'd pay back, if you ever did use someone's credit card, you'd pay back in cash, though, correct?
Ma'am, I've never used someone else's credit card.
Can you take a look at the bank records that I gave you? That's the largest tab you have.
For the record, which exhibit is this?
It is exhibit, hold on, Judge. It's exhibit 9. It should be the largest section you've got.
Your Honor, before there starts three questions from that, the exhibits haven't been tendered, and I maintain my relevance objection.
All right, let's see what the next question is, and maybe then that objection is going to be highly relevant.
Okay.
Is that an accurate copy of your Capital One statements that you provided in discovery to, is that an accurate reflection of your Capital One records?
That I provided in discovery to whom?
To your divorce lawyers, or that you provided in the divorce proceeding.
Is the question, does he recognize it by sight?
I'm asking if it's his statements, his bank
I
statement.
think that is the question.
Well, I mean, it's a thick document, but I believe you if you say that this is what my wife's divorce lawyer gave you. I believe it.
Your name's on every page of that document, correct?
On every page?
Pretty much every page, if not every page.
No, it's not on every page, no ma'am.
They're all Capital One bank records.
They are.
Okay. Just take your time, look through it. Tell me if there's anything that you think is not yours.
No, they appear to be.
Okay. And those bank records show that you paid for travel with Miss Willis.
You're asking about the contents of something that hasn't been admitted yet, right?
Well, I'm asking him if that's what it shows because I know that they're going to object on relevance.
Well, first we got to say if it's you've authenticated it, perhaps, and before we get into other details of what's in it, I think
I can
it needs
tender
to be
them. That's
admitted.
fine. I move to admit them.
All right.
Object on relevance.
On relevance. All right. And on that, overruled. Ms. Merchant.
Thank you. Those records demonstrate that you paid for travel with yourself and Miss Willis, correct?
They should.
Okay. And let's just talk about that travel.
Okay.
The first trip is Belize in March 2023. Is that a trip that you took with Miss Willis?
Are you asking?
Did you take a trip with Miss Willis in 2023 to Belize?
I did.
Did you take a trip to California with Miss Willis in 2023?
I did.
Did you pay for those trips on that credit card?
I used the credit card to book the travel, but understand.
She paid you back cash.
Well, let me say this. Let's take the Belize trip, for example, since you started there. That was a birthday gift to me, so I paid nothing for that trip. Zero.
Okay. So the charges that are on your card, she gave you cash for?
She did.
Okay. So all of the charges...
Excuse me, Your Honor, I believe the witness had finished answering the question.
Oh, did you have more?
I did.
Okay.
I wanted to get into the charges on the card because traveling with her is a task. You can probably imagine the attention that happened.
All right, and we are welcoming our next guest, and the Fani Willis and Nathan Wade aspect of this Georgia case. What's your initial assessment of what we're seeing so far?
Well, Steph, good to see you, and Chris as well too. This is wild to me that this is happening. You know, the good part about this is that the transparency that we're able to see this. If this was happening in federal court where no cameras are allowed, we wouldn't be seeing any of this stuff, and we'd just be kind of getting it secondhand. So, legalities aside from all of this, you know, which are going to be discovered in this motion that's being brought by Michael Roman and his attorney. This looks bad on the surface, and there's a lot of fodder here for Republicans and for the Trump campaign and for his attorneys and for his team in terms of the improper relationship, why this may be politically motivated. We're losing sight of the overall RICO case and the 19 defendants that were brought in part of this. And that's kind of what sucks about all of this is, and there's a reason why a lot of people did not want Fani Willis to bring these charges because A, they were kind of covered already in Jack Smith's indictments, and B, because of her office and some of the things that she's done in terms of trying to get other people reelected in the state and going against some of the normal Republicans down there in the state. So it feels politically motivated as we're all watching this play out and the semantics that are taking place in court. It just has the feeling, and the biggest part is it could be corrupting a jury pool that's down there in the state of Georgia that's watching this play out and unfold in front of them. And they're saying, wait a minute, these two had a relationship. They paid him $650,000. When you pay that kind of money, that has influence over a special prosecutor. And now special prosecutors are not supposed to be corrupted or not supposed to have that kind of money and influence held over them by the lead prosecutor in this case. So it stinks. To put it bluntly, Steph, it stinks. And it sucks that we're watching this kind of unfold. And there's a reason why a lot of people did not want Fani Willis to bring this case amongst this.
Yeah, and so what kind of impact do you think this could have both on public opinion and public trust in these institutions? It does seem like all of this is unearthing a certain uncertainty in these institutions that we are all hoping that we can trust.
Well, I mean, even in this questioning with Nathan Wade and Ashley Merchant, who's Michael Roman's attorney here, they know each other. They've known each other for years. The qualifying questions at the beginning of this were like, our kids play together. So like right there, just for anybody outside observer that maybe is not a legal beagle or doesn't know anything about legal analysis, never went to a law school, minored in criminal justice like me, you're watching that and you're going, wait, these people all know each other? Like they're arguing over when a relationship started, whether it was in 2021, 2022. One of the attorneys was the defense attorney in that divorce proceeding for Nathan Wade. Like all of this is wild to watch play out on the surface. And it's, you know, again, for the former president, however you feel about him politically, you can look at this specifically and say, this muddies it. Like this truly is what I'm talking about when we try to unearth some of these different political motivations behind some of these charges. You know, we just saw he left the New York courthouse and his trial is going to be set to begin in March 25th. There's talk amongst the legal community and experts that I've had on the show, including a former Trump attorney, that have said that case is statute of limitations has run out in that case. That's a misdemeanor at best. Why are we bringing that? Now we fast forward to the other state case that's happening amongst the 4 jurisdictions that he's facing here in Georgia. And you've got an improper relationship. You've got now a potential jury pool that could be corrupted because they're watching this play out. And could they fairly decide if Fani Willis's team is bringing this because of the actual charges and what played out with the improper phone call and the asking for more votes? Or is it all politically motivated because she happened to be dating the special prosecutor? So I just think it corrupts the trust in these institutions. And it's not helping Fani Willis's case or the folks in Georgia that are trying to uphold the law and bring the defendants to justice in this case. It definitely doesn't help their arguments seeing this play out.
And it looks like from Nathan Wade's testimony here that he's saying that his marriage, he said, quoting him, he said that it broke in 2015. And so by his account, right, the marriage was in essence dissolved at that point in time. So his argument sounds to be that he was not having an affair, he was just having a legitimate relationship at the time. What's your assessment of that kind of argument on the aspect of trust that we're looking at here in this case?
Yeah, well, you know, and I heard some of that earlier before. He was talking about the irreconcilable differences that him and his wife had, and that he stayed on with the marriage just because of the kids and stuff like that. So I appreciate that transparency. The judge in this, Scott McAfee, is going to have to decide if this motion should be upheld and the prosecution's office should be, disqualified from trying this. And what it's going to do is inevitably delay all of this even further beyond the election. And it goes back to my broader point that I was mentioning before, is that There is a reason. Now, we didn't know it to this level, but there was a reason other attorneys in the state and other folks within the state had mentioned to Fani Willis to not bring these charges because she was involved, for example, in the Burt Jones fiasco that we saw play out about 18 months ago, where she was campaigning for Burt Jones's rival who was running for the lieutenant governor. And I happen to know the former lieutenant governor of the state, in Jeff Duncan, who's a friend of mine. So she was helping from campaign perspective with this person's, against who Burt Jones was going against. It just stinks, Steph. Like we're watching this play out and unfold. And this is like a small minutia part of this trial, a motion to see if there was an improper relationship. It just muddies all of the water. It confuses people that don't understand the legalities behind this. And the main part of this, as journalists will tell you, you don't want to bury the lead. We're burying the lead because the lead is there's 19 defendants and a former president charged in all of this. And it just stinks because it's improper of the relationship she carried. And maybe as they're going over this in their relationship, it's bleeding over into their work life and bringing charges that maybe should not have been brought. Regardless of how you feel about the former president, we can debate that to the high heavens, but this just stinks because she's not following proper protocol and disclosing when the relationship happened, the payments that were made to him, the influence that those payments will have over Nathan Wade. Like it doesn't look good on the surface. There's no way anybody could spin it in positivity for Fani Willis.
Yeah, and legally, this is a big week for Trump. We just heard from him earlier this morning saying that because of the ruling of the March 25th start date of that case, the hush money case, he will need to be campaigning only at night and mostly at night and be in the courtroom during the day. What's your sense of how these rulings could impact his campaign going forward?
Well, I mean, I think if anything we've learned from the primaries, it's not impacted the campaign at all. I mean, let's be honest. Look, as much as people try to prop up Nikki Haley, we're going to find out by the end of February. I think, I'm hopeful as other analysts that are watching this and covering this and also doing segments on this on television, I'm hopeful that we get to Super Tuesday and we get, a lot more states involved in the primary process to decide who will be the candidate for the GOP side. But it's not going to happen just based on, look at the polling data, look at how the former president performed in New Hampshire, in a state that was probably a little bit more, college educated, more independents could vote in that primary process. And they overwhelmingly, by 12 percentage points, chose the former president. I don't think this really hurts the former president in terms of a campaign perspective, at least on the GOP side right now, in securing the nomination. Now, when the calendar starts to, turn towards the RNC, which will happen, I believe, in July or August, and then when it turns to actual debate stuff and will that coincide, that's going to be a little bit tougher. But I think right now he has such a large percentage of base of the Republican Party that it's not really affecting his campaign message. And when you see something like this in news, it just further affirms some of the things that he's saying about, that this is all politically motivated, just given this relationship and what we're hearing today.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much for all of that. Mike Leon, host of Can We Please Talk podcast. Always great to have you on.
Thanks, Steph.
And we're tuning back into the testimony being given by Nathan Wade in the case that's examining former President Trump in the Georgia case, but this particular aspect of Nathan Wade's relationship with Fani Willis.
Did you take a trip with her to Aruba in 2022?
Yes, ma'am. So that Aruba trip there was a package deal there. My mother had recently retired, and I decided to take my mother on a cruise.
Okay.
And the second leg after the cruise concluded, D.A. Willis and I went to Aruba. So that was all one trip, if you will.
Okay. So my question was, did you go with D.A. Willis to Aruba in 2022?
I did.
Thank you. And you paid for that trip using your business credit card, correct?
I did.
Okay. And you paid for a cruise as well, correct?
That's the cruise I was referencing with D.A. Willis, my mother, and myself.
Okay, and because there's two cruises, so let's just talk about the first one. So the first one was that's the one with your mother.
Yes.
And so you introduced D.A. Willis to your mother that trip. You all took a cruise together, the three of you.
Yes.
After the cruise was done, you and D.A. Willis flew to Aruba together, and your mom flew home.
Yes.
And you paid for all of this with your credit card, on your business credit card.
I did.
And are you saying that Ms. Willis paid you cash back for that?
She did.
And
But let me make this distinction though, because the number that you're looking at reflects the 3 people on the cruise ship. There were things that my mother and I did, just the 2 of us, that D.A. Willis didn't do.
And I'm not attributing that. I did not. My math is not good, but I did not include anything with your mother on those.
Well, you wouldn't be able to see it because it's not separated out. It just shows a charge on the account when actually it would have been something with my mother and I.
Judge, may I approach with exhibits 10 and 11? They're both certified business records one's from Vacation Express, one's from H2.
I thought 10 was taxes.
I'm sorry, 11 and 12. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Thank you. And these are business records, Judge. They have the certification, so I moved to admit them.
All right. Defense 11 and 12. Ms. Cross.
Based on Ms. Merchant's representation that they are true and accurate as to the certification that was provided to her, we have no objection.
All right. Again, seeing no other objection, they're admitted.
So the trip to Aruba alone for you and D.A. Willis was $3,835.26, correct? Just Aruba.
I'm looking for the amount.
Which exhibit? Question amount 11 or 12?
This one is 11.
Yes, ma'am. $3,835.26.
And then the Royal Caribbean for just you and Miss Willis was $1,269.70, correct?
No, ma'am.
Your mother's got a different line item on there. I'm talking about the cruise, the actual cruise cabin.
Which page?
We're on the receipts. There's just a few pages of receipts on exhibit number 11.
Okay. I'm in 11. Can you direct me to where you are in exhibit 11?
The receipt for Royal Caribbean.
All right, and we were just watching the Georgia case, the hearing of Fani Willis and Nathan Wade. Basically, one of the co-defendants in the Georgia case alleges that they had inappropriate relationships, and the judge, Scott McAfee, says that there could be grounds for disqualification if what that attorney is alleging is true. So they're having this hearing now to talk about, to discover whether or not it is true.
And we'll be tuning back into that hearing in just a few moments. But first up, we will hear from legal analysis from our next guest.
That's Will Scharf, former federal prosecutor and attorney for President Trump. Thank you so much for joining us today, Will. What are your thoughts so far on what we've seen in this case in Georgia?
I mean, I think this morning has been eye-opening. I think it's been damning to the prosecution. I think it's becoming increasingly clear that both Nathan Wade and Fani Willis have materially misrepresented aspects of their relationship to the court. I think the argument that Fani Willis has an irretrievable financial conflict in this case, the argument for disqualification and potentially dismissal after this morning's proceedings just looks stronger and stronger and stronger.
Yeah, and Merchant has said before this hearing today, we are focusing on what the judge asked as us to show him, she says, the personal and financial benefits that Willis got from Wade. What do we know so far about any such personal benefits based on today's hearing?
Well, we know, first of all, based on witness testimony this morning, that Nathan Wade and Fani Willis have lied about when their relationship started, which is a crucial point. Fani Willis hired her secret boyfriend, essentially, to prosecute this case after they were already dating. So in terms of showing that Fani Willis had a personal financial motive in the way this case was conducted, or knew that that was a real possibility, the evidence this morning strongly supports that. Judge McAfee seems very focused on this issue of financial entanglement. And I think the testimony this morning and the testimony we're likely about to hear from Nathan Wade is going to strengthen the argument for disqualification quite significantly.
Okay, and presiding Judge Scott McAfee is saying the defense attorney's allegations could entail disqualification of DA Fani Willis, like we're talking about. What would that mean if she's disqualified?
If she's disqualified, a different prosecutor could be appointed to supervise this case. That prosecutor might have a very different view of how this case should be conducted, or whether it should be brought and prosecuted at all. But it speaks to sort of the underlying corruption with the way that this case was brought. You remember when the indictment first came down, there were these sort of breathless reports about President Trump and all of his co-defendants being charged under the Georgia RICO statute. It was all very sensationalist. I think if a prosecutor were appointed to take over the case at this point, they would take a much more measured approach. I would assume that they would re-examine the evidence and really inquire as to whether this case should have been brought in the first place. And that could easily lead to a dismissal of this whole thing. It's important to note that, at this point, it's tough to see how Fani Willis and Nathan Wade aren't themselves fact witnesses in this case, which would also present an irretrievable conflict for both of them. So I think so far this has been a very good day for President Trump, for his co-defendant Mike Roman, for all the other co-defendants. And I expect things are going to get worse, not better, for the prosecution here.
Yeah, and Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade settled his divorce case a day before a hearing that could have included info about his relationship with DA Fani Willis. How are you looking at that move in retrospect with all that's going on?
I mean, I think it shows that he's very scared of what those proceedings could have revealed. It's sort of indicative of a guilty conscience. But I think that, his testimony, we were just listening to it before I came on, he's obviously deeply concerned about this financial conflict of interest that he and Willis created for themselves. And if that's proven, that's potentially, it could lead to criminal charges against both him and Willis. You're talking federal honest services fraud potentially, or other similar federal felony offenses. So if I'm Nathan Wade right now, I'm deeply, deeply concerned with all of these facts coming to light, and I think the same applies to Fani Willis.
And what do you think the outcome of this case will be that we're talking about?
I mean, I think that all of the defendants here are going to be completely exonerated. I don't think there was ever any basis to bring this case in the first place. But certainly these procedural irregularities, to say it lightly, could lead to dismissal of the entire case. I think that the likelihood of this case proceeding the way it was first reported when charges were handed down is essentially slim to nil. I mean, this has just turned into an absolute circus. And the losers really are the American people, who have had to suffer through this perversion of our justice system to, I believe, unlawfully pursue President Trump and his co-defendants in this jurisdiction.
And Will, let's look at the case in New York which just wrapped up. It was not dismissed. Trump spoke twice before and after his court appearance, before and after the court hearing, that he was saying that this is not a crime. He said that multiple times. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, I think the whole Alvin Bragg indictment in New York, again, is another case that should have never been brought. If President Trump wasn't the defendant, it would never have been brought. I mean, what they're basically saying is that payments that President Trump made to his lawyer that were then termed legal expenses should have been classified as campaign expenses. It's a very weird legal theory. It's a legal theory that's totally untested in the courts. A case like this has never been brought before. And it just goes to show how exceptional this campaign of lawfare against President Trump, I believe with the intent of interfering with the 2024 election, is. I mean, Alvin Bragg and his team have really stretched the law to its breaking point to attempt to string together a case there. And I was disappointed that the judge seems disinclined to dismiss the charges now. But certainly on appeal, I think there would be numerous grounds to dismiss the case altogether, if it even gets there. I think the evidence in that case is just so weak, so reliant on Michael Cohen, a known perjurer and just wildly unreliable witness, that it's tough to see how that case moves forward the way that I think Alvin Bragg initially planned.
And what's next in this case is a court appointment on March 25th. Can you tell us what we can expect then?
So the judge seems to have indicated that jury selection will begin on that date. So at that point, you would have jurors brought in. There would be a voir dire process. Questions, some of which are now being prearranged between the prosecution, the defense, and the judge, would be posed to the jurors to make sure that the jurors would be able to, in an unbiased fashion, judge the facts in the case. It's important to note that my colleague Todd Blanche, I think, very aggressively and very, very strongly made the argument this morning that given all of the press attention given to the civil case that's been brought against President Trump and the Trump Organization, the E. Jean Carroll defamation case, it's going to be very, very difficult to seat an unbiased jury in that jurisdiction. So that's going to be the real challenge with jury selection. I think it was a mistake for the judge to schedule the trial the way that he did. But again, we're seeing in courts all across America, especially true of Jack Smith and the two federal prosecutions, this rush to get President Trump on trial before the 2024 election. Now, when I was a prosecutor, we were instructed that prosecutions are never supposed to be conducted on a political timeline. They're never supposed to appear political. That rule book seems to have been thrown out the window in New York and with the federal cases in this mad rush to get President Trump on trial on I believe, a fundamentally political timeline, not a legal timeline.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking with another expert earlier today about just how all of this is unprecedented. No former president has received an indictment like this, like any of these. And here we are, Donald Trump with multiple indictments, plus the Colorado ballot disqualification case. Can you help us make sense of this? What does all this mean for the United States?
Look, I think this is a conspiracy to interfere in the 2024 election that's ultimately being stage managed by the Biden White House, by the Biden White House counsel's office. Remember, the key prosecutor on Alvin Bragg's team in New York, Colangelo, he was in the White House counsel's office just a short while ago and also previously worked for Letitia James, the AG in New York, who brought the civil action against President Trump. Similarly, Nathan Wade, according to his billing records, was at the White House counsel's office on November 18th, 2022, the same day that Jack Smith was appointed special counsel. I think when you take all of the facts and put together a coherent picture of what's going on, this is a concerted effort, I believe, guided by President Biden's public statements on the matter, to force President Trump to defend himself in courtroom after courtroom after courtroom, to interfere with his First Amendment right to run for office, and ultimately the First Amendment rights of every American citizen to vote for a presidential candidate of their choice. I think it's a perversion of our system of justice, a perversion of the rule of law. I think it's outrageous.
Will Scharf, former federal prosecutor and attorney for former President Trump, thank you so much for your time and for your comments.
Great to be with you guys.
And we're tuning back into the courtroom in Fulton County, Georgia, in the hearing about DA Fani Willis and her relationship with Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade.
Your relationship with Miss Willis in social settings.
No, I heard the question. I just need to understand what you're asking me. What relationship when...
Your personal relationship with Miss Willis. Unqualified, I'm sorry. Did you discuss your personal relationship, your private, personal, romantic relationship with Miss Willis in social settings?
No, ma'am.
You've never discussed it in social settings?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever discuss it in front of Robin Yurdy in a non-social setting?
No, ma'am. Miss Willis is a very, as am I, we're private people. Not, our relationship wasn't a secret. It was just private. So, not at all. I wouldn't have discussed my relationship with Miss Yurdy or anyone else publicly.
Okay. I actually did have some questions just about the invoices. If you want to just...
These are the documents that you're referring to?
Yeah, they are. It's all of his invoices.
And what kind of questions would these be other than the invoices say what they say?
It just that yes, that they say what they say.
All right.
Just talk about them. That's fine. No.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. At this point, we'll take a break. I'll ask the parties to take a look at. What had you marked that as a defense exhibit?
I have his contracts in his invoices that I'm about to mark. So before he leaves me, I just want to make sure that the state doesn't have any objections.
But those are marked as?
They're about to be marked. As
Exhibit 14?
14, 15, 16, 17, and 18.
All right, so 14 through 18. So ask state take a look at those.
We'll take a look at those and see if I can match them up with the certified documents that we're.
All right, and then we'll address whether they are tendered for the record when we come back, and from there, then we would turn over to the remainder of defense counsel and then the state for any examination as well. So to that end, let's take 45 minutes. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. Mr. Wade, you're still under oath, and I'd ask you not to speak with any other witnesses about your testimony or about any testimony that's already occurred.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll be in recess.
All right, and we just the court is going on break. We just heard Nathan Wade giving testimony about his relationship with Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis. A few big revelations. He said that his marriage was effectively broken in 2015, and he stayed with his wife to make sure the kids had a father in their life before they went to college. And after he dropped his youngest off at college, he says that he filed for divorce. He also said that his relationship began with his romantic relationship with Fani Willis began in early of 2022, which contradicts directly witness testimony of Fani Willis's good friend, not best friend, who knew her for over 20 years, was good friends with her for over 20 years, from 91 to 2022. Yurty, her name is, she said that the two, Wade and Willis, had a romantic relationship as early as maybe October or November 2019, 3 years prior to when Wade said the relationship began.
Yeah, and the hearing got off to a slow start. We had many objections and questions about attorney-client privilege, but we will be tuning back in to future coverage. But first up, stay tuned after the break.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright.
Thousands of kids just like me are happy every day.
And it's all because of generous people like you who support Shriners Hospitals for Children every month.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen or go online to loveshriners.org right now with your monthly gift.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me.
If you're happy and you know it, dance around. If you're happy and you know it, play a song.
If you're happy and you know it, and your face will surely
Shop.
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Will today be the day you send your love to the rescue?
When you call the number on your screen right now and give as little as $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a child, just like Sarah.
Your monthly gift today could change your life forever.
Because of you.
We are happy and we know it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away.
Hi everyone watching at home. We're here to remind you that if you or someone you know were injured in an accident that was not your fault, listen up. We have live agents available right now to answer your questions and tell you how much your case is potentially worth. Hi, I'm Gina Bellich, here with spokesman and TV personality Tom Mustin with us in the Help Center. So Tom, phones are really busy over there. Tell us what kind of calls you're seeing.
Well, Gina, first off, thank you for having me here in the call center with you. We always enjoy talking to the viewers and getting folks the compensation that they deserve. You know, we're seeing calls about all kinds of accidents, but the most common by far has been car accidents. So if you or someone you know were injured in an accident that was not your fault, give us a call right now. You'll speak with a live person. They'll answer any questions you have and tell you if you have a case and how much your case is potentially worth.
Thanks, Tom. All right, folks at home, you heard it. Take advantage of this opportunity and call now.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the Trump trials. Two significant cases being heard today. First up, we're going to tune into a soundbite from earlier today, former President Trump speaking outside the New York courthouse where his case was decided and a trial date was set for the hush money case. Let's tune in.
So instead of being in South Carolina and other states campaigning, I'm stuck here. It's an election interference case. Nobody's ever seen anything like it in this country. It's a disgrace. It's a disgraceful situation, actually. And we'll just have to figure it out. I'll be here during the day and I'll be campaigning during the night. Biden should be doing the same thing, but he'll be sleeping. This is all from the DOJ. This all comes out of Washington. They're coordinated with the district attorney and the AG. The case tomorrow, which is a rigged deal, is all coordinated with the district attorney, and it's coordinated with the Attorney General of New York, Letitia James, who ought to be ashamed of herself. She's campaigned for years of trying to get Trump without knowing anything about me. It's all a rigged. It's a rigged state, it's a rigged city, it's a shame. What they ought to do is go out and take care of the violent crime and the migrant crime that's destroying people and killing people. Not a case that everybody says, you take a look at the legal documents and the legal scholars writing about this, they say there's no crime. This is no crime. But outside, right outside their courthouse, this courthouse, people are being murdered. So it's a very unfair situation. They want to keep me nice and busy so I can't campaign so hard, but maybe we won't have to campaign so hard because the other side is incompetent. The other side's done a horrible job running this country. They've done a horrible job at the border. You take a look at New York with the hundreds of thousands of people pouring in from other countries all over the world. You just take a look at what's happening. And I'm going to have to sit here for months on a trial. I think it's ridiculous. It's unfair. A trial that legal scholars say there's no crime. They say there's no crime. Now, somebody asked a question about NATO before. All I can say is this. NATO countries have to pay up. They have to pay their bills. The United States is in for $200 billion, and they're in for $25 billion. The economy, as you know, their economy, when you add them up, add up the countries that make up NATO, it's about the same size as our economy. So we're in for $200 billion, they're in for $25 billion, and it's much more important to them because we have an ocean in between. It's a much different thing. So the NATO countries have to pay up. They're not paying up, they're not paying what they should, and they laugh at the stupidity of the United States of America, where we have a guy that gives $60 billion every time somebody comes and asks for it. We shouldn't be doing that. They're laughing at us. They think we're the stupid country because of our leadership. But as far as this is concerned, it's election interference by Biden because it's the only way he can think to get elected, because he's accomplished nothing. But I'm honored to sit here. I'm honored to sit here day after day after day on something that everybody says, the greatest legal scholars say, it's not even a crime. Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to head into break, but when we come back, we're going to have NTD's legal correspondent Arlene Richards here to discuss the ongoing case in Georgia, as well as the New York case. Stay tuned.
If you're living with diabetes, this is the sound that could change your life.
Great news for people living with diabetes. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor and eliminate routine finger sticks. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over.
Just call 800-215-1658.
If you use insulin daily to manage your condition, a continuous glucose monitor could help you control your diabetes and reduce or eliminate those painful finger sticks. If you have Medicare or private insurance, US Med can deliver a CGM system right to your door. And if you qualify, there may be little or no cost to you. Shipping is free, and we'll even bill your insurer directly. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Just call 800-215-1658. That's 800-215-1658.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm here to tell you about my new product from MyPillow, towels that actually work. Watch this absorbency test. Here's another towel that we randomly went out and bought. Here's one of my towels with the nice design. I don't know if you can see this, but you could line a swimming pool with this. I mean, this is crazy. Get rid of it. Towels that actually work. What a concept. I'm interrupting this commercial to let you know you can get our 6-piece My Towels, regular $69.98, now only $29.98. Or you can save 25% on our brand new kitchen towels, made with the same technology as our famous My Towels. Also, we have bath sheets, bath towels, washcloths, hand towels, and so much more. And the best part, with your promo code, your entire order ships absolutely free. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use that promo code to get deep discounts on all My Towels. And for a limited time, your order ships absolutely free.
Life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome. Prediabetes does. One in 3 adults has prediabetes, and you could be one of them. There are usually no signs for prediabetes, so it's important to understand your risk. With early diagnosis, prediabetes can be reversed. And you can change the outcome. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test today. Go to doihaveprediabetes.org.
If you're living with diabetes, this is the sound that could change your life.
Great news for people living with diabetes. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor and eliminate routine finger sticks. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over.
Just call 800-215-1658.
If you use insulin daily to manage your condition, a continuous glucose monitor could help you control your diabetes and reduce or eliminate those painful finger sticks. If you have Medicare or private insurance, US Med can deliver a CGM system right to your door. And if you qualify, there may be little or no cost to you. Shipping is free, and we'll even bill your insurer directly. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Just call 800-215-1658. That's 800-215-1658.
Welcome back. We are joined now by NGD's legal correspondent, Arlene Richards, to discuss the case in Georgia. We're hearing, we were tuning into a hearing before, an evidentiary hearing about Fani Willis's relationship with Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade. Arlene.
Well, I want to start by saying how this all came about, this hearing, because there's a little bit of a background that maybe our viewers don't know about yet. So this all started from a motion that was filed by one of the defendants named Michael Roman. And this woman who's asking the questions, Ashley Merchant, is his attorney, the lady in the purple dress. And they accused Willis and Wade of having a personal relationship, which they have now admitted to. And they said that this relationship was a conflict of interest in the case because she's benefiting financially from it. And so what this hearing is about is a way for this attorney to prove how she's financially benefiting from this relationship and benefiting from the case. So there's a lot of questions being asked of Mr. Wade right now that we've just seen about his income, about trips that they've taken together, about, you know, who paid for what, this sort of a thing. And what they're trying to establish here is that she hired him to be the lead attorney or lead prosecutor in this case. And according to some of what they say in the papers, he has the least experience. They're saying he has no prosecutorial experience, not as much as the other prosecutors who are working on this case. And there are, I think, 2 or 3 others. And they're saying he's getting paid top dollar, or compared to them, he's getting paid, I think they're getting paid $150 an hour, he's getting paid like $250 an hour. And at one point they said he's made approximately $700,000. And the problem is they're getting all of this information from filings made for his divorce proceeding. He is divorced now, but it was ongoing previously. And in that divorce proceeding, his ex-wife had said he made somewhere around $700,000 and didn't share any of it with her. And this is kind of where I think they started this motion or accusations of saying there's a conflict of interest. And so what they're trying to establish here in this hearing for the judge, because they didn't have any independent evidence, it was all kind of like hearsay. So they have to have these witnesses come in and testify as eyewitnesses, people who were there, who saw, who know Nathan Wade and Miss Willis and who know about the relationship. They need to talk to people who know about the income that he's been getting and how it's been paid from the county, things like this. And so earlier, I think there was a witness named Robin Yurdy. And Robin Yurdy had said previously, I guess, in a private conversation with the attorney, that she used to be Miss Willis's personal assistant. And as her personal assistant, she would have had access to her schedule, you know, what trips she went on, you know, where she traveled, things like that. But in her testimony, she also said she was a good friend with Miss Willis, so that she would have witnessed this relationship, which she would have known about it. And one of the points of contention is when the relationship began. Was it in 2019 or 2022? And that goes toward when he got involved in this case. So depending on how long he was involved, kind of goes to how much money, I guess, that he's been making from it. And it also goes toward why she chose him and not some other, maybe more experienced prosecutor. Why she chose him. So Yurdy says, or confirms, that it started in 2019. So if we have the clip, I'd like to go to Yurdy's testimony now, if we have it. Do we have that clip? No, not yet? Oh, okay, here it is. You got a tissue. I need a tissue. Tissue. I don't hear it. Oh, okay, so we're not playing the clip? Oh, okay, this is just...
Yeah, we did, so we did see some
So it doesn't look like we have it.
That's right.
And we did see some of that earlier today in our coverage. There were many parts that she was talking about her particular relations with Fani Willis.
Okay, so
I
see we don't have the clip yet, but hopefully we'll get that a little later. But what she did say was that the relationship started around November 2019. And she knows that because she was doing the scheduling and they were close friends. So she's saying because they were close friends, this is probably something Miss Willis told her, right? That she met this man and they were in a relationship, or she's probably witnessed them, the two of them together. But later on, Mr. Wade gets on the stand, right? So that's pretty much all that I saw that was established with Miss Yurdy, was that this relationship started in 2019. So when Mr. Wade gets on the stand, there was a back and forth about when the relationship started. And there's a conflict in what he says about when the relationship started. In his divorce proceeding papers, he says there was no relationship at all during his marriage to his wife. He says there's no, and so as far as the divorce, it just happened maybe a week or two ago, the official divorce. So they were married all this time up until 2024. You know, technically they were married, even though they weren't living together, they were married. And he said in his answers to questions in the divorce proceeding that he was not involved with any other person. He had not spent any money on gifts or travel or anything for anyone else.
And we do now have a couple of sound bites that you've queued up. Well, we can tune into those now.
Can we play the Yurdy clip?
Do you know if Miss Willis and Mr. Wade started dating in October of 2019?
I don't know if it was October of 2019.
Could it possibly be November of 2019?
Could possibly.
Okay. And when we spoke, you said it was shortly after the municipal court conference, though, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you know that their relationship, their personal relationship, began shortly after this municipal court conference?
Yes.
And when I say personal, romantic. I just want to make sure we don't get in an argument over what personal and romantic is later. When I ask you personal, do you take that to mean romantic?
Yes.
Okay. And do you understand it that their relationship began in 2019 and continued until the last time you spoke with her?
Yes.
And you were essentially her best friend during this time, right?
Not best friend, good friend.
Okay. Good friend. Okay, close friend. And so would you frequently socialize with her?
Yes.
And you saw her at work every day?
Yes.
So you had a chance to see them interact together on a personal level?
Yes.
And so from everything that you saw, heard, witnessed, it's your understanding that they were in a romantic relationship beginning in 2019?
Yes.
When did your romantic relationship with Miss Willis begin?
2022.
When in 2022?
Early 2022.
So you were appointed in November of 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
And your relationship started early. What's early? January, February?
Around March.
Around March. But you two met at an October 2019 judicial conference, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And describe your relationship at that point then.
Which point?
2019.
So I was at a judicial conference to teach a course, if you will, to newer judges. I did that in 2019. As I was exiting the conference, another judge was standing outside who was a friend of mine. I stopped and exchanged pleasantries with her. And standing, talking to her at the time was then Judge Willis. She introduced us at that time. We shook hands, exchanged business cards, and I got into my vehicle and left the conference. So that meeting was probably 3 minutes.
So here we see there's a conflict in the testimony. Ms. Yurdy says the relationship, the romantic relationship started in 2019. Mr. Wade says it didn't start until 2022 and that he had just met Ms. Willis in 2019. So there's a little bit of a conflict, or a lot of a conflict in their testimony. But the problem for the attorney, Ashley Merchant, who's representing Mr. Roman, is that she wants to establish that it was in 2019 that the relationship started, because the investigation into this case started in 2021. And she wants to establish that Ms. Willis intentionally appointed her boyfriend to be the lead prosecutor, because then she paid him more money than the other prosecutors because she knew she would benefit from it. So this is what she's trying to establish here. And he's saying, no, I just met Ms. Willis in 2019, and our relationship didn't start until after the actual indictment was even filed. So I had no interest in this case before then, and Ms. Willis didn't file this case just because I'm her boyfriend and she wants to make money from it. So there was another thing that an attorney expert who is a defense attorney in Atlanta pointed out about this. He said that this case against former President Trump, in terms of him making false statements about the election, he said this could have been brought back in May 2021, and it could have just been a case filed against former President Trump, and it would have been easy. It would have been a simple case, and he believes that former President Trump did make false statements. He actually believes that. So he said if it was him, he would have just filed the case back in May 2021, and it would have been an easy case, and there wouldn't have been all of these different people involved. But Fani Willis, he says, turned it into this really big case with 19 defendants, needing 4 prosecutors. It's going to take months and months and months, 6 months to a year to actually prosecute this case. And the longer the case is and the more that's involved, the more money she can make, or Nathan Wade can make. So that's kind of what his rationale is for why she may have done the RICO case with all these defendants, rather than just bringing a case against former President Trump himself in May 2021. And this is something else I think Trump has talked about. He had said different times on his social media that, this is a sham. This case could have been brought back in 2021. Why did she wait? Why did she let this investigation go on for so long and wait until, 2023, to gather all this information? Now, I don't know whether that's true or not, that she did this intentionally because she was benefiting from it. That, that hasn't been brought out yet, but that's one theory of why she might have done it that way. And as this lawyer is trying to lay out, because Nathan Wade is her boyfriend, who she thinks, the relationship started in 2019, she was helping him to make money, which also helps her. Now, Nathan Wade is establishing in his testimony that she shared in all the trips that they took, because the allegation is that they went on lavish trips and he paid for all the trips and paid for all the expenses. And he's saying, no, we went on trips together, but she paid half. She paid her share, but he doesn't have any receipts to show that. So he says he doesn't have receipts because he gave her cash reimbursement for the trips. So that's going to be, I don't know, I think she's going to have to find records of, he does say there are statements of his credit card that she can probably obtain, but he says he has no receipts and there's no record of Miss Willis reimbursing him. So that's kind of an interesting twist to this, I guess, because this attorney felt like she had it all in the bag, and that she pretty much, could show that this was going on. And now he's giving testimony saying, not exactly, he's testifying that Ms. Willis did share in those expenses, and he's also testifying that he didn't make all that money. So one example they give is a check was written to his law firm for $300,000. So she's saying, you got $300,000. And he says, no, I didn't. I only got 1/3 of that because we have 3 partners, himself and 2 others. He said, and that third came to me. And after expenses, I only made $9,500. This is his testimony. So he's kind of shooting down her theory that he made all these hundreds of thousands of dollars and took Miss Willis on all these lavish trips. And so we'll have to see later on what else he talks about. I'm just check my notes. I think there were some other things that came up in terms of the...
Arlene, we're going to come back to you in a bit. We're
Okay.
going to turn to Paul Kamenar, lead counsel of the National Legal and Policy Center right now. Paul, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
I want to start by talking about the case in New York today. How do you assess the impact of the judge's ruling today on Trump's campaign?
Yeah, well, the judge said that they're going to start the trial March 24th with picking the jury, and then the trial itself will take several weeks. And he denied Trump's attorney's motion to dismiss the case. And when they said, look, this is running right in the middle of the political campaign, the judge snapped back, well, that's not a legal argument, and basically put that aside. So it's pretty disturbing that this case in New York is clearly coming in the middle of the campaign, as well as the one in Georgia and the one in D.C., although that case, we're waiting for the Supreme Court to see if they're going to put a hold on that immunity argument. But I think that New York case is the weakest of the 4 criminal cases that are going. Alvin Bragg has brought this spurious case that basically says that the hush money payments that Trump made to Stormy Daniels, which, by the way, is perfectly legal, it's a non-disclosure agreement, it's done all the time, that he entered that on his business records as a business expense, which under New York law is, basically little misdemeanors, etc. But what's outrageous is that Alvin Bragg is trying to bootstrap that into a federal crime, that it should be a campaign violation, which, number one, he has no jurisdiction over federal law, and 2, both the Justice Department and the Federal Election Commission dismissed any complaints that Trump was violating the campaign law by basically paying back himself for the hush money. So the whole thing is ridiculous, and that case should be dismissed. Shouldn't have been brought at the beginning, but we know Alvin Bragg was basically headed out for Donald Trump to begin with.
And Paul, it seems the more intense the litigation against Trump becomes, the more decided his voters become about him. Is there anything in this trial that could shift voters' perception either way?
Well, I think it would shift it in his favor, because it's a clear example of selective prosecution, persecution coming in the middle of the election. Again, it's a financial type thing, that the money was put in one box in his business forms instead of another box. I mean, that's such a nickel and dime violation. So even if they convict him of that, I don't think there'll be any voters that will go against him on it, because it really is a spurious case, and I think he will win, if not on the merits, but he should win in having the case dismissed as a legal matter, because the legal theory basically is a far-fetched one to begin with.
Yeah, and to your point, Trump's lawyers say the Manhattan District Attorney's Office investigation resulted in a discombobulated package of politically motivated charges marred by legal defects, procedural failures, discovery violations, and a stubborn refusal to provide meaningful particulars regarding its theory of the case, unquote. How do you assess these allegations?
Well, I think that they're very good and very meritorious, and the judge just gave it the back of his hand. So, it very well may be that instead of the March 24th trial coming up, which this judge has said, they could appeal this ruling to a higher court, and that in itself may delay the case. But I think the judge in this case is obviously not taking the allegations by Trump's attorneys seriously, and he just wants to get this trial moving. He said he was on the phone with Judge Chutkan, who is the federal judge here, who's working on the Jack Smith case, in order to make sure that his trial date doesn't interfere with her trial date. So there's that communication going on. But I think there may be some more procedural motions to be made in this case that will still delay the date on the March 24th date.
All right, and let's take a look at the Georgia case like we're talking about earlier with Arlene, particularly the hearing that we were talking about today, focusing on DA Fani Willis's relationship with Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade. What are you seeing? What are you thinking about this?
Well, I think the evidence so far is pretty damaging to Fani Willis and Nathan Wade because it seems to be clear that their relationship started well before he got involved in the criminal case going back to 2019. And then his testimony about the trips that they took, that she didn't financially gain because she paid for half of that, but he doesn't have the receipts. He said that she paid him in cash for half this trip. I mean, that's thousands of dollars. I mean, what, is she going to an ATM machine and getting thousands of dollars coming out to pay him back? And even if she did that, there's a paper trail of that. So I think that she was probably using cash, perhaps, so there's no trail with, checks and so forth for her repaying it. I don't know, but what I'm getting at is there's a lot of things that don't smell right with this case, and we'll find out in further testimony this afternoon what further evidence they have. And then Fani Willis, will be taking the stand, as I understand it, later today.
Yeah, and talk about what we could expect to hear in her testimony if she's taking the stand.
Well, she'll of course deny that there's any romantic relationship that she had with Nathan Wade before she hired him to be the chief counsel. So I think she'll deny that. She may try to explain away some of the relationships that they had, that it was basically maybe professional, etc. And then with respect to the business trips, she'll try to argue, look, I didn't financially gain from those trips. I paid my own way, and I paid back Nathan Wade, etc. But all that can be documented, so it'll be interesting to see how she comes off as a witness in terms of her credibility. But there's a lot on the line here, because if the judge decides that she is disqualified from the case, as is Nathan Wade, that could basically sink this whole prosecution.
Yeah, talk about that. What would that mean? When you say sink it, Scott A. Bolden said earlier that it wouldn't really do much to this case. Explain how you differ from him.
Well, I think that she's the one that brought the indictment, and if it's determined that the indictment was defective from the get-go, because she had basically a financial interest in getting this prosecuted, because that way she can get money allocated to her boyfriend, I think that would be a fatal defect there. Now, it could be that the judge would rule that she is disqualified from the case, but that the case can continue, or there could be a superseding indictment, perhaps by another prosecutor. But I still think that in any event, whatever the judge decides, this case is mortally wounded, if not legally in court, politically, in terms of the public perception of how this case is being handled.
Got it. And Merchant, the prosecutor prosecuting Willis and Wade, she says, we are focusing on what the judge asked us to show him, the personal and financial benefits that Willis got from Wade. Just coming back to this, under testimony, Wade was talking about the $300 paid to his law firm, saying that it basically went to the firm and then it was divvied up between him and his colleagues, and of course paying for firm expenses. That kind of payment, it sounds like what you would normally do with any money coming into your firm. What does this $300 mean in this case? $300,000 mean in this case?
Yeah, well, actually, the amounts are up to around $700,000 and approaching $1 million in terms of the amount he was getting paid. Now, in terms of him splitting with his firm, that's their practice. My understanding is that kind of dividing it up with the three partners, 1/3 each, is not normal. Usually, you have a partner who brings in the case, and if he handles it, he gets the lion's share of the money and his partners get a smaller percentage. If he brings in a case and turns it over to his partners to do the basic work on the case, then he's just gets a smaller percentage for bringing it in. But I thought this 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 was kind of unusual. But even so, that's still a lot of money that he's getting that she is benefiting from, or allegedly benefiting from. But more importantly, if you look at his timesheets that he submitted for the work on the case, where he's charging $250 an hour, which under Georgia law, I think, was the cap that he could get. He has one entry where he worked 24 hours and billed 24 hours in one day. Now, you know, I've done some all-nighters working on court cases and so forth, but, you know, I take a little break, a dinner break or whatever. I don't see how you can bill 24 hours in one day. So I think
Paul, we got to wrap up. Paul
okay.
Kamen, our lead counsel, National Legal and Policy Center. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, and we have Arlene with us in the studio still. Arlene, while I was talking to Paul, I saw you nodding your head, you know, kind of an acknowledgement, recognizing some of the truth of what Paul was talking about. I'm wondering, yeah, what do you think about some of the things he was talking about?
Well, yeah, I think he's just confirming what we talked about a little bit earlier about what's happening here today with the conflicting testimony between Yurdi and Mr. Wade, and it appears that Mr. Wade is trying to establish that he and Ms. Willis were sharing in the expenses of these lavish trips that they were going on, but there's no paper trail, as he says. You know, she's paying in cash, which seems unusual that she would, you know, give her boyfriend so much cash. But as he says, there's still a paper trail for that if she's taking it out of, you know, her account, her bank account, then there should be a receipt for that, right? There should be some kind of evidence of how these trips are being paid for. Now, he said he didn't have any receipts, but he has statements. He has statements from his credit card. So those can be used in the same way as receipts could be used. So we're not, you know, it appears that he's trying to avoid, you know, admitting that he was paying for all of these trips and things and that she's benefiting, which is what he needs to do, right, to defend himself. And as the expert just said, Fonnie Willis is likely to do the same thing. She's going to deny that she's benefiting from this in any way and that, you know, she paid her fair share.
Yeah, and he was talking about how, you know, the outcome of this case, if Fonnie Willis is disqualified, it really could undermine the integrity of the basis of the case, the whole foundation of the case to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, I think it kind of goes to what I was saying earlier about how she could have done this a different way. She didn't have to necessarily have this big RICO case with 18 co-defendants, accuse them of conspiracy. You take all this time, over a year, to investigate with, I think she had 2 grand juries. I mean, this was really drawn out. Now, we don't know if Mr. Wade was involved in that investigation or not. I think the allegation is that maybe he was, and, you know, he's been making this money all along, which is why it's nearly $1 million now. But, you know, she could have done this simpler. And this has been said by Mr. Trump also in the past, that why didn't she just come after me in May 2021, if that's what this is all about, something I said or you think I've said falsely. So, yeah, I mean, it's interesting that she brought such a big case, and we don't know why she felt the need to do that, whether it was because she was helping her boyfriend make money, as well as herself, or whether it was for some other reason.
Got it. Yeah, you know, this case is just, it doesn't smell right. I mean, she brings this big case. It's sort of sensational, like he was saying, this sort of RICO case. And underneath it all is this relationship that becomes questionable. You know, the whole thing is, it seems like it's on shakier and shakier ground. It'll be interesting to see what happens in the next bit with, if Fonnie Willis testifies. We didn't know exactly if Nathan Wade would be testifying today, but it turned out that the judge wanted him to testify.
And what will you be looking to hear from her this afternoon?
I think there's going to be a similar line of questions. She's going to be asked questions about the trips, who paid for the trips. I'm not so sure they'll ask so many questions about the case itself and why you filed it. And they might ask, whether or not Mr. Wade was involved in the investigation and try to establish something there. But definitely they're going to ask about the trips, the money spent, receipts, this kind of thing to try and establish that she is benefiting from this big case.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they really have to look into the extent of what her benefit.
Another thing I want to point out is there was another witness earlier this morning, Terrence Bradley, and he was a former partner with Mr. Wade, and apparently they haven't been working together for a couple of years, I think is what he testified. And Ms. Merchant, the attorney who's representing Michael Roman and who's asking all the questions here, she had said earlier in a hearing on Monday that Mr. Bradley would be like her star witness. She said Mr. Bradley knows everything, and if he doesn't know it, nobody does pretty much. And he can vouch for all these things about the records, about the relationship, and so forth. And at that time, she also said that Mr. Bradley said he was getting pressure from his friends, his attorney friends, which are also friends with Mr. Wade, that they were telling him not to testify. So she asked the judge to please tell those people to stop pressuring him. So today, when he came on the stand, he immediately said, "I'm here against my will. I don't want to be here. I don't want to testify, and I don't know anything," basically. They didn't get much out of him. He also said that he couldn't reveal anything about the relationship because it was attorney-client privilege. And he said that because he was representing Mr. Wade in his divorce proceeding. So he tried to establish that started back in 2018, and that since 2018, it's an attorney-client privilege, and he can't answer any questions. So they excused him a little early. He might come back later after they work out this attorney-client privilege issue, and she might start questioning him again. I don't know if it'll be today, it might be tomorrow, but he might come back.
Because he will have some knowledge that is not related directly to the divorce proceedings.
Yeah, she believes he has personal knowledge about the relationship,
He's likely to.
But he's saying he doesn't want to talk about it because it's attorney-client privilege, part of the divorce proceeding. So she's trying to distinguish and separate that and say, well, you as a friend who has eyewitness, information about that relationship is separate from the divorce proceeding, and that's something that's got to be worked out. So he might come back.
All right, thank you, Arlene. We're tuning back into the courtroom of the case that we're talking about here in Fulton County, Georgia. Let's zoom back in.
Oh, you even got the screen protector back.
Yeah.
Waiting
for the case.
All right, ready, Ms. Taylor?
Break.
All right, we're back on the record. And Ms. Cross, did you have enough time to review the production of documents provided by Fulton County?
I did. Ms. Merchant had marked defense exhibits 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. Insofar as exhibits 15, 16, 17, and 18, there's documents that I recognize, and I don't have any objection to those. They clearly came from Fulton County. However, defense exhibit number 14 contains several items that did not come apparently from Fulton County, and I'm standing next to Ms. Merchant to show her. Okay, they're not in that group of.
I don't know. The county attorney, I have no idea what they did, but I got them from the county attorney. So if we need to turn back into the schedule.
I can't agree that the documents that are not in the certified bundle are properly admitted as part of exhibit.
Okay, Ms. Merchant, would you like to repackage and present to Ms. Cross defense exhibit 14?
They're exactly what I got from the county attorney. Apparently they didn't want to testify, so they gave us a certification, but didn't put these in. So they're going to have to testify if they're disputed because I got them from them.
The documents the difference between the two document productions what is the difference?
They didn't even get these.
Bank records, credit card statements, things like that, wouldn't ordinarily be part and course of the Fulton County records.
But I got them from the open records portal. So that's where I printed them.
No, I understand. But the difference in production, Ms. Merchant, you've taken a look at them and they're actually material to your case?
Yes.
In what way?
They're all of his invoices, Judge. And then he has this is what I got from them. It's all of his invoices. And one of the invoices, a reimbursement that he printed some things and put for the reimbursement. I don't really care if they take the reimbursement out because they actually are already admitted in the other exhibit I did.
I don't have any problem with the invoices. The invoices are clearly the records and contained in the certification. So if we remove the items that
They're already
are in dispute, then I don't have an objection to the exhibit.
They're already in exhibit.
So you're removing them?
Yeah, that's fine. You want to take them out?
All right, so again, let's
Sure.
have opposing counsel look at a revised Exhibit 14, and then I'll hear whether there's any objection.
They gave me mine.
The revised exhibit number 14 contains only the invoices that were submitted and the state has no objection to.
All right, then, not seeing any other issues from other counsel, we'll note Exhibits 14 through 18 have been admitted for the record without objection.
Here.
I think at this point, it'd be good to make sure we've got, I think, 1 through 18 with the court reporter.
Others, but do you want me to give them to the witness?
Let's, well,
Together?
if he's done looking at them, let's just get them all compiled and organized and with the court reporter in case other defense counsel are going to reference them.
It's a courtroom in Fulton where we're hearing witness testimony. It's a hearing about the relationship between DA Fonnie Willis, Fulton County DA Fonnie Willis, and Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade. Basically, the two, what's at the table is whether or not the two had a relationship before the Trump Georgia case began, the one where he has all these co-defendants. If the two did have a relationship before that case began, it could be problematic.
Exactly what you answered, okay? Yes, sir. Now, if we look on the interrogatory that I believe, as we indicated, they're really, I think, on page 2, the one that starts off, describe each instance in which you've had sexual relations. You see that one?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, that interrogatory begins, describe each instance in which you have had sexual relations with a person other than your spouse during the course of the marriage, including the period of separation. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Now, these were filed on May the 30th, 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, at that time, you had had sexual relations with Miss Willis, correct?
Well,
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the question as phrased. I think the question is properly at that time, certainly asked about his answer, but I object to.
All right, Mr. Gillen, I just ask you to rephrase, but I think you can make the same point.
Well, Your Honor, it's a specific interrogatory, and I would, so the words do matter. And I would like him to answer whether or not he'd had sexual relations with Miss Willis, because if he answered yes, then this interrogatory is a false interrogatory. So I would ask the court's indulgence. I'm not here to jump into some salacious bedroom situation, but this is an interrogatory that matters. So I would ask the court's indulgence.
Ms. Cross?
Questions have been asked and answered several times. I understand Mr. Gillen is coming at it from a different way, but this question is not substantively different than those that have already been asked and answered in the information that he is seeking.
All right, Mr. Gillen, I'll allow maybe this question and one more, but I think you are asking it in a different way, and I'll ask you to stick to the point.
All right. Now, as of May the 30th, and may I ask the question that okay, thank you, Your Honor. As of May the 30th, 2023, you had sexual relations with Miss Willis, isn't that correct?
The interrogatory, sir, asks during the course of the marriage and the period of separation.
Excuse me.
My response.
Your Honor, I would ask that the court direct the witness to answer my question, yes or no. As of May the 30th, 2023, had you had sexual relations with Miss Willis? Yes or no?
Mr. Gillen, let's start with at the higher level whether he believes he answered it truthfully, and then we can drill down into why or why not he doesn't, and maybe we'll end up exactly where you left us.
Well, but again, Your Honor, the point of it is that the words matter, and that we have to establish what did and did not happen, and then he can give whatever explanation he chooses to what apparently is a false answer. But I would like an answer to my question.
And you may get one. I would like us to start at the high level before we drill down into specifics to see whether he actually contradicted that interrogatory, if I'm making sense.
Well, the interrogatory is relatively direct and explicit. Sexual relationships with a person other than your spouse during the course of the marriage, including the period of separation. That's pretty simple.
Sure. Let's see if that's something you can get him to admit.
You did have sexual relationships with someone other than your spouse during the course of the marriage and during the period of separation, which included up to May the 30th, 2023. Isn't that correct, sir?
My answer to this interrogatory is none, is no.
So you're saying that you did not have sexual relationships with anyone outside of your marriage, and the period of separation is during the period, then you're answering the question to this interrogatory, correct, sir?
I'm saying during the course of my marriage, I did not have sexual relations to anyone, and this answer is no.
Well, again, Your Honor.
I understand. You can proceed, Mr. Gill.
We need a yes or no. Let's just get down to it. Did you or did you not, by May the 30th, 2023, have had sexual relations with Miss Willis, yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what you did is you answered no to that question, didn't you, or none, correct?
I didn't answer no to the question you just asked. I answered no to the interrogatory question.
And the interrogatory stands that you answered as a pleading in a civil proceeding, your divorce case, right?
Yes. No to the question you just asked. I answered no to the interrogatory question.
And the interrogatory stands that you answered as a pleading in a civil proceeding, your divorce case, right?
Yes.
Now, excuse me. The next interrogatory, let's move there. That interrogatory states as follows: identify any and all occasions in which you entertain a member of the opposite sex other than your spouse who is not related to you by blood or marriage. You see that?
I do.
Now, there are two parts to this. The second part is, I read on, or in which a member of the opposite sex other than your spouse, not related to you by blood or marriage, entertained you. And then it goes on to say, including but not limited to dining, drinking, in restaurants, bars, pubs, hotels. You see that, correct?
I do.
Now, as of May the 30th, 2023, when you filed this interrogatory, you had in fact entertained Miss Willis on many occasions, had you not?
Again, during the course of the marriage was irretrievably broken in 2015.
Well,
the
then
answer's still no.
Let's read what the interrogatory says about the time period required to answer the interrogatory. Because what it says is, it goes on to say, including but not limited to dining and or drinking at any restaurants, bars, pubs, hotels, or persons' homes from the date of marriage to the present. You understand what the word present means?
I do.
And present means the filing on May the 30th, 2023. Isn't that right?
It is.
So as of May the 30th, 2023, you have done a lot, or you had done a lot of entertaining of Miss Willis, had you not?
I had done some, yes.
And in fact, under your testimony, you would have said that she had also entertained you. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And so your answer to this interrogatory is false, is it not, sir?
No, it's not false.
Well, hate to dance around the. The answer is yes, you did entertain Miss Willis, correct? Right?
Yes.
She's not your spouse at that time or any time, correct?
That's correct.
She's not related to you by blood or marriage, correct?
That's correct.
But you entertained her, right?
Yes.
And during the course from your marriage, the period of time up to the present, so the answer would have been, yes, I did entertain somebody, correct?
During the course of the marriage, no.
Mr. Wade.
Mr. Gillen, I think we've made our point. I think it speaks for itself, and we can save that for argument.
I'll just follow up with one quick question. Do you understand what the word present means?
Your Honor, that's been asked of us.
I think we did cover that already as well.
Okay. Now, what has happened from the time that you filed this court document in May of 2023, let's go over some of the things that you had been involved in terms of being entertained or entertaining. Prior to your filing on the answer on the interrogatories on May the 30th, 2023, we've already established, have we not, that you had paid for a Royal Caribbean cruise to the Bahamas with Miss Willis, correct?
Yes, sir, with Miss Willis and my mother.
Well, your mother's not a part of this interrogatory. I'm talking about Miss Willis, okay? So you paid and caused to be paid approximately $3,335 on that trip, Bahamas trip, from October the 28th through October the 31st, correct?
Your Honor, objection. I think we've touched this ground several times already.
Mr. Gillen, let's cover new ground.
Well, I'm just trying to establish with specificity the things that he had done to entertain or be entertained prior to May the 30th, 2023. I'll try to move through it quickly.
Sure. Well, that's already part of the record in terms of his prior testimony, and so if you want to link those two things together, you can do that during argument.
Well, so let me discuss this. You indicated that during the course of your explanation concerning the Belize trip, that Miss Willis paid you all that money back in cash. Remember?
Yes, sir.
Now, the Belize trip had just happened, hadn't it? That occurred in March 18th, 2023, right?
Yes, sir.
So you're filing this maybe 2 months after you have gone to Belize with Miss Willis, correct?
Your Honor, again, I believe all of this is our.
I think you might be getting somewhere new. We'll see.
All right.
Yes, sir.
So we've got the trip in to Belize on March the 18th, 2023. You and Miss Willis, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, 2 months later, you file the interrogatories that speak for themselves that we've gone over a few minutes ago, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the March the 18th, 2023, to state the obvious, is before May the 30th, 2023. Will you agree with me on that?
I do.
Okay. So then you tell us that Miss Willis paid you in cash all the money for the entire trip. It was a gift for you for your birthday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm sure you probably have the deposit slips where you took the cash and deposited the cash into your account, don't you?
I did not deposit the cash in my account.
You don't have a single solitary deposit slip to corroborate or support any of your allegations that you were paid by Mrs. Willis in cash, do you?
No, sir.
Not a single solitary one.
Not a one.
Now, when Miss Willis would pay you in cash, would you scamper down to the ATM with her and as she drew money out of her account
Your
to
Honor.
pay you these thousands of dollars?
Mr. Gillen might scamper, but there's been no evidence that Mr. Wade does. I object to the phrasing, the argumentative nature of the question.
All right, on that issue, overruled.
Did you and Miss Wade scamper down to the ATM machine and have her draw out, for example, on the Belize trip, just on your payment would have been $2,794?
Miss Wade,
For clarity, yeah, thank you.
Pardon me?
Miss Wade and I didn't go to Belize.
No, excuse me, Miss Willis, I'm sorry. Did you go down to the ATM with Miss Willis while she drew out $2,794 to pay you in cash that you did? Did you go to the ATM with her?
No, sir. She didn't go to the ATM. She carried the cash.
Oh, and so she would give you the cash. Did you have a little place in your house where you just stack up all this cash that you apparently got to repay you for these benefits that you bestowed on her?
Now, Mr. Gillen, if I answered that, I'm putting myself in jeopardy. If I tell the world that I have cash someplace in my home, don't you think that could be problematic?
No, I don't. I want an answer as to whether or not you have a little cash hoard in your house where you have allegedly taken the money that you got from Mrs. Willis and went and put it somewhere. Where'd you put it?
No, sir.
Now, just put it on the hip and kind of walk around money?
Did I put it on my hip?
Yeah, just walking around money where you would spend cash yourself?
Let me finish. Did I put it on my hip in Belize and walk around with it?
When you got paid back, would you take the money, the cash that she gave you, and would you just carry it around with you for spending money around town?
So we have to break down each trip because, for example, for the cruise, she paid me the money before we took the cruise. So I was here and I could put the money in my pocket or put it away wherever I wanted to do with it. Other trips, she would give me the money there. So at that point, I could either spend it or put it in my pocket or put it in the hotel safe.
There's no special place that you would have all this cash that you would be getting from her that you've told us about to pay back for the benefits that you have bestowed on her?
The only special place that cash would have gone would have been to one of my children.
Okay. Now, are you aware, have you discussed these pleadings with Miss Willis?
No, sir.
So there's been no discussion between you and Miss Willis about the allegation concerning the benefits that you have bestowed on her. Is that correct?
For the phrasing, the benefits bestowed upon her, I don't believe that's an accurate reflection of the testimony, and I don't think that's appropriate.
I think overruled. You can answer the question.
Okay. When you said proceedings, are you talking about the divorce proceedings? Because we were talking about the interrogatories. To that question, the answer is no. If you're go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead with your answer. I'll hear the complete answer, then I'll follow up.
Okay. If you're asking me about this hearing, the proceedings of this hearing, have we discussed the financial piece based upon Mr. Roman's motion? Yes.
So you have discussed the financial piece. Where did that discussion take place?
Conference room.
Were you other people there, or were you and Ms. Willis discussing this about what your position was going to be?
The relevance of this.
No?
Mr. Gillen?
And the relevance has to do with suddenly we have a declaration from Mr. Wade in this case where he says roughly equal and then shows one alleged payment by Ms. Willis. No mention of cash, none. So I need to find out a little bit more about how suddenly we have this revelation about cash from the witness stand today.
Overruled.
So we part company there when you say no mention of cash. If I provided one receipt that didn't amount to what you would think was roughly equal, the rest of it is cash.
Well, did you in your declaration, sir, it was filed in this case, did you tell the court in that declaration that the expenditure that you had provided on behalf of Ms. Willis was paid for back by her in cash, yes or no?
I believe that I did when I said that the expenses were split roughly evenly.
If you could point to me any place in your affidavit where you used the word cash, I would appreciate it. Take your time.
I didn't use the word cash, no, sir.
No, you didn't use the word cash, did you?
But I didn't say that she didn't give it to me in cash.
No, you just didn't tell anybody that you allegedly got paid back in cash, right?
No, I told everyone who asked.
Today?
Yes, sir.
Now, who else was with you, if anyone else, when you and Ms. Willis were discussing how you would be handling the financial component of the motion here today, that is the personal benefits?
I'm going to object to the relevance of that, Your Honor.
Mr. Gillen.
Well, the relevance is if they know that they're going to be called as witnesses, they've been subpoenaed, and they are discussing what they're going to say, we need to know that. The court needs to know that. It goes to the veracity of Mr. Willis and, Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade.
Overruled. We didn't discuss how we were going to handle testimony.
My question was, when you were discussing with Ms. Willis in the conference room, when you were discussing what you perceived to be the situation concerning the benefits for the payments.
Yes, sir.
Was there anyone else present?
No, sir.
How long did the meeting take?
Probably 5 or 10 minutes.
Did Ms. Willis tell you what she was going to say?
No, sir.
Did you ask her whether she had any bank withdrawals that would corroborate the assertion that she would pay you back in large sums of cash for these trips to the Caribbean, Belize, California, on and on and on?
Your Honor, again, I object. The proffer, when the last relevance objection was made, was that Mr. Gillen needed to know who else was there. These could be potential witnesses that he could cross-examine. That question has been answered, so I again object.
Okay. I think it's still exploring possible bias or motive to shape his testimony, so overrule on that ground.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Willis, Mr. Wade, when you were having this discussion, did you ask Ms. Willis, do you have anything to support these cash withdrawals?
No, sir.
Did you ask her where she got the cash?
This is the conversation. I produced my credit card statement that showed what Ms. Merchant in her filing was representing. That was the conversation.
Okay. So when she would pay you back in cash, were you aware of what her financial situation was? Do you know what?
No, sir.
Your Honor, I object to the relevance.
Well, Your Honor, it's relevant because we've been bombarded with the book, Find Me the Votes, in which...
What's at issue is the financial benefit, and if that plays a material interest in an actual conflict of interest, so I think that's relevant.
Thank you. Now, have you read the book, Find Me the Votes?
I have.
You have?
I have.
Okay. Now, in that book, Ms. Willis is telling the authors about how financially destitute she was, or kind of hitting down on the bottom as she was running for DA. Do you remember that part of the book?
So let me qualify the response. I've read the book in parts. I hadn't had the time to sit and read the book in its entirety.
Did you read that part about how she's telling the authors about how little money she had and how financially she was in bad shape prior to when she was running? Did you read that part?
No, sir.
Did you ever have discussions with Ms. Willis about her financial situation, which was in apparently in rough shape prior to her being elected DA?
No, sir. Ms. Willis made it clear that her financial business was just that. It was her business. I know nothing about her financial status. I know nothing about how she was faring before or after the election, or even now. I know nothing about her finances.
Telling us that she didn't share that with you, but chose to share it with the authors of a book that's been published and printed and sold nationally.
I think that's a fair question for Cross.
I don't know that she shared it with the author. I don't know that the author is telling the truth. I don't know the author, so I don't know, sir.
Okay. Now, did you give an interview to the authors of that book?
I've given no interviews, sir.
So you haven't talked to them at all, correct?
I haven't talked to any media.
All right.
None.
Now, as it relates to the...
I'd like to, though.
As it relates to, again, from your bank records that you're aware of, there'll be no cash deposits, right?
I didn't say that.
Are there cash deposits which line up with the money that you have allegedly received from Ms. Willis to, quote, pay you back for her part of the trips?
So here's the thing. In my bank records, you will see cash deposits. You will see check deposits. I can't say that you look through the bank records and you won't see cash deposits, because I have two sources of income, sir. Income comes from my private practice, my firm, and income comes from the contract here with Fulton County. During the course of private practice, occasionally I will have occasion to deposit cash into my account.
And in preparation for this hearing and your testimony, did you go through your bank records to find out if you could locate any cash deposits that would corroborate your testimony?
No, sir. I didn't go through my bank records at all.
Now, so what you would do, the money that you received, of course, the money that you received from your work for Fulton County, that's public funds, correct?
No, sir. That's private funds. It's my
public funds pay you to do work for Fulton County, correct?
Tell me what the definition of a public fund is.
A public fund would be funds, as in not fund, but funds, money. Public money, as in money from taxpayers, either in Fulton County or the state of Georgia, pay you to do the work that you're doing here in this case, yes or no?
One or the other, I'm certain.
You know which one?
The case. I don't know which one, no, sir.
Now, you would take those public funds, and those public funds were then used, deposited in your account, and they were then used to pay on the credit cards for the trips that you would take with Ms. Willis, correct?
I object to the question insofar as the characterization of public funds. The witness didn't testify to that, and I don't believe there's been any evidence to that. Once it's paid to Mr. Wade, it's private funds.
Well, the point of it is that you got money.
All right, Mr. Gillen's rephrasing.
Yeah, I'll rephrase. Let's break it down. You got money from Fulton County for the work that you do here, right?
Yes, sir.
You would send in invoices, and they would pay you money, correct?
Yes, sir.
Those money, that private money, that money was money from either the citizens of Fulton County or from the state of Georgia, correct? That's what I mean by public funds. Agreed?
Well, I guess I'm having trouble with the notion that the citizens of Fulton County have paid me any funds. I'm not certain the funding source. I can tell you that either the state of Georgia or Fulton County has written me a check.
So that would be, those two entities are public entities, correct?
Yes.
So that would be public funds, right? Right? Yeah.
Yes.
And those public funds are from the same source that you would then use to pay out on your expenses for the trips that you took Miss Willis on, correct?
No, sir. As I testified to moments ago, I have income coming in from my law firm. I also have income coming in from the funds that we're here discussing now from either the state of Georgia or Fulton County and or both. I'm not certain what it is. So to say
Sorry,
that
I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
So to say that I'm paying a credit card statement with funds coming from Fulton County or the state of Georgia would not be an accurate statement, because the funds could have very well come from my private practice.
What percentage of your income in 2022 came from money where you're working on this case or from your partners working for the Fulton County office?
In 2022, I would say 50-50.
You think 50-50 in 2022?
Yes, sir.
What about 2023?
Probably 60-40.
60-40.
Yes, sir.
So the money that would be in those accounts, at least 60% of those, in your view, would be public funds, that those monies were then used to pay for the expenses that you had incurred for the trips that you took Miss Willis on, the cruises, the Napa Valleys, the Bahamas, correct? Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And now, what you did is that when you signed on in November 1st of 2021, that's when you signed on to be counsel for the anti-corruption matters, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, as you know, in your engagement letter, it doesn't say that you're signing on and your scope of work is to work on the Trump special grand jury investigation, does it?
No, sir.
It says that you're signing on to work on anti-corruption, the anti-corruption unit matters, correct?
Yes, sir.
Matters with a plural, correct?
Yes, sir.
So in your contract, there is no specific reference to any specific case. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, but you didn't sign on for the duration. There was a period, you have a contract, and then it would then expire, and then you would have a new contract, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, of course, the extension that you received, the first one was in November of 2021, and then you filed, or excuse me, there was a renewal in November the 15th of 2022. Is that right?
Sounds right.
Oh, okay. Now, that was right after you got re-upped by Miss Willis, right after you took Miss Willis to Aruba. Isn't that right? On that November the 1st, 2022 trip to Aruba, and through November the 4th, 2022. Correct?
What does re-up mean?
Well, re-up means that you came back, your contract was up, and then on November the 15th, you and Miss Willis signed a new contract for you, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when you were in taking her to the Aruba and on the cruises and the resort there, did you discuss your re-upping of signing an extension on your contract?
No, sir. But you make an excellent point. I'm glad you pointed that out. So the trip to Aruba, the contract was not in existence then.
So you're saying that you were not
under contract.
In your contract, did you send any invoices in for work that you did after your first contract expired?
No, sir.
You didn't?
No, sir.
So when that expired, that was it. So then you're saying that after the Aruba trip, you get re-upped with a new contract, correct?
I signed a new contract, yes,
Now,
sir.
was there any modifications on that contract? Did you get an extension on the cap that you were limited on the first one? Were there any modifications at all, Mr. Willis? Excuse me. I've done that again. I apologize.
I've been called worse.
Wait, I'm sorry.
I've been called worse.
Now, were there any modifications on that?
Do you have the contracts in front of you where you could?
I don't have it in front of me, but I think that Merchant's got it.
Because I believe as the work gradually, as the time of the work gradually increased, the hourly cap would would increase. In other words, starting out the investigation, it was impossible to anticipate the level of cooperation during the course of the investigation from some of the witnesses. So if you assume that there would be great cooperation with the witnesses in terms of interviewing and speaking and being voluntarily speaking with you, it doesn't take as much time. So after getting into it, realizing that most of the witnesses were not willing to speak or willing to turn over evidence or information, quickly you figure out that this is going to take a little more time than originally anticipated. And because of that, you have to compensate for those hours.
And that's why there was a compensation on your extension?
Yes, sir. The caps.
A cap. Now, did Mrs. Willis, did Miss Willis review your invoices with you when you would submit them?
Never.
Did anyone ever question whether or not you worked 24 hours in one day and billed 24 hours in one day?
I've never worked 24 hours in one day and billed 24 hours in one day.
Okay.
And I'm glad you asked me that question because I'd like the opportunity to talk about that.
I think you should. Go ahead.
So, if you look at that invoice where it says 24 hours in one day, it actually doesn't say one day. If you look at the top of the invoice, it says date completed. The date that's reflected on that invoice reflects the date that the work was completed. It doesn't say when it started. It just says this is the date that is completed. So if you go through the invoices, probably around the first 5 or 6, you'll see that that's the billing format. I would bill only after that particular task has been completed. That's why you see a 24-hour period with the one day there. I kind of wish some of the experts who had opined on that had called me and asked me the question, but there was never a billing of 24 hours in one day. Now, probably around the 6th or 7th invoice, you see the format changed. I started using a range so that it got less confusing, right?
I'm confused, so maybe you can correct it.
Okay.
In Exhibit 14, you've got down a specific day.
Mm-hmm.
Prepared cases for pretrial, November the 5th, 2021, 24 hours at $250 an hour, 6,000. No, this wasn't about a range. It was about the work that you did on November the 5th, 2021.
No, Mr. Gillen, look at the top of the invoice where it says date completed.
Yeah, what I want you to do, Mr. Wade, is focus on the date that you have down there and tell the court what you billed for on November the 5th, 2021. I thought it was already in. I thought 14 is in.
Again, Mr. Gillen, it says completed date completed. The dates that you see here are the dates that work was completed. So on November the 5th, I completed the task of preparing the cases for pretrial. That's the date I completed it.
Just read, if you would. Then my question was, read out loud the entry for November the 5th, 2021, and how many hours you billed that day. Just do that for me, if you would.
I can't do that.
Excuse me, I believe the witness is entitled to answer his question. That certainly wasn't the question that Mr. Whitman asked him.
All right, well, the question now is to read a certain entry. So
I just read into the record, Mr. Wade, on November the 5th, 2021, how many hours did you bill the citizens of Fulton County for on that day? Just read it out, please.
I completed the task on November 5th, 2021. 24 hours was billed at $250.
Now, when you talked about your relationship with Miss Willis, and your testimony is that it began in 2022. You remember that testimony?
No, sir. Our relationship began in
Your romantic
2019.
relationship began in 2022? Is
Yes,
that
sir.
That's
Yes,
your
sir.
testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when you were re-upped on this contract, you had a romantic relationship already established with Miss Willis, yes or no?
In 2022?
Yeah, when
Yes,
you were
sir.
re-upped on November the 15th, 2022, you had a romantic relationship with Miss Willis.
I signed the second contract. Yes, sir.
Answer my question, please.
I'm not going to use the words re-up.
Signed up on the we re-up or whatever you want to call it, your contract on November the 15th, 2022, you had a romantic relationship already existing with Miss Willis, yes or no?
I signed the contract, the second contract, yes, sir, during the course of a romantic relationship.
Yes or no, you had a romantic relationship with her at the time that you signed up the extension on November the 15th, 2022, yes or no?
The answer to that question is yes.
Thank you. Now, this was before the special purpose grand jury released any report. Isn't that correct? Correct?
Are you asking me if it's before the work was completed or before the special purpose grand jury actually publicly released the report?
When they
Those are
released
two
the
different.
report. Your relationship with Miss Willis already existed when the special purpose grand jury released its report, correct?
At the time the report was released, yes, sir. But
And-
you understand that the report, the work had been completed prior to the release of the report. You understand that?
And your relationship with Miss Willis, of course, was prior to the indictment in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, if I may just ask my folks over here whether there's anything I need to clean up on. That's all the questions, Your Honor, I have. Thank you.
Your Honor, I do have questions.
Well, Mr. State, I think we went through.
No, I had asked you for permission, but he was going to go first on this, and then I was going to follow up as the deferment was to allow him to go first. That's what I thought I had asked you.
All right, with the understanding next time, we're going to keep going in order and not skip around the order. All right.
That's why I brought it up, because I thought that's what.
Okay. All right. Mr. Sadow.
I'm going to try to keep my questions very specific.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to also, of course, try not to go back into specific questions that have already been asked. Okay?
Yes, sir.
When did your relationship with Miss Willis end?
2023.
Can you give us an approximation of, not by date, but by month?
Summer 2023. Forgive me. I'm a man. We don't do the date thing. Summer 23, I would say June, maybe.
Okay. Using the euphemism personal relationship, did you have any personal relationship at all with Miss Willis after the summer of 2023?
I want to make sure that I'm answering your question. Are you, because
Let me rephrase, if I might. The way it has been characterized in, for example, the response of the state, and I believe in your affidavit, is there's a difference between a personal relationship and a professional relationship. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm not talking about a professional relationship. I'm talking about a personal relationship. Have you had a personal relationship at all, and you know what I mean by that, after the summer of 2023?
Are you asking me if I had intercourse with the district attorney?
I was trying not to, but I guess If you're going to characterize it as that, the answer would be?
The answer would be no.
So it's been purely professional since the summer of 2023.
So that's where we're having issues.
Okay, you'll have to explain because I don't know what the issue would be.
No, I will explain to you.
Thank you.
You say personal. We're very good friends, probably closer than ever because of these attacks. But if you're asking me about specific intercourse, the answer is no.
How about if I change it from intercourse to romantic?
No.
Okay. During the direct examination, you made a statement, at least I believe I heard it correctly, that you, personal relationship, and now I'm talking about that characterized the sexual romantic relationship, was not a secret. Is that correct?
Wait. If you're asking me if people knew that we were having sex, no, they didn't.
I'm asking you whether the people knew that you were dating, whether you were romantically involved. You said that it was not a secret.
Oh, it wasn't a secret. It was just private. My mother knew, obviously.
Okay. Did anyone in the district attorney's office that has worked on this case know that you were dating or had a romantic relationship with District Attorney Willis?
I don't know what they knew.
Well, did you tell anyone?
No.
Do you have any knowledge of whether Miss Willis revealed it to anyone?
I have no clue.
Okay. So as far as you know from personal knowledge, no one in the DA's team knew, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So if it was a legitimate relationship, is there any particular reason why it was kept secret or private?
It wasn't kept secret. It was kept private.
And the purpose for that was?
It's what we chose to do.
I'm asking you why, though, not just because you chose. Why, if you're dating someone, why keep it private?
So, a few reasons. The first one is, and I want to say this respectfully in the right way, there are some people who are in the public eye who just don't like it, don't wish to be there. I have tried to have lunch or dinner with her publicly, and I can't count the number of people that would approach the table or would accost us as we're trying to walk into a restaurant and just have lunch or have a meal. It is not secret, it is private. We don't want the world asking questions or interrupting that time. So we weren't trying to keep anything a secret, Mr. Sadal. There's nothing secret or salacious about having a private life. Nothing.
I'm not suggesting that there was. I'm asking the questions. When you went on the various trips that have been outlined by both Mr. Gillen and by Ms. Merchant, did anyone in the district attorney's office know that the two of you were traveling on personal trips together?
To my knowledge, Mr. Sadal, no.
Okay. And again, that was for privacy, according to your testimony.
Privacy, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you and Miss Willis go to the Hapeville condo prior to your relationship starting at the beginning of 2022?
Prior to having physical contact, prior to having intercourse, did we go to the Hapeville condo?
Again, you keep going to intercourse. I'm trying not to, but fine. The answer to that, my question would be yes. Did you and Miss Willis go to the Hapeville condo prior to what I want to say November 1st of 2021?
Yes.
Okay, and the purpose for going to the Hapeville condo with Miss Willis prior to 2021 would have been what? Or prior to November 1 of 2021?
Could have been any number of things, because at that time...
That's what I'm asking, so tell me.
Yeah, could have been any number of things, because at that time, she had a friend living in that condo. Miss Yurdy lived in that condo.
Okay. So, it maybe was my question was poorly worded. Let me try again. Your answer is yes, prior to November 1st of 2021, you would have gone to the Hapeville condo and been there with Miss Willis, correct?
Yes.
And you would have been there, as you indicated, for many reasons, right?
Yes.
Can you give me, just list a few of the reasons?
Miss Yurdi resided there, went to visit her, maybe went to talk about a document that I received.
You would go to the condo to talk about a document that you received?
Absolutely.
Okay, go ahead.
Absolutely.
Any other reasons?
None come to mind.
None come to mind?
No, sir.
And would you say that was frequent? When I say frequent, do you think prior to November 1st of 2021, you were at the condo more than 10 times?
No, sir.
So it'd be less than 10 times?
Yes, sir.
So if phone records were to reflect that you were making phone calls from the same location as the condo before November 1st of 2021, and it was on multiple occasions, the phone records would be wrong?
If phone records reflected that, yes, sir.
They'd be wrong?
They'd be wrong.
Okay. Where did you live during that time period?
The same place I live now.
Which is not in Hapeville, correct?
It is not in Hapeville.
It is north of Atlanta, the city of Atlanta, correct?
It is.
Okay. And any other reasons why you would be in the Hapeville area on multiple occasions prior to November 1st of 2021?
Let's see. The Porsche Experience is there.
I'm sorry?
The Porsche Experience is there.
Okay, so that would have been one. Any other reason?
Yes, sir. The airport is there.
Airport in Hapeville.
Yes, sir. Delta Airlines is headquartered there. Let's see. Restaurants there.
Okay. If that's your recollection, that's fine. I'm not asking you to try to remember everything, but if that's
okay.
Okay. Did you discuss your affidavit filed in connection with the response with Ms. Willis?
No, sir.
Did you know, personal knowledge, whether Ms. Willis reviewed your affidavit before it was included with the response?
I have no clue.
So, as far as you know, personal knowledge, Ms. Willis did not know what you said in the affidavit.
I didn't give it to her.
That's what I said. You have no personal knowledge.
No personal knowledge.
And as far as you know, no one else has told you that she did or didn't.
I hadn't asked anyone.
We've kind of worked this up a little bit, and the numbers could be off. But according to our numbers, $10,000, give or take, would have been reflected on your credit card statements in connection with things of potential benefit to Ms. Willis, okay? I want you just to assume that. Assuming that there was $10,000 that you had on your credit cards, is it your testimony that Ms. Willis paid you back $10,000 in cash? I'm not asking about...
Can I object? The characterization of $10,000 for Ms. Willis's travel, I don't believe is an accurate reflection of what the numbers, at least the summary that I've been provided by the defense, would reflect. I think that's joint travel. Is that right, Mr. Sato? I'm sorry.
No, it's not joint travel. But all I'm trying to understand, I'll rephrase because I don't want to get bogged down on specific numbers. You would have received thousands of dollars in cash from Ms. Willis, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the thousands of dollars in cash from Ms. Willis, do you know, I'm not asking you whether she took it out of her pocketbook or she took it out of a suitcase. I'm saying, do you know the source of the cash?
Just that, out of her pocketbook. Yes, sir.
You don't know where she obtained the cash?
I didn't ask her.
And the whole time that she was paying you in cash, you never said, hey, why do you have this amount of cash?
Why would, Mr. Sato, in my practice, people come into my law firm all the time with cash. I never question where they got it.
Yeah, but we're talking not about people that come into your law firm. We're talking about the district attorney of Fulton County who, I'm assuming, receives a paycheck. She doesn't get paid in cash.
So just like you assumed, I assumed she got it from her paycheck. I don't know.
Okay. But of course, it's already been, and I'm not going to go back into it. You've not seen any records indicating withdrawals
of cash from Miss Willis at all?
Why would I ask her?
I didn't
No,
ask.
sir.
All I said is you haven't, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, can you explain why you filed for divorce one day after you were hired by Miss Willis? You filed on November 2nd of 2021. You're hired on November 1st of 2021. Why the day after?
You mean one day before? So
you filed for divorce one day after you were hired, right?
Okay. I'll answer your question.
Okay, please.
So in 2015, when my wife had the affair, we had a conversation that we would divorce right then. Again, the better practice, at least for my children at the time, was to stay in place until the youngest could graduate and matriculate into college. We did that. When she graduated, matriculated into college, at the time my wife had moved back and forth to Houston, to Texas. So she's in Texas. We take our child off to college. We come back to Georgia for a brief period of time. Divorce gets filed. She gets served. There we go. Now, the reason that date was selected.
Yes, sir. That's what I asked.
The specific reason that specific date was selected was because she was only in town for a brief.
Your Honor, this is attorney-client privilege. Why he decided to file his...
And why do you have the right to object on his behalf for attorney-client privilege?
Because...
Well, I don't make formal objection.
All right, there we go. And...
I believe that he's already attempted to answer this question and there was no privilege raised. So he's given a partial answer and now he's about to finish that. So first of all, I don't think it's covered by attorney-client privilege and I'll deal with that if you want me to. But otherwise, he's already answered part of it. So he doesn't get to say, now I'm going to stop. So.
Well, it was a long preface, but I don't think it ever actually got to what might have been at issue there. So if you can lay the foundation, we'll deal with the objection.
Okay. Take a step back, okay? You realize that an attorney-client privilege is the privilege of the client, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you, in connection with your representation, at least has been proffered.
And we'll be returning to that testimony of Nathan Wade shortly. But next up, we'll be speaking with Paul Kamenar, lead counsel at the National Legal and Policy Center, for analysis on the latest of that hearing. Paul, welcome. What's your take on what we're seeing just now?
Well, we're seeing more testimony about the source of the funds that Nathan Wade had and how he was repaid by Fannie Willis. And it seems to be kind of confusing and implausible in terms of that. I mean, he said that she repaid him thousands of dollars in cash that she took out of her pocketbook, and the attorneys are trying to question what he did with the money. Is there any receipts for deposits and so forth? He testified earlier that he just kept the cash, but certainly there's should be withdrawal records from Fannie Willis's bank account. So
right. You mentioned that earlier. So what is the process for proving that?
Yeah, so that's got to come out. The other thing that he was talking about when he was cross-examined about his billing practice, and as I mentioned before, there was one day, it was November 5th, 2021, that he billed 24 hours in one day, and he tried to explain that. He said, well, no, if you look at the top of the invoice, it was for work completed. So I guess what he's saying is that I did work on the grand jury that may have been several days before, but when you add it all up, I finished that work on November 5th, and it's 24 hours.
And how likely is that?
I don't know. It seems kind of strange to me, but what's undisputed that if you look at all his billing records, they're all based on full hours. Now, I've seen dozens of billing records, and attorneys bill on 15-minute increments or even 10-minute increments. And so you'll see bills for 2 1/3 hours on this motion, 3¼ hours on that, telephone call, 30 minutes, etc. So isn't it interesting that everything magically is rounded up to whole hours? So I think there's some funny business going on there with respect to his billing practices. But in any event, they're talking about his sexual and romantic relation with Fannie Willis. And, you know, I got to tell you, you know, he said, no, we didn't have intercourse. But as Bill Clinton said when he was deposed about Monica Lewinsky, he said he had no sexual relations with that woman, and yet there was other kinds of sexual relations. So I'm not sure that clarified his relationship with Fannie Willis at that point.
And how important is that distinction? Because the prosecutor took a fair bit of time digging into whether it's a sexual relationship, a romantic relationship, or a personal relationship. How important is that distinction?
I think it goes more into whether the money he was getting from his job was basically given by Fannie Willis to continue this relationship that she had with him. And I guess the more personal it was, the more interested in it that she was making sure he got paid. And he did admit that he was already in the middle of a relationship when he re-signed or re-upped, or however the word you want to use, an extension of his contract. So it's clear there that happened. And then there was a trip, I think, to the Bahamas shortly thereafter. So there is a lot of conflict that appears to be. Now, I'm not sure if Fannie Willis is in the courtroom or not. I think she's in the back. Do you know that for sure or not?
You know, I'm not too sure, but I know that we are expecting to hear from her, but I'm not sure if she's there now or coming later. Yeah.
Well, if she is in there, that means it could be she's going to shape her testimony based on what she's hearing from Nathan Wade. I've seen cases where the judge keeps the witnesses outside, so they're incommunicado with what's going on in the courtroom, so they don't, shade their testimony. So I'm not sure if she's in there, and if she is, it'd be interesting how she testifies and make sure her testimony coincides with Nathan Wade's testimony. But I still think there's a lot of evidence that they could take in order to verify the claims that he's making with respect to the transfers of money, both from her to him and the monies that he got, whether he deposited them in his bank account or not.
So we heard earlier from political commentator Mike Leon saying that he felt that this aspect of this hearing really is burying the lead and the main issue, which is what Trump is going through and the other defendants. How do you see it in terms of this aspect?
Well, I mean, obviously, if the judge rules that there is a conflict here between her and Nathan Wade, and that disqualifies her, that obviously has a big impact on Trump and the other defendants in the case. As you see, there are other defendants counsel cross-examining, including Trump's attorney, Mr. Sadow, who I think is on there right now as we're talking. And so he's going into some of the information about the relationship. So if the judge rules that she is disqualified as well as Nathan Wade, that could probably sink the whole case because of it's being tainted from the beginning. But if somehow he's able to keep the case going, I still think that it's damaged politically that would basically impact on the public perception on how this case was basically politically motivated from the beginning. And as Trump said, it's sort of a political prosecution going on because Fannie Willis ran for office vowing to get Donald Trump. So it's clear there is this vendetta that she has against Donald Trump.
And how does that match with this argument that's shaping up that she only brought this in a way potentially to help her than, that Nathan Wade with a potential romantic relationship.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it's because originally, as I understand some of the testimony, this case could have been handled a lot quicker without all the RICO and extra defendants and so forth, and that I guess it was her decision to blow this case up to have 18 defendants, to have a special grand jury, et cetera, and that, of course, allowed her to hire her friend, boyfriend, or whatever you want to call him, to have him paid a lot of money, and that because she had a relationship, she thought that she could continue to benefit from that, and also because there was some testimony that at the time she ran for office, she herself was destitute and gave an interview with the authors of Find Me the Votes, the book that just came out, where she apparently told the authors of the book that she was in dire straits financially. So I think that gives her motivation for wanting to have a case where she can draw on public funds and pay somebody that she knew she'd be able to enjoy the benefit for having these trips and so forth. And frankly, I don't know how they really had time to go on all these trips if they were so busy working on the case. I just find that whole
we heard
amazing.
earlier Nathan Wade saying that he may have gone over to Hakeville to observe a document potentially. So we'll see how the judge observes an argument like that. But earlier in the day, we heard analysis from one of our guests saying that this kind of hearing, or this hearing, really could potentially corrupt a jury pool. What's your take on that? How likely is that?
Well, sure. This is a public hearing that's going on right now. Everybody who would be a juror is looking at it, and it could sway them in terms of their feelings on this, one way or the other. But when they finally select a jury, there will be voir dire, which means that the judge will ask them questions whether they saw this testimony and this hearing, and could it affect their judgment and so forth. But keep in mind, a couple weeks ago, Fannie Willis on Martin Luther King Day made a public speech at a church, basically saying that this attack on her credibility is basically racist motivated. She was playing the race card. She did not deny the charges at that time that there was this money being given to Nathan Wade that she was benefiting from. So she went out publicly, and it's improper for a prosecuting case to go out like that to weigh in on something of this nature, because that would taint the jury pool as well. So at some point, we'll see whether, number one, this case continues, and two, if it does, whether the judge will be very careful in selecting the jury pool to make sure that none of them are swayed one way or the other by these ongoing hearings.
And just zooming out briefly, Paul, you know, Trump is facing 91 felony counts. He's right in the thick of it right now, and many of these cases are moving forward in one way or another. What's the most significant case that we should be watching out for in your view?
Well, I think there's challenges to all four of these, and the one that's going to be starting first is the one in New York about the hush money payments. I think that's the weakest of the four cases, and I think that case either should be dismissed or Trump will win on that case. Then the next case, we're not sure whether it's the one here in D.C., the January 6th case in terms of the election interference. Right now, the Supreme Court is deciding whether to put that on hold because of the immunity appeal that's going on. And then, of course, there's this Georgia case we're now talking about, and that may be put off. But then there's the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case. And depending upon, there's hearings going on that this week as well, whether that would be stayed. So I think maybe that one may be a little stronger case because it's more or less, did he have these classified documents and did he willfully retain them? But then you've got Joe Biden, who did the same thing, but the prosecutor the other day says, well, we can't prosecute Joe Biden because we think the jury will be sympathetic with him because he's got a bad memory. I mean, I've never heard that as a reason not to prosecute someone. So all these cases have their own weaknesses, but I think maybe the Mar-a-Lago one, they have maybe a little stronger case than the others.
Right, and there were some closed door meetings about that this week, and we'll be hearing more about that for sure as well. Yeah, so thank you very much, Paul Kamenar, lead counsel at National Legal and Policy Center. Always good to have you on.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here.
No privilege. All right. So he's apparently electing to apply the same privilege, Mr. Sadao, to that exact same question.
And I have a case which indicates that we can get beyond that if the court deems that appropriate.
And to what end? To what end? Where?
That the privilege actually does not apply and he must answer the question.
And where does that get us? Even if he answers the question. Hasn't he already kind of said everything he has to say about the nature of the relationship, how long it lasted, when it ended?
No, I think it would prove, I think if he is forced or compelled to answer the question, he will either answer it falsely by saying none, or he answers it truthfully by saying yes, and then telling us what it is. That's what I believe. That's why I'm asking.
But the interrogatory you're referring to, though, the question contained there.
Two interrogatories, yes, sir.
It's the entertaining one. It's whether there were other relationships, right?
With a specific language that's in the interrogatories.
Sure. Haven't we already covered that in all the other questions that we've had so far?
But we have, but again, the court could, if I could require or compel an answer from him as to whether his answer would still be none, then we would know whether or not he was telling the truth. Now, if the answer is no, then obviously there was a time in the past where he was not. It simply requires him to now answer under oath what he refused to answer and claimed, but I might suggest is a bogus privilege, and that you can pierce that privilege because it's a material fact in connection with this case. Again, it's a call that Your Honor makes. I have case law that says you can do that, but it's your discretion.
Ms. Cross?
Your Honor, Mr. Wade's been on the stand now for several hours. He's been asked and answered very personal questions that I believe cover the issues. Mr. Sadao is making an argument, and this is probably an argument to make for the later to the court and not a question to propound to it.
So as I see it, the only relevance these interrogatories have to this case really whatsoever would be as either prior inconsistent or consistent statements. And to that end, I think the question has been put to him again and again and again. He's answered how he believes he felt his answer should be and why he answered a certain way. And as it goes to credibility, I think at this point we're arguing weight, and I don't really see the value in pushing this issue further. So,
all right. Well, just for the record, the case that I was going to refer to is State versus Wakefield at 324 Georgia Appeal 587, and specifically, let's see, it would be 590, in which they talk about this specific privilege. This is a 2013 case. And then they footnote to footnote 3. And footnote 3 says, there are times when the materiality of the evidence outweighs the testimonial privilege. And it goes and explains what that is. That's what I'm bringing up.
And I see what you're saying, that we could say that you need to answer the question regardless of the privilege you asserted. At this point, though, I think we've covered that ground and we're ready to move on.
Okay. Based on that, I have nothing else. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. McCulloch, anything on behalf of Mr. Floyd? Moving through defense counsel.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm looking behind you. Mr. McCulloch, okay. On behalf of Mr. Floyd, he's elbowing you, sir. Okay. Mr. Cromwell.
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Cross.
Thank you. Mr. Wade, have you still got exhibit number 14 in front of you? The one with all of the invoices, I
believe I have them all.
All right. So you were asked, Mr. Wade, about a couple of the invoice items. And your testimony, I think, was that the percentage of income post special counsel appointment in November 2021 the percentage of your income roughly after that time was about 50-50 Fulton versus other income from your law practice, correct?
Roughly, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sometimes more, sometimes less.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. How about your time? I'm interested in the percentage of your time from November 2021 to, let's say, the close of the special purpose grand jury when it was dissolved in January 2023. Can you estimate for us the percentage of your time that was spent on Fulton County work versus other work?
Oh, gosh. 99% of the time here in this building working on this case.
All right. It was, as I understood your testimony, it was an intense period in terms of hours while that special purpose grand jury was meeting, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was head or manager of the election integrity case during that time for the district attorney's office?
I was.
You were coordinating the efforts?
Yes, ma'am.
And those efforts included not just the proceedings that were happening in this building, correct?
That's correct.
You don't need to go all through it, but is your representation that 99.9% of the time, let's restrict it to 2022, 99% of your professional working time was devoted to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And the remainder, whatever it was to some of your other cases that were ongoing?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. 2022, I want to focus on that a little bit because if we are looking at, I believe, the financial affidavits, do you have those in front of you as well?
I do.
The financial affidavit that was filed in your divorce case in January 2022, you estimated your monthly income at that time was $14,000 a month, right?
In 22?
January 22.
Yes, ma'am.
January 23, what'd that number come to?
9,000.
What about 2024?
I don't know.
Is that there in front of you? Is that one? That's not one of the ones that's there in front of you?
No, ma'am.
All right. So as reflected in those financial affidavits, your income decreased as a result of your work in this case, correct?
Significantly.
The structure of your firm, we talked a lot about that, and I don't want to go through it anymore, but than we need to. But 2022, the structure of your firm changed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. In the early part of 2022, there were three of you. You and Mr. Campbell and Mr. Bradley, you split expenses, is that right?
That's correct.
And you profit shared among yourselves, correct?
Correct.
Right. After Mr. Bradley left the firm, then there were just two of you, correct?
That is the cause of the significant change. Yes, ma'am.
So now you have two people bringing in income, correct?
Correct.
And one of those people, you, is spending almost all of your time devoted to this election integrity case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And your income from this election integrity case is less than what it was the year before.
Yes, ma'am.
We talked about the monthly caps, or we didn't talk about it. There was talk about the monthly cap that was included in your contracts, indicating there was a certain threshold that you could reach, number of hours a month, and over that amount you were not going to be compensated, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you kind of smiled when you said that. That's a little bittersweet there, isn't it?
That's bitter.
All right. Exhibit 14, is that still there in front of you?
It is.
I want you to take a look, please. That's a collection of exhibits that includes all of your invoices, as was represented. I want you to take a look at invoice number 9.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that there in front of you?
I have it.
Invoice number 9, Mr. Wade, indicates that you performed hours of work that you were not compensated for because your cap had been reached.
Yes, ma'am.
I want you to take, and what did you do in those circumstances? When the hours that you worked per month were more than the cap that was in your contract that you were permitted to be paid for?
I was forced to lose that time. I didn't get paid for it.
Okay. And that's what exhibit number 9 shows?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And in exhibit number 9, you've got a task, hours that were completed, and you just didn't bill for it. You noted the time and then a 0 beside it because you didn't bill the county for that time.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What about exhibit number, invoice number 13? Can you flip to that for me?
I have it.
Is that a similar situation?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And what is it on invoice number 13?
This invoice makes me cry. There's so many hours here that I worked that I couldn't get paid for. So.
And you work those hours anyway, Mr. Wade?
Oh, absolutely. This is not the type of job that you could walk away from just because you're not getting paid for it. I think there's some professional rules of responsibility to an attorney who's engaged in a case. You have to see it through. So it's not like I could just throw my hands up and say, well, I reached my monthly cap, I'm done, I can walk away. I can't do that. This is ongoing, it's constant, and I have to do the work.
Can you look at invoice number 23 for me there in exhibit number 14?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that reflect a similar situation, the hours worked that you were not compensated for?
Yes, ma'am.
Invoice number 24 and 27, can you take a look at those and let us know if that reflects the same situation?
Are you trying to depress me?
No,
look at the money I'm sorry. It's the same, yes.
Okay. And there's no workaround to that? You didn't attempt to work around that contractual cap on your hours?
Oh, no, ma'am.
All right. You were asked a lot of questions, Mr. Wade, about the affidavit that was submitted, correct? Do you recall those questions?
I'm sorry, I'm stuck on this invoice. You know, if I was going to get a benefit, I'd like that benefit. That's the one I want. That didn't happen.
That didn't happen.
Okay.
All right. And there was no renegotiating your contract to reflect that those hours should be paid or anything?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Do you have your affidavit there in front of you?
I do.
The affidavit, of course, was attached to and provided in support of the state's response to Mr. Roman's motion, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you prepared that affidavit?
I did.
You signed that affidavit?
I did.
All of the allegations and the representations in that affidavit are true. Is that right, Mr. Wade?
Every one of them.
Every one of them. You were asked a lot of questions about our line number 34. Can you turn to that for me, please? It's on page 4 of that affidavit.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you read it out loud for me, please?
The district attorney and I are both financially independent professionals. Expenses for personal travel were roughly divided equally between us. At times, I have made and purchased travel for District Attorney Willis and myself from my personal funds. At other times, District Attorney Willis has made and purchased travel for she and I from her personal funds. Examples of District Attorney Willis is purchasing plane tickets for she and I with her personal funds for our personal travel are attached.
Funds, Mr. Wade. As you understand the term funds, does that include cash?
Yes.
Does that include credit?
Yes.
Does that include reimbursements?
Yes.
You didn't represent in your affidavit, Mr. Wade, that you were including all of the receipts from funds or travel expenses that were paid on your behalf by District Attorney Willis, correct?
That's correct.
You had, I think your conversation with Ms. Merchant was you produced the receipt that you had.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware of any other receipts? Well, let me ask it this way. May I put you on the third stick? That's all right. I'm going to write it on there. I'm going to mark this as State's Exhibit number 1. You testified, Mr. Wade, that District Attorney Willis purchased and funded the entire trip to Belize. That was her treat to you for a birthday?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified that she purchased the plane tickets for you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And while you may not have had the receipts on hand when you filled out the affidavit because they weren't in your possession, are you aware now that there are receipts and that it reflects that the district attorney...
If this is going to go into evidence, you'd like to look at it first.
I've got a copy. Do you remember, Mr. Wade, approximately how much, and that's again State's Exhibit number 1, may I first let you do you remember how much the flight was for you, your flight to Belize? And if you don't, I'm not tendering it for you. I'm just asking you to take a look at that and see if that refreshes your recollection as to the amount that that plane ticket cost that was extended by District Attorney. You may keep it. You keep it. Does that refresh your recollection, Mr. Wade?
It does, thank you.
Approximately how much was the amount of the ticket that District Attorney Willis purchased for your travel to Bailey's?
$887.35.
And I'm not tendering it, Your Honor, but I will leave it with the court reporter for reference. All right, Mr. Wade. Your testimony here in court today and consistent with your affidavit was that the personal relationship, I think we've called it dating today as well, the personal or dating relationship between you and the district attorney began sometime in early 2022, March, I think was your testimony, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And that March date isn't included in the affidavit. The affidavit is less specific, but that was your testimony today?
Yes, ma'am.
And that there was no personal or dating relationship prior to that time, right?
None.
Right. Mr. Wade, I'm sorry. I'm going to direct your attention to 2020. In 2020, were you dating the district attorney?
No.
2020, that was during the COVID pandemic, correct?
It was.
Was there a situation for you, Mr. Wade, that made you particularly vulnerable during the COVID period?
Yes, ma'am. And in 2020, and a portion of 21, I was battling cancer. And that prevented me from pretty much leaving environments that aren't sterile. And I had health on my mind.
You were particularly cautious during that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you dating anyone in 2020?
No, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wade. That's all I have.
Ms. Merchant, recross on those points only.
Yes, thank you. All right, Mr. Wade. The state asked you about how much money you're making now versus before, and you said you're making significantly less since you've started working for Fulton County, correct?
Well, I did say that, but what we're talking about is because now at this point, the splitting of the financial obligations in the firm are now there are two people carrying the weight of three. So that would scale back on the amount of income, right? Amount of profit.
Well, you're splitting the profits 50-50 though, instead of 1/3, correct?
The profits, yes.
Okay. So, but you did testify that you're making significantly less now. We heard about it for a few minutes. Significantly less now that you work for Fulton County, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that $236,000 is more than $184,000?
Absolutely.
Would you agree with me that $262,000 is more than $236,000?
Absolutely.
All of these years, despite you saying that you were a three-way partner with Wade and Campbell and Bradley, and now a two-way partner with Campbell, all of your corporate tax returns are filed in the law firm of Nathan Wade, though, correct?
My returns, yes, ma'am.
Yes, for your law firm.
Well, for my law firm, because I also have personal returns.
Right, and I'm not talking about your personal returns. I'm talking about your business returns.
Yeah, but the question contemplates that my bring home money is more or less. So I want to be clear that it's reflected in my personal returns.
I didn't ask you anything about bring home money, though. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
What I'm talking about is your question was the portion of my testimony dealing with earning significantly less money.
No, my question is I'll just break it down. During 2019, you filed your business returns. I'm not talking about your personal, your business returns for the law firm of Nathan Wade only, correct?
I filed personal and business. Yes, ma'am.
And even though you said you were partners with Bradley and Campbell later on, you filed your business returns, not with them, but as a solo practitioner, correct?
I see where you're going. There's a different return for that Wade Bradley Campbell entity.
And I'm not asking about that. What I'm asking about is during the years 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022, you filed a business return for the law firm of Nathan Wade.
Yes, ma'am.
And in 2019, you said that the law firm of Nathan Wade made $184,000, correct?
No, I don't know.
Does that sound familiar? Does that sound about like what you made in 2019 and reported on your taxes as a business law firm?
If that's what's on the return, yes, ma'am, you're right.
Okay, and I'm happy I can bring those up. I've got one copy. I'm not planning on admitting them because they're tax returns, but okay. All right, may I approach, Judge?
Yeah.
Thank you. So in 2019, gross profit for the law firm of Nathan Wade is $184,000, correct?
Let's see.
The second line, number 2, gross profit.
Yes, ma'am. 184,824. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then in 2020, you also filed Nathan Wade, attorney at law, and your gross profit was $230,000, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in 2021, you also filed as a solo Nathan Wade PC attorney at law, and your gross profit was $236,000, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then in 2022, you filed as a solo practitioner Nathan Wade, and your gross income was $262,000, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm not going to admit those once we've got your social. But nowhere in these documents do you document that you received cash payments from Ms. Willis, correct?
I don't. I hadn't looked through them. I would be surprised if there were something in there that said that.
Do you want to look through them?
Listen to the answer. I'd be shocked if there was something in there that said that I received some cash from Miss Willis.
Okay. But there is itemized expenditures for travel in here. You did itemize that.
I didn't itemize anything.
Your accountant itemized it.
I hope so.
But you're responsible for your taxes, even if your accountant files them, right?
I agree.
And so you itemized your expenses for travel on all these documents, but you did not itemize. You didn't put anything in there about you being reimbursed for half of that travel.
Well, those are business returns.
Yes, you used your business card to pay for the travel, right?
But I wouldn't put a personal expense on a business return.
But you used a business card to pay for these personal travel.
I use a business card to pay for everything. And what I do is turn over the statement to the accountant, and the accountant then says, okay, this expense, that's personal. We'll put that over here. This expense, that's business. We'll put that over here. And they reconcile it. So you wouldn't find a reimbursement from Ms. Willis on a business return.
Okay, so they're not anywhere there.
Nor would you find, well, go ahead.
No, I'm just asking. So there's nowhere for any of that cash to be reconciled there, right?
On the business returns, no, ma'am.
Okay. We talked a lot about the financial affidavits. I know the state asked you a couple questions about them. You filed one in 2022. In that one, you stated that you only had $5,000 in cash, correct?
I believe you. Yes, ma'am.
That was sworn under oath?
At the time of the filing, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then in January of 2024, you filed another one that also swore that you only had $5,000 in cash, correct?
At the time of the filing, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in 2022 and 2024, you only had $5,000 in cash?
At that time, yes, ma'am.
At that time. And then you also, all of those interrogatories, I'm not going to go through them in painstaking detail, but every single interrogatory you filed, there are 4 of them, all verified ones. Every single one, you said you didn't have any cash stored in a safe, a safety deposit box, or any other location. Plaintiff rarely carries cash. If plaintiff does carry cash, it's a nominal amount, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So we've got what? 2021, you said you don't have cash. 2023, you said you don't have cash. Again in 2023, you said you don't have cash. And then in 2024, you don't have cash, right?
So you're assuming that I received the cash and I stored it. I received the cash and I saved it.
Well, you didn't put it in the bank, right?
What's wrong with receiving the cash, Ms. Merchant, and spending it?
Nothing's wrong with it, but
So
you didn't
then
put it in the bank.
that would contemplate why the response is what it is on the interrogatories.
So you spent the cash. That's because before when it was asked, you said you didn't want to disclose where the cash was.
No.
For privacy reasons.
No, well, I said that if I were to store cash in my home, then why would I share that with the world, is what I said. I didn't say that I had some cash stored up in some place, because that's not the truth.
And you've talked a lot about this, I split with a third, I split with half. From the check you received from Fulton County, July 15th, 2022. So all the way back for July 2022, not a single check that you've received from Fulton County has gone into a joint banking account. Every single check has gone into your own personal banking account, correct?
All of them, with the exception of the checks that were going into the WBC firm, went into my business bank account, which is solely in my name.
Right, your WBC account that you're talking about, that account was closed though in June of 2022.
Correct.
So everything after June of 2022 was put in a Nathan Wade bank account, not a corporate bank account with partners.
I think the question right before that only needed a yes or no.
So no, ma'am. The checks were deposited into firm accounts, law firm accounts.
Law firm of Nathan Wade PC.
Yes, ma'am.
As a solo practitioner.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so they were not deposited into accounts with Campbell or Bradley.
No, ma'am, they were not.
Thank you.
However, there were checks written to Campbell and Bradley that will reflect the third.
And we've tried to get those bank records, but you've objected to those, correct?
You've tried to get what bank records?
We subpoenaed bank records and you've objected to all of those, right?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to their relevance.
It's relevant if he's saying he has all these records, but yet we've tried to get them and he's trying to keep them from us, but he doesn't bring all of the records. And you can make an inference if there's law that says you can make an inference if some documents are within the party's control and they won't provide them, that there's an inference that they're not positive.
Ms. Gross.
Your Honor, there was no obligation for Mr. Wade to produce evidence that Ms. Merchant couldn't find an admissible way to produce. I believe it's irrelevant. We've covered the ground, and I object to any further questioning.
All right, I'll sustain that. Ms. Merchant, let's find some new ground here.
Okay, thank you. Are you willing to waive your privilege with Mr. Bradley so that he can testify?
I am not willing to waive attorney-client privilege.
Okay, thank you.
Only on the questions, the health questions that were asked. And I can ask it from here because it's very short. I don't want to get into the type of cancer. I don't want to get into the medical condition itself. Did I understand you to say that you had cancer in the year of 2020?
Yes, sir.
And you explained that because of that, in 2020, you kept yourself in a sterile environment?
I tried, yes, sir.
Now, what about 2021?
2021, just focusing on my health, trying to get back to myself.
You remember I asked you some questions about Hateville?
Yes, sir.
And the condo?
Yes, sir.
And you indicated that prior to November 1st of 2021, you had spent time at the condo, the Hateville condo?
Yes, sir.
With Miss Willis, right?
Yes, sir.
And with someone else? You said Miss Yurty?
Miss Yurty, yes, sir.
Okay, so you were not concerned, that was not a sterile environment, was it?
Are you inferring that Miss Yurty and D.A. Willis is not sterile? Of course it's a sterile environment. It's a condo.
But don't you remember then I followed up and said, where else might you have been to show your cell phone records from Hateville? And you said, the airport, right? Not a sterile environment though, the airport, you agree?
It is not.
Okay, what about restaurants? Not a sterile environment, right?
They are not.
And the Porsche, you said something about a Porsche what?
The Porsche experience.
That doesn't sound very sterile to me. Is that a sterile environment?
Well, you're inside of your vehicle.
Yeah, but don't you mingle with others?
You can.
Yeah, and you were doing all that in 2021 before November 1st. That's what you testified to, correct?
Yes, sir.
So there's no reason why you couldn't be dating in 2021, is there?
You mean 2020, Mr. Sadow?
No, I said 2021.
All right.
Correct?
Dating? No.
No reason.
No reason.
Got it. Thanks.
All right, Mr. Gillen? Okay. Mr. Stockton, excuse me.
Just real briefly, you said you started dating in early 2022, and you also used the term personal relationship. And there was no dating and no personal relationship prior to early 22. Is that correct?
Help me understand. I want to make sure I answer you. So let's be clear. 2022 was the start of any intimate sexual relationship with the district attorney.
Okay, and that's what I was wanting to
Okay.
make clear. In your affidavit, you used the term personal relationship.
Got it.
Today, you've used the term dating. And your testimony today is that that includes the term basically physical or sexual or intimate relationship. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And there was nothing, according to your testimony, there was none of that prior to early 20.
That is correct.
That's all I've got, Judge.
All right, not seeing anyone else. Ms. Cross, any redirect? All right, Ms. Merchant, can this witness be excused?
Judge, we'd ask to keep him under subpoena. We might need him to come back after the
All right. All right, you may step down, Mr. Wade, and please don't discuss your testimony with any other witnesses.
She mentioned subpoena, Judge. Let me just say this. There was an inference made that I was somehow evading service of a subpoena.
We can take that up. I don't think we need to have that on the record in this hearing. Understood, Bill.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Merchant, any other witnesses?
Yes, we would call Fonnie Willis.
All right, Ms. Cross.
Your Honor, I am going to object and remove to the motion to quash the district attorneys. There's been now lots of testimony from Mr. Wade. I don't believe that there can be a showing for the need for the district attorney to testify as well. For all of the reasons that were cited in the state's motion to quash initially, it's a tremendously high burden to call opposing counsel. I don't believe it's been met, particularly given the cumulative nature that would be the subject of personal details that Mr. Wade's not testified to.
All right, Ms. Merchant, what do you think you can establish and have through the testimony of Ms. Willis? And let me stop there.
Conflict in the evidence, Judge. Now that Mr. Wade has testified, there's a conflict in multiple different issues. I'll just go through all the different issues. The first one is the reimbursement issue. The cash, that opened the door in and of itself to Ms. Willis testifying.
Well, what's the conflict there?
That he testified that he didn't have receipts, but we don't know if Ms. Willis has receipts. So that's one issue.
So we don't know. So there's no conflict. We just don't know.
We don't
right?
know. Right?
Okay. So it's a question, not a conflict. But what else do we
That is a question. So, and there's a lot of different issues with different reasons. The first one would be the receipts. Whether or not these cash payments, if there's any payment receipts. The Belize trip, whether or not she paid for the entire thing in cash. Mr. Wade doesn't have knowledge of that. Couldn't remember a lot of things he couldn't remember. So now it goes to Ms. Willis, unfortunately. That he testified that she insists on paying her own way, gave him some cash, that's the quote, some cash. Miami trip, she booked it but thought it would balance out. A couple other trips that we didn't get any information about, Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia, all of those could be financial benefits. We don't know. He didn't know. He was very vague about that. Yuri, her best friend, testified that it happened in 2019. And now Mr. Wade has testified that the relationship began to become romantic in 2022, I think is what his testimony says. So that is a conflict in and of itself. Right there, that's a big conflict. We've also got more receipts. But the biggest thing about the conflict is when the relationship started. He said he talked with Willis in the conference room after we filed our motion. He specifically didn't use the term cash in the affidavit, but he told anybody who would ask about the cash. And he specifically discussed this and the response. So I think we have a right to go over these.
All right. So you've highlighted the areas you'd like to go into. I think the central question may be, what is it other than, I'm just really curious what she has to say, you have to put on the record. And so that's what I'd like to go through. Ms. Cross?
Your Honor, I think you've identified, Ms. Merchant hasn't itemized inconsistencies for you. She's identified areas of inquiry. The testimony in the record from Mr. Wade is it's not inconsistent, it's unrebutted. Excuse me. And so that I don't believe, given the testimony of Mr. Wade and the extent of the questioning of him, that there is any reason at this point to go into the district attorney herself. Again, I know the court's read all the pleadings. It really is such a compelling need, is the language of the case law, a compelling need to call opposing counsel. Given the record that's now before the court, I don't believe it's been.
Your Honor, Mr. Dorn, very briefly, Ms. Willis needs to testify. Her best friend or good friend has directly contradicted the declaration that was made by Mr. Wade attached to the government's response. And it wasn't just the declaration of Mr. Wade, it was filed by the district attorney by and through her assistants here. She owns that. And so that affidavit is owned by her, and there are deep concerns that that affidavit is false, and that Ms. Willis knew it was false, and that she needs to come in here if she wants to tell us about the cash. First time we've heard about the cash, oh yeah, we got cash. Don't have any deposit slips, don't have any record of it. Maybe Ms. Willis can say, here, all my records where I paid $10,000 in cash back to Mr. Wade. We need to know that. Also, Ms. Willis's financial disclosure. Let's not forget that. We're talking about two people who went to extraordinary lengths to hide their relationship, to hide the nature of their relationship. Extraordinary. The district attorney needs to take the stand, and she needs to tell this court and this courtroom why she filed financial disclosures in 2022 identifying prohibitive sources, which Mr. Wade clearly is a prohibitive source. Did you get gifts and benefits? Now we've seen all this. We've seen the trips. We've seen all of the things that total up to around $10,000 in cash. Yet for the financial declaration for 2021, which was filed in April of 2022, and the financial declaration for 2022, which was filed in April of 2023, there is no listing of any gifts whatsoever over $100 from a prohibited source. It cries out for her testimony. She needs to be able to get up here and say, why didn't you tell on the disclosure form so that people will know the nature of the relationship between prohibitive sources and the public official, in this case the district attorney, who happens to then make a decision to hire someone that ends up being paid hundreds of thousands of dollars, or his firm and him, and none of that is revealed. And the answer is, oh, it's unrebutted. He's explained it's all in cash. Let her get up and let's, and obviously, we are advocates in our position, but that explanation of cash does not pass the smell test or the straight face test. She needs to go on the record. She filed this motion with his declaration. We've seen what happened here. Now, I'll just 2 or 3 more sentences. We need to have the full picture, as we've gotten from Mr. Wade, of his false interrogatory. Serious business for a lawyer or anybody. And then suddenly he's changing it. She files her financial declarations, same problems. We need her in here to go over all of this and to explain exactly what happened. So we would ask the court that the court allow Ms. Willis to be called and interrogated on these matters.
And I would, to Your Honor.
Just a moment, Ms. Willis. So, Ms. Cross, I don't know if you want to speak with Ms. Willis now. It's sounding like maybe they're withdrawing the objection to the motion.
I believe the motion to...
Or does Ms. Willis want to take the lead here?
We'll draw the motion to quash Ms. Willis.
Based on the order. I'm ready to go.
Okay, so The position of the district attorney at this point is that she's no longer contesting the subpoena. Ms. Merchant has called her as the next witness.
I would ask, I need 3 documents in front of me, and they're the 3 filings of Ms. Merchant.
3 filings?
Does anyone have the 3 filings of Ms. Merchant? Does the court have the 3 filings of Ms. Merchant?
When you say the filings, you mean like the pleadings?
The pleadings, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I think we could locate those for you. I mean, the supplemental.
I want the one filed on January the 8th, the one filed immediately after we filed ours, and the final one.
If you want to take a break to get them, I can make a copy. I think we have one.
You know, the only copy I have is going to have my notes on it. So if we don't have a clean copy,
Have a 5-minute break during,
Let's
I'll get
take
the documents.
all right.
I'll sit here and wait for him.
And did we elect someone who's actually making the copy? You've got it? Okay. This cross is doing it.
Is there? I can.
Yeah, so.
Give a tissue.
And now we are turning our attention to Josh Hammer, Senior Editor at Large for Newsweek and host of the Josh Hammer Show. Josh, are you with us?
Having me.
Josh, great, excellent. Thank you so much for joining us. I just want to start with the Georgia case, obviously. Where are we after everything we've seen so far before Willis testifies?
Well, you have the explosive indication, and I guess you might say it's not quite confirmed, but it certainly does look like, based on what we have seen today, that Fonnie Willis and Nathan Wade started their romantic involvement going back as far as 2019. Regardless, it appears that it predates the November 2021 date at which Fonnie Willis tapped Nathan Wade to be the special prosecutor leading this Georgia case against Donald Trump. So Nathan Wade was actually, he's not part of the Fulton County, Georgia part of their DA's office. He was tapped specifically to do this, and thus far he has pocketed at least $650,000 in cool, hard taxpayer cash. So this raises the very obvious question, and this is what Judge Scott McAfee, the judge presiding over this case, is ultimately going to have to decide whether it merits disqualification. That raises the very obvious question as to whether Fonnie Willis is siphoning off more than $500,000 in taxpayer resources to the special prosecutor who does not work in that DA's office because she's shacking up with him, and he appears to also be paying for their airfare tickets to fly off to Miami, to jaunt off to San Francisco, things like that. So It really stinks to high heaven. I mean, it looks like a deeply scandalous affair right now. You really couldn't script it any better if you were a Hollywood screenwriter, to be honest with you. So Donald Trump is starting to look exceedingly lucky there in Georgia. I would like my odds a lot if I were a Trump lawyer as to this thing getting, at least at a bare minimum, so far delayed that there's just really no chance they can get a verdict in before 2024 election. Excuse me.
And just looking at some of the things that were said by Wade today, he said he's used his business card to pay for trips, and then got paid back by Willis in cash. What do you think is going on with this?
It's not great. I mean, I'll tell you that much. I mean, it's not great to be using as a general piece of life advice, whether your name is Nathan Wade, Fani Willis, or Josh Hammer, or anything else. Generally, not a piece of good advice to be using your business card to expense things that are purely for personal pleasure. Pleasure, perhaps taken a little too literally, as the case may be, where you have an extramarital affair, as you definitely had here between Fani Willis and Nathan Wade. So horrible practice, horrible ethics, a total lapse in judgment. Again, the question here is not so much whether there have been lapses in judgment, whether there has been unethical activity. There very clearly has been that from Fani Willis, from Nathan Wade, perhaps even from others involved here. The only question is whether this rises to the level of disqualification. The reason that we ultimately had this hearing today continuing into tomorrow is because you had a Trump co-defendant in this Georgia prosecution, a co-defendant by the name of Michael Roman, who was the first to actually file this motion to disqualify Fani Willis from the prosecution. That is the actual direct question that is before the presiding judge there, Scott McAfee. Hopefully we get a ruling on that sooner rather than later. And then the question is, obviously, if she's disqualified, where does it go from there? That is what we perhaps will be facing within the next few weeks. It's not clear yet, but based on what we heard today, I think there's a decent chance that she ends up getting disqualified.
And yeah, what would happen if she's disqualified in this case?
Well, you could potentially have other actors within the Fulton County, Georgia DA's office continue to take the case, whether that would be a subordinate or an inferior or not. That would probably get challenged immediately by the Trump legal team as well. I mean, how does it stand that other lawyers in the Fulton County, Georgia DA's office might be immune from all of this misallocation of taxpayer dollars? You know, from my perspective, it seems like the whole DA's office there, the whole prosecutor's office there in Fulton County, Georgia, is itself just totally tied up in this scandal and this misallocation of public taxpayer dollars, where you have Fani siphoning off money to give to her illicit lover, Nathan. It's not entirely clear to me how someone who's working under Fani Willis might be immune then. I mean, that person, logic would dictate, probably knew about what was going on. Why is that person any better? So then the other two alternatives are, this could be moved outside of Fulton County. It's possible that the baton essentially gets handed from Fulton County to a different county in Georgia. If you have another, let's say, ambitious, career-oriented prosecutor in a blue county who also wants to pursue this case, because these charges obviously don't necessarily have to do with conduct just in Fulton County. They have to do with conduct across the state of Georgia. So you could have the jurisdiction expanded outside Fulton County. But that raises the possibility that Trump could get lucky there as well, because Fulton County, which is where the city of Atlanta is, that's the bluest jurisdiction in all of the state of Georgia. Georgia is a purple, you might say it's a purple state. I was going to say light red, but it's a purple to a light red state. The point is that Atlanta is the home. Atlanta is the hub for Democratic Party activity, is the bluest of the blue jurisdictions there in Georgia. So if you start to move that case outside of Fulton County, there's a very, very, very good chance of a hung jury if it were to reach that point. But at a bare minimum, even the timeline here of having to go through all these motions, having to move the case outside Fulton County, if that's what it comes to, you're looking at a severely delayed trial. As of right now, prior to all of this romantic and somewhat illicit affair with Fani and Nathan, prior to all of that, the start date for the case in Georgia was as far back as August 5th. So this thing already was not going to start for a while. All of this that we're seeing unfold before our eyes in real time, it's only going to push that back even further. So I think the prosecutors are probably not going to be able to get any kind of verdict in regardless at this point.
Yeah.
Before the 2024 election. It's going to be a real stretch.
Yeah, and Josh, we're about to hear from DA Fani Willis. She's about to testify. They're looking for a document right now. They're at the courthouse. You can see people walking around. What can we expect to hear from her? She sat there. They were about to begin. She asked for documents. They couldn't find them. She looked stressed. she didn't look relaxed. You know, when you watched Wade, he was relaxed, confident, he was almost leaning back. Willis had a completely different look on her face. There was a completely different attitude. What can we expect in the next bit here?
Well, I think the reason that Fani Willis has that look on her face is that she is potentially worried about being exposed as lying in either a testimony or in an affidavit in a court of law, where she said in a legally binding statement where you take an oath, all that, she said that her affair with Nathan Wade did not start until after she appointed him. That has now been directly contradicted by what we heard earlier today from a former colleague of Fani Willis's there this morning. That is extraordinarily damning. At a bare minimum, you're probably talking about disbarment, about disbarring someone who lies in an affidavit, who lies in testimony. And then potentially you're talking about perjury and prosecution of perjury, and who knows, possible jail time. I mean, this is all speculation at this point, but that's why she's nervous. She's nervous because it appears that there is a strong chance that she has lied in a legally binding oath court document, and that could have severe repercussions.
Yeah, and you mentioned her colleague earlier, her testifying, her witness testimony. What's the strength of that testimony?
Well, we'll have to see over the rest of today, tomorrow, what other witnesses are going to get up there and either corroborate or confirm. Ultimately, it's hard to say unless you're able to produce some sort of credit card statement or some sort of text message or email, some sort of smoking gun, right? So right now, we don't necessarily have that. That's why I keep on saying that, based on what we heard, I mean, that could be contradicted. And, let's see what Fani Willis says. I mean, maybe she'll shock us all. Maybe she'll have definitive proof that she was not romantically involved with Nathan Wade prior to 2021 when she appointed him. I suspect that she probably does not have that. So I would be pretty surprised, to be honest with you, if that is what actually happens there. But right now it's looking like something of a he said, she said. But the point is that the fact that there is a he said, she said about something of this magnitude, where you have this misallocation of taxpayer dollars and a Hollywood script-esque affair when it comes to, oh, by the way, prosecuting a former president of the United States and 15 to 20 other co-defendants. I mean, that is a big deal. So you can't have any gray. You can't have any room for ambiguity whatsoever when it comes to leading a prosecution of this magnitude. The fact that there is any ambiguity whatsoever as to whether they were involved before or after, again, it is not a question as to whether there have been ethical lapses in judgment. Anytime you're having an extramarital affair, you've had a lapse in judgment. None of that is being disputed. But the mere fact that we're even debating the timeline here, that is extraordinarily problematic for a prosecution of this magnitude against a former president of the United States. It's extraordinarily problematic for that prosecution to proceed in court.
Yeah, and Josh, thank you so much for your time. We're getting the call here. We're going to go back to the courtroom. Senior editor at large for Newsweek and host of the Josh Hammer Show. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you swear me, Your Honor?
Whomever would like to. We got Deputy Scott usually. But let's go, wait a minute, let everyone get situated and then we'll go back on the record.
Sir, do you have like tissue in here?
All right, we are back on the record. Deputy Scott, if you could swear in our next witness.
I would, and I do apologize. Anna, do me a favor. Put them on my next home meeting glasses. After you swear me, don't put them on my next. If it's swear, you can go ahead and swear me so I don't hold it before. Yes, sir. District Attorney Fani, F-A-N-I. Last name is Willis.
Ms. Willis, how did you know to come into the courtroom right then?
There were people, I was pacing in my office.
Okay.
And I heard someone yell, his testimony is done. It only made sense to me that I would be your next witness. And I've been very anxious to have this conversation with you today. So I ran to the courtroom.
So as soon as you heard that Mr. Wade was done testifying, that's when you just assumed you would be the next witness?
It only makes sense.
Did you listen to any of the testimony?
I've been in my office pacing, ma'am.
Did you listen to any of the arguments?
I did hear the arguments this morning. It's ridiculous to me that you lied on Monday, and yet here we still are. And I did listen to that argument.
All right, so that was it, just the argument, no testimony.
Right, I listened to the argument this morning where Adam Abadi, I thought, did an excellent job pointing out how dishonest you were with the court on Monday. And I'm actually surprised that the hearing continued, but since it did, here I am.
Great. So let's just talk about what you did in preparation for today. Did you meet with Mr. Wade at all? Once the motion was filed, did you meet with Mr. Wade and talk to him about the motion that I filed to disqualify you?
On this first January motion?
Yes.
I don't know if you could say talked about. I probably had some choice words about some of the things that you said that were dishonest within this motion. So I don't know that it was a conversation. As you know, Mr. Wade is a Southern gentleman. Me, not so much.
Okay, but my question was, did you have a conversation with him?
I didn't have a substantive conversation.
You did not?
I read this motion, skimmed it more so, and I've probably said some choice things to him about some of the lies they were told.
Okay.
And then printed in the media because, we used to be in a day and time where you had 60 Minutes and people did stories and they verified information and you had this great reporting. But it seems today that a lawyer writes a lie and then it's printed for all of the world to see.
Well, I just want to make sure that you answer the question I asked, though. So my question was...
Overruled, Mr. Abadi.
I told you what happened. I read the motion. I am sure I told him what my opinion of it is.
Okay.
And past that, we had no substantive conversation.
You did not? Okay.
Is there something you didn't understand?
No, I just wanted to make sure that you did not have a meeting with him in the conference room to discuss the motion.
Next question, Ms. Merchant.
So in the conference room of my office within this week, you produced some financial document. That financial document was given to me, something, and I'm not even sure who was given it to him by me or Mr. Abadi gave it to me. And I think he showed me a document in our conference room. But as far as a substantive conversation, I don't believe I've had any conversation with him that is substantive related to this.
Okay.
I have had conversations with him since you filed the motion, but they wouldn't be substantive to this. He sent me very nice sermons that have been done. And so we've had conversations about, did you listen to that sermon? Things of that nature. And I would say they were in relationship to this because I think he did it to be kind.
Okay. Let's start back in 2019.
Yep.
So you and Mr. Wade met in October 2019 at a conference?
That is correct. And I think in one of your motions you tried to implicate I slept with him at that conference, which I find to be extremely offensive. I stayed at that conference. Mr. Wade was my teacher. I did not meet him when he taught the class. I was standing outside talking to Lisa Reeves, who is a judge. Me and her were just having a conversation. Mr. Wade walks up. I think they hug each other. They have some brief conversation. She introduces us.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. We kind of thought that when we asked the question, you can answer the question, not a speech, so I object to the speech.
I agree.
I'm able to explain my answers.
I believe she's able to explain her answers.
And that's
Ms. Merchant, that's okay. I can handle it. Ms. Willis, I'll ask you just listen to the question, and keep the answers confined to the question as best you can. I think you'll have more than enough ample opportunity on when the state is able to
It's highly
follow-ups.
offensive when someone lies on you, and it's highly offensive when they try to implicate that you slept with somebody the first day you met with them, and I take exception to it.
All right. Well, Ms. Willis, you'll have the opportunity to explain all of that when it's the state's turn to ask more open-ended questions.
Yeah.
Ms. Merchant.
Thank you, Judge. So again, my question was, you all met at that conference, though, right?
We did. The meeting,
Okay.
as I stated, he taught the class. I did not actually meet him when he taught the class. I walked out of the class, and I'm not sure if it was that exact class or we had went to lunch, but we were standing in the vestibule, like outside of the class. Me and Judge Reeves were having a conversation. She had worked at a law firm I worked at back in 1996.
We're getting way afar. I mean, I don't mind her explaining her answers, but I literally just asked if they met at that
She's
conference.
explaining how she met Mr. Wade, which was exactly the question asked by Ms. Merchant.
It was-
These answers are more than appropriate.
Ms. Merchant, if you want more concise answers, perhaps you could lead the witness.
I will. Thank you, Judge. Isn't it true that you met Mr. Wade October 2019 at the judges
We
conference?
haven't gotten to the point where Ms. Willis should be treated also in this situation.
I think we
And
have.
I'm very much want to be here, so I'm not a hostile witness. I very much want to be
Not
here.
so much that you're hostile, Ms. Willis, it'd be an adverse witness. Your interests are opposed to Ms. Merchant's.
Ms. Merchant's interests are contrary to democracy, Your Honor, not to mine.
All right, let's
Judge,
proceed.
I would just ask that
We can keep things moving. Ms. Merchant, next question,
Thank you.
please.
Okay, so we've confirmed when you met. After that, isn't it true?
No, I need to explain this, and I think I get to explain my answers. When I met him, Judge Reeves introduced us. He handed me his business card. I'm unsure if I handed him my business card, but we exchanged information. He said, if you ever need any help, give me a call. And he walked to the parking lot.
So after that, you started dating shortly thereafter, correct?
A lie. That's one of your lies.
Okay. Do you know Robin Yurdy?
I know her as Robin Bryant. I knew her. So Robin did not go to my college. She went to the college of, I went to Howard University. She went to Morgan State. I met her through some people I knew. In college, we hung out a bit. Not much because she was in Baltimore and I was in Washington, D.C. But we hung out a bit. After college, I lost contact with her. I probably didn't see Robin again until maybe 7 or 8 years ago, a chance meeting here in Atlanta. But we did not have a consistent relationship from when I left college and came to Emory Law School here in Atlanta. But 8 to 10 years ago, just by happenstance, I ran into her.
So
she was in Atlanta.
You have been friends with Robin for 30-something years.
Did you hear my answer, madam?
Yes, and I'm asking if you've been friends with her for 30-something years.
I've known her for 30-something years. We certainly hung out and partied together in college. She was from the D.C. area. She would come home, we'd party together. Wasn't close, but she was certainly in the girlfriends that partied together. And then, like I said, I ran into her about 10 years ago in Atlanta, Georgia. But we didn't talk throughout that time period. I didn't see her. I didn't even know where she was. When I ran into her, I was surprised she was in Atlanta. And so, yes, I have known her probably since 1990, 1991, but we have not maintained a consistent relationship that whole time.
For the last 10 years or 5, whatever you'd like to classify it as, have you been friends with her?
I have not spoken to Robin in over a year. I certainly do not consider her a friend now. I think that she, there's a saying, no good deed goes unpunished, and I think that she betrayed our friendship.
So let's narrow it down, the timeline now. So my questions are going to be from the time period of 2019 until she no longer was employed for you, the last time you all talked. So all of my next questions are just focused on that time frame, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Up until she left your office.
Yes, ma'am.
During 2019, you all were friends, correct?
Yes, we knew each other in 2019.
During 2020, you all were friends, correct?
We were friends during that time period.
During 2021, you all were friends, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And such good friends that when you needed a place to stay, you asked her if you could take over her lease.
That's a lie.
You did not move into her apartment?
I
or her
did, but
condo?
that's not the way you characterize it is wrong.
I asked if you could take over her lease.
I did not ask if I could take over her lease.
Did you move into her apartment?
I moved into her condo in April of 21. But the circumstances around that were that Robin met her husband. They wanted to move into another and separate place. She wanted to get rid of her condo. My father was living with me at the house. Because of this case and because of my stance on gangs, my life was being threatened regularly. My father urged me to leave our home. At the same time, as luck would have it, Robin wanted to give up her lease because she wanted to move in with this new man she met, who eventually became her husband. And so, as life circumstances worked, my dad was begging me to leave the house. He was afraid for me, afraid for his grandchildren. She wanted someone to take over her lease so that she didn't, have to pay a fee or get abandoned. And so, I don't remember when, but probably March or April of 21, I moved in and take over her lease.
And did you pay her or did you pay the leasing agent?
No, I don't even know who the leasing agent was. I paid her.
You paid her. Did you pay her cash or did you use a card?
There were some times that I would give her cash, but mostly I paid her via Cash App. That would be the most convenient thing. So I would not only give her rent, but then like when the utilities would come in, whatever the utility was, she might be like, I need $70, I need $100, whatever it was. And we never had a problem with money. Whatever she told me it was, I never asked to see a bill. I never questioned her. I just gave it to her.
What percentage would you say you paid cash versus Cash App?
Oh, the vast majority was Cash App. I don't know what percentage, I'm not going to guess that, but the vast majority was Cash App. But there would be times she would say, this bill came in at $70, here goes $70.
Did you have a monthly rent amount that you paid her?
I can't remember. It was $1,400, $1,500. I can't remember what it was. And it would vary, which I don't understand to this day. But like I said, I never questioned her.
When did you move out?
She said it was, that's what I paid.
When did you
I
move
abruptly moved out in February, either late January or early February of 22.
Of 22?
Yes,
February
ma'am.
2022, is that what you said?
January, February of 22. I believe it is January, but I paid her half the rent of February of 22 is what I remember. And because I was offering to pay the whole rent, even though I didn't live there, I didn't think it was right. And I ended up just paying her half the rent.
So that's after you moved out. You said you paid her half of that. Okay. And the time that you said you had to move out of your house because you were scared, did your dad stay there at your house?
My father was concerned. Yes, we were both concerned.
Okay. But he remained there.
My father was 80 years old. He would have been 79. He was scared to death of COVID. You have to go back to when this was. My father's an older man. I wanted him to move out. We had some discussions about him moving out, and what he decided was the risk of COVID was more dangerous than the risk of the people that were threatening. Typical man, more worried about his daughter and his grandchildren than his own safety. You'll get to meet him and you'll understand he doesn't scare too easily.
So his grandkids were living at the house as well at that time?
Well, I don't know how old your children are, but when you have adult children, they leave and they come back. They leave and they come back. So there have been periods of time that they're there, they come, they do whatever they want to do. Children do what children do. As long as their mother has a house, they'll come to it. Unfortunately, now the threats because of this case have gotten so extreme. I just pay a mortgage and no one lives there.
And that's what I was going to ask you. So when you moved out in, I think you said April 2021, you left your dad and your two kids at the house?
My dad and my two kids were not at the house.
They were not? Okay, so they didn't still live at your house?
My youngest daughter certainly did not live there. Okay. My oldest daughter would come back and forth. I can't say month for month when she was there or when she was not there. I know that she has been there post me moving out. At this time, no one is at my house.
Okay. So at some point after you moved out for the safety reasons, at least one of your children did come back.
Ms. Merchant, can we get to either the relationship or the financial benefit?
Yes. Let's see, we were back at 2021. So you were still friends with Miss Yeardy then. Were you also friends with Mr. Bradley?
I've never been friends with Mr. Bradley.
You've never been friends with Mr. Bradley?
No, I don't consider us to be friends. I don't dislike Mr. Bradley, but I don't consider us to be friends.
Is he someone that you would have in your phone and you would message with?
I might have text messaged him.
Okay. Would you text message him and Mr. Wade on the same conversations?
I don't recall doing that, but if it happened, it wouldn't surprise me.
Okay, so that wouldn't surprise you, the three of you. Okay. How frequently would you think that the three of you would have texted?
Not very. I wouldn't think very often, but you're asking me to recall. I don't even know what time period you're asking me to recall, but I'm not going to speak to that because I just really don't know the answer to that. And so I don't want to speculate as to how often that would happen. But it's not out of my practice to text two people on one text message. So if you told me that happened and showed it to me, it wouldn't surprise me, although I have no recollection of it.
But there would be some record of it in your phone, or the phone records would have some record of those texts.
Perhaps.
Talk about, you said that sometimes you paid Miss Yeardy cash.
I'm sorry.
When you went on vacation with Mr. Wade, let's just go one by one. Let's start with the first one. What's the first time you went on vacation with Mr. Wade?
I think the first time we went on vacation was around April of 22, and it's a vacation is a stretch, but I'm trying to be comprehensive. I recall April of 22. His birthday is March the 18th, so that would have been his 49th birthday. I took him to like Tennessee for the day. I think we went to a museum. I think we might have stayed the night. I'm not sure, but I mean, Tennessee's kind of hard to call a vacation, but I just am trying to be inclusive. And it, like I said, I know it wasn't more than a day.
So you didn't spend the night?
I think that we did. That's what I'm telling you. I think that there's a possibility that we stayed that night in April of 22.
Who paid for the hotel?
I think I did. It was his birthday.
And would you have used a credit card?
Probably maybe a debit.
All right, and we're hearing in the middle of the hearing of DA Fani Willis testifying about her relationship with Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade.
A pretty fiery discussion just now, but we will tune back in and continue this hearing.
Seeing each other, but it was early 22 is my recollection.
Okay, early 22. And you all went to Florida on vacation as well?
I don't recall going to Florida on vacation with him.
You never went to Florida with Mr. Wade?
When we went to get on the cruise ship, we went to Miami.
Okay, that's the only time that you went to Florida with him?
I think we went to Miami and spent the night. That's my recollection.
Okay.
I think we spent one night so that we wouldn't miss the ship. That's my recollection of our vacation.
Paid for that hotel?
In Miami?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember that.
Okay. And how'd you get to Miami?
We would have flown. Okay. And we've done that, so that I'm clear. We've done that twice. I think one time we stayed, and I honestly can't tell you, did we stay when the ship left or did we stay when the ship came back? I also can't tell you, so there's 2 cruises out of Miami. There's one that's in that October time period that was with his mom. And then there was another that was a New Year's Eve trip. I know I paid for the New Year's Eve trip because the tickets were $697 each. And I thought this is ridiculous that the tickets are $700 to go to Miami. But when you travel during New Year's Eve, you know, they get you.
So let's just back up and talk about the first time that you went to Florida with Mr. Wade. That was the time that you said you stayed in Miami at the hotel the first night?
That's the time I told you I am not sure. So I'm not sure of 2 things. So I want to make sure that my testimony is clear. I'm not sure if we stayed in Miami on the October trip. I'm not sure if we stayed in Miami on the December trip. I just can't remember that. And I also don't remember, so that the record is clear, I don't remember if the necessity was as we got on the ship or we got off the ship. But I do remember there was a night spent in Miami because either whatever, I don't remember. But I think that there was a night spent in Miami.
That cruise is the one that you took in October, right?
Ma'am, if you have something to refresh my recollection, I'm intentionally trying to not be difficult with you, but I don't want to make up something.
Right.
I know that on one of those 2 trips, we stayed in Miami. I am not sure right now. You're asking me about...
Oh, I'm sorry, you misunderstood. I was not asking you which night you stayed in Miami. I'm asking if you took a cruise in October 2022 with Mr. Wade.
Yes, and his mom.
And his mother. That's what I was asking.
Yes.
Is that the first time you met his mother?
Yes.
It was on that cruise, and that was Royal Caribbean, I believe?
I honestly don't remember what ship. I know we've taken 2 cruises. I don't know what the ships were.
But he paid for the flight and the cruise on Royal Caribbean that time.
So yes, he paid. He is the original one that does it. He has something called, Mr. Wade is a world traveler. I'm not as versed as him. He's been to 6 of the 7 continents. And so he has both a personal travel agent and he also has a cruise travel agent. I don't know anything about either of those kind of travel agents. So he is the one that would book the travel, but we need to be clear when we're talking about just because he booked it doesn't mean, like, I don't consider him having taken me anyplace. Let me just be honest. The only one that's ever taken somebody someplace is for his 50th birthday. I consider that I took him to Belize. And I took him to Belize because I don't want to discuss his personal business, but I'm happy Mr. Wade is still here with us. And I did 50 big, very big.
So still on that October Royal Caribbean cruise, even though he had a travel agent. I'm sorry?
If you do me a favor, I don't know what cruise ship, what time. So if you'll help me and say October cruise with Mama or the New Year's Eve trip with his sisters, I'll be able to, we can communicate. I just don't know what ship.
October cruise with Mama. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
He paid for the cruise and the flights for that trip.
So he called his cruise agent and he booked that through them because he has a cruise agent.
Right.
He also has a regular agent. I don't know the cruise agent's name.
So I wasn't asking about his travel agent. I was just asking if he paid for those.
He did not, though. Okay. Because the reason I consider that he did not is I gave him his money back.
And I was about to ask that, but initially he paid for them.
Yeah, he called his cruise agent. Like, I think they have his card on record. They do whatever.
Okay. So initially he paid for the cruise and the flight to Miami and the Royal Caribbean cruise.
And my understanding of that October cruise is like it was a package the lady did for him.
Okay. And I'll get to the reimbursements and all that. I'm just trying to confirm he paid for the flight and the cruise in October.
And I think that when you say things that way, I want this record to be abundantly clear that he calls his travel agent, he calls his cruise agent. They do whatever he tells them. He's like on a first name basis with these people. They do it, and then he tells me how much it is, and I give him the money back. I don't, just like you're asking me about the money with Robin, I don't do my friends like that. So if you tell me it's a G, then you're going to get $1,000. Whatever it is, I didn't ever make him produce receipts to me. Whatever he told me it was, I gave him his money back.
Isn't it true that he paid for the cruise and the flight on his credit card? I'm not asking about reimbursement or after. He used his credit card to buy the cruise and buy the flight, correct?
I have no idea how he paid for it, if it's a credit card, if it's a debit card, but certainly he called his cruise agent. Like how many people have a cruise agent? He calls his cruise agent, tells them where they want to go. They tell him what's booked. And you have to remember, he paid for, that initial was me, him, and his mother.
And then after that cruise, you all flew to Aruba and spent a couple days in a hotel there, correct?
Right, and his mother was not happy.
He
and we left her
initially
behind.
paid for that. He initially paid for that.
For Aruba, yes, ma'am.
So let's talk about both of those. I know he initially paid for it. Did you pay him back?
For the cruise and for Aruba, yeah, I gave him his money before we ever went on that trip.
You gave him cash before you ever went on the trip?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so when you got cash to pay him back on these trips, would you go to the ATM?
No, lady.
You would not go to the ATM?
No.
Okay. So Fulton County pays you direct deposit, I assume?
Yes, Fulton County and the state of Georgia both pay me direct deposits.
Okay. So the cash that you would pay him, you wouldn't get it out of the bank?
I have money in my house.
You have money in your house. So it was just money that was there.
When you meet my father, he's going to tell you as a woman, you should always have, which I don't have, so let's don't tell him that. You should have at least 6 months in cash at your house at all times. Now, I don't know why this old black man feels like that, but he does. When we were growing up, my daddy had 3 safes in the house. So my father's bought me a lockbox, and I always keep cash in the house. Now, I don't do it to the degree that my father would do it, so he would probably be ashamed with me, but I always have cash at the house. That has been, I don't know, all my life. If you're a woman and you go on a date with a man, you better have $200 in your pocket, so if that man acts up, you can go where you want to go. So I keep cash in my house, and I don't keep cash as good in my purse like I used to. I don't go on many dates, but when you go on a date, you should have cash in your pocket.
So my question was, where did that cash originally come from, if it didn't come out of the bank?
Cash is fungible. I've had cash for years in my house. So for me to tell you the source of when it comes from, when you go to Publix and you buy something, you get $50, you throw it in there. It's been my whole life. When I took out a large amount of money on my first campaign, I kept some of the cash of that. Like, to tell you I just have cash in my house, I don't have as much today as I would normally have, but I'm building back up now. So you just put money in. It's a very good practice. I would advise it to all women.
So you can't identify when you came into this cash or where the cash came from?
I didn't say I couldn't identify it. No, nobody gives me anything. I am sure that the source of the money is always the work, sweat, and tears of me. What you asked me for is, when did the money go in there? What I am trying to tell you is, so I got divorced in 2005 from my husband. No, it's important. You said, where did the money come from? And I need to tell you where the money came from. And so for many years, I have kept money in my house. That money in my worst days has probably only been $500 or $1,000. At my best days, I probably had $15,000 in my house at cash. At all times, there's going to be cash in my house or wherever I'm laying my head.
The money that you paid Mr. Wade, the cash, in October of 2022, you do not know where that money came from.
I do know where it came from. It came from my sweat and tears.
You know which job it came from. Did it come from Fulton County or did it come from a private job?
It came from, what are you talking about? So it could have come from a private job because before I was DA, I was in private practice. So I earned money during that time period that's probably in there.
You don't know
it could have, what do you mean I don't know where it came from? I
understand the situation. We can move on.
Okay, thanks. Same with Aruba. You don't know where that cash came from either, right?
Ma'am, you are mischaracterizing my testimony greatly. I'm not going to allow you to mischaracterize my testimony. I know that I keep money in my house. The amounts of money I gave Mr. Wade, it was never that serious. I don't think I've ever handed him more than $2,500 in a reimbursement. So we're not talking about $20,000 in cash. I don't have $20,000 in cash right now. The most I ever gave him, I know I gave him $2,500 when we went to Belize because we went to one hotel and then we went to a second hotel. That $2,500 I actually gave him while we were still in Belize. I know that the Aruba trip, the one that you described with his mom, I think I gave him about $2,000 for that trip for like total.
His mom went to Aruba with you?
The Aruba trip. So I consider that to be one trip. So we got off of a cruise ship and then we went to Aruba, which is why I cannot remember is that the time that we had to stay in Miami to wait for the flight for Aruba. So I consider that one trip, but we didn't like come back to Atlanta and leave. We flew down to Miami. We got on a cruise ship. We spent a couple of days with his mama. We came back to Miami. When we came back to Miami, either that day or the next day, we flew to Aruba. We spent a few days in Aruba and we came back. That was really one trip. Even though we went two places, it was one trip.
So let's talk about the California trip. Is that when you were moving your daughter out to California? When you all went, or did you have two trips to California?
My daughter doesn't live in California.
Did she ever live in California?
I'm not discussing to you the location of my child.
So how many times did you go with Mr. Wade to California?
Once.
And you all stayed in Napa Valley and he paid for the plane tickets and the hotel?
He paid for the plane tickets and the hotel.
And what did you pay for on that trip?
I gave him much less cash that time, probably $400 or $500, and then I paid for a bunch of stuff. I think we did 2 different wine tours that you do, which are pretty expensive. I think I bought him, he likes wine. I don't really like wine, to be honest with you. I like Grey Goose. I bought him a bottle of wine while we were there, and the sippings that you do. I can't remember how many, like 4 or 5 different places you go. I remember we went to this place that they do pairings. That was the most expensive thing that I think that we did while we were there. So they would pair, champagne, chocolate, and caviar. It was a 3, and it was like 3 different things: Sweden, Russia, someplace else. I'll make that up. But that was the most expensive thing we did that trip, and I paid for that.
You pay cash?
For us doing that? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that trip did not cost me a lot of money. I might have took like $750 in cash on me because we weren't gone very long.
I'd only asked if you paid in cash. I don't even know the amounts.
When I travel, I always take cash.
And is the cash that you keep in your house, or do you keep it at the condo that you were living in?
So at that point, it wouldn't be at my house, and I'm sorry if I was not clear. The money would be wherever I laid my head. So I wouldn't leave the money at the house. So if I was unclear, no. Money's going to be where I stay.
How much did you pay for your trip to Panama?
To where?
Panama, I believe.
I didn't go to Panama.
I may have the location wrong.
I never went to Panama.
So
Mr. Wade went to Panama with his frat brother.
Oh, he went to Panama with his frat brothers. So tell me about, let's see. So I want to make sure I've got them. I've got Belize. You already covered Belize. You covered the...
So let me tell you our real trips. In October, we went on the cruise with his mom. We got back from the cruise with his mom and we went to Aruba. I consider that one trip. Second trip, New Year's Eve, we went on a cruise to the Bahamas. That's the second trip. I want to make sure I get this right. Third trip, 100% on me. I think he might have spent $200 on that entire trip. We went to Belize. That was my trip. That was, his 50th. And then Napa Valley, we went around May. I don't know the dates, but it seems to me like it was close to Mother's Day.
And those are the only trips?
So that the record is complete, I can remember one time driving to, where were we? South Carolina, and we met my sister for lunch with her man.
When was that?
I don't know, but we didn't stay the night there. But I guess people would consider that a trip if you drive somewhere and you come back. That was insane because it was like 5 hours to drive. We ate lunch and we drove right back. I can remember driving to some little town in Georgia. I don't even know where I was. I had never been there before or after. There's some boat you can get on over to, and there's like a slave thing, if that gives anyone any reference. We didn't do that. I remember doing that. I remember driving one time to Charlotte. We had lunch with one of my very close girlfriends, and again, we drove to Charlotte, met my girlfriend for lunch, and drove right back. So that's a trip. We didn't stay the night there, but I just want to be complete in my testimony. We drove someplace, had lunch, drove back. I don't remember another driving someplace distant for lunch and coming back to Charlotte to see a girlfriend, to meet my sister in South Carolina. We went by ourselves when I told you about that remote place in Georgia. We could have driven someplace else and had lunch and came back, but that's all that comes to my recollection right now. There could have been another place we drove and had lunch. My security team was very clear to me. I'm not to be out and about in Atlanta without them. And so for me to do something just very normal that a normal person would get to do if they weren't prosecuting this case, I got to drive 4 hours to do it.
And that's what I was going to ask you. Your security detail, did they take you to and from your house?
So I haven't been able to enjoy my home.
Condo, I'm sorry.
And March
where you lay your head? Did they take you to and from where you lay your head?
99% of the time.
Would they take Mr. Wade to and from wherever you laid your head?
That has never in the history of ever happened, ever, okay?
Your security team has never taken him?
From my house? That's a lie.
I'm asking if they've ever taken him anywhere.
And I'm telling you that that's never happened.
So your security team has never taken Mr. Wade anywhere?
My security team has never taken Mr. Wade from any place where I have lived and brought him here. Never. Not once. Not ever.
Have they ever taken the two of you together?
To where?
Anywhere.
Well, we've left this building and gone to lunch, but I go to lunch so rarely that is a very rare occasion, I am sure. And let me be clear, it wouldn't just be Mr. Wade. So I'm sure my security team has taken me to lunch. Probably been a time I've left here 7 o'clock, gone to get something to eat, and I don't even know that they would have taken him or if he would have driven himself, but they've taken me to do that. But we're talking very few, very far in between. Most days I don't even eat lunch, and when I do, it's because my assistant has heated up some bag, something, and I eat through meetings and eat in my office. It's not a practice of mine to go to lunch.
During the time period that you were dating, would your security team ever take you two together anywhere?
No.
Never?
If there was a lunch that occurred that I just described, if there was a meal that occurred that I just described, anything outside of that, and it needs to be very clear, not often, once, twice, because I want to be over-inclusive, I'm saying once or twice. I'm not certain that it happened, but I'd rather be over-inclusive with you.
So your office objected to us getting Delta records for flights that you may have taken with Mr. Wade.
No, look. I object to you getting records. You've been intrusive into people's personal lives. You're confused. You think I'm on trial. These people are on trial for trying to steal an election in 2020. I'm not on trial, no matter how hard you try to put me on trial.
So my question was, do you have any
I
problem?
object to getting any personal records of mine.
We're not dealing with privilege through a witness.
And I'm not, no, I'm not dealing with privilege. What we had offered to put them in camera for the court to review, and I just want to know if she has any
That's not
problem.
something you deal with a witness.
Okay, you have to file as part of your job something called an income and financial disclosure report, correct?
That's correct.
And you filed your first one, so you filed 2 to date, is that right?
Is it 2 or 3? I probably would have filed 21, 22, and maybe I haven't filed 23 yet, because isn't it due like June of the next year?
April, I believe. So you filed, let's see, you filed your first one, it looks like April 15th, 2022, and your second one, April 17th, 2023. Does that sound familiar?
That I don't remember the dates, but you're an officer of the court. I'm gonna hope you're telling the truth now.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you. I already gave the state a copy, exhibit 20 and 21, if you take a look at those. They're part of the certified records.
Can somebody bring me some? Yeah. Guys are getting a little old. Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
Those are the ones that you filed.
This looks like me for sure. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Judge, we'd move to admit 20 and 21.
I think you need to delineate which one's which
20
one's which.
is 2021, so it accounts for the time period, Your Honor, January the 1st, 21 through December the 31st, 2021. That is Defendant's Exhibit 20. Defendant's Exhibit 2021, it accounts for the time period January the 1st, 2022 through December the 1st of 2022.
All right. Any objection to Exhibits 20 and 21?
Nope.
Sorry. From other counsel? Admitted without objection.
Yeah. When did your personal relationship with Mr. Wade end?
Our personal relationship ended in this year. So let's be very clear so that we don't mix words. I don't want to mix words in here. Mr. Wade is my friend right now. Mr. Wade, I would say, has been my friend since 2020. I think he started out as like a mentor and a professional colleague. He became my friend and somebody that I really respected. I feel very indebted to Mr. Wade for taking on the task of this job. And he is certainly my friend and one of the people that I respect the most. So if you ask about a personal relationship, I consider myself to have a personal relationship right now, Mr. Wade. I consider myself to have a personal relationship with Anna Cross. I consider myself to have a personal relationship with Mr. Abadi. I consider myself to have a personal relationship with Andrew Evans.
Okay, let me just clarify that.
I have a personal relationship with him as we speak right now. I don't think that's what you're asking. I think that's what you're asking.
When did your romantic relationship with Mr. Wade end? Did it end?
Me and Mr. Wade, we are good friends. My respect for him has grown over these 7 weeks of attacks. We are very good friends. I think, but for these attacks, it would have been a friendship that, as life goes, you would have stopped having. I think that you have cemented that we'll be friends till the day we die.
Let's.
Could we just have an answer to the question?
I can handle this, Seda. Let's have it.
She asked about a personal relationship.
She asked when the romantic relationship ended. That's the question.
Sometime in, I'd say late summer of 2023. So I don't believe me in, because this is what you're really asking about. This is the salaciousness of all of this, right?
No, I'm just asking about your romantic relationship, when you stopped dating.
I think that me and Mr. Wade, so he's a man, he probably would say June or July. I would say we had a tough conversation in August. So that men in relationships at the end of physical intimacy, women in relationships when that tough conversation takes place.
And where, when did he come to, I guess the condo, I'm not sure what you called it, condo apartment, would he come and stay at that condo or visit you there? I'm sorry, visit you there?
what condo, what apartment, I want to be clear.
So not your house. I know you classified one as house and one as condo, so I'm trying to use those terms.
So, but there's been more than, see, what you don't understand is because of this case, I got to move. And so I need
If you
to,
could ask a more precise question.
yes, please, give me the time period. that we're talking
Mr. Wade visits you at the place you laid your head.
about. When?
Has he ever visited you at the place you laid your head?
So let's be clear, because you lied in this, let me tell you which one you lied in. Right here? I think you lied right here. No. This is the truth.
Judge,
and
this
it is a lie. It is a lie.
Ms. Willis?
You see.
Mr. Sena, thank you. We're going to take 5 minutes. Be back in 5.
May I go to the bathroom?
We have been tuning in to the Willis-Wade hearing. The Fulton County District Attorney, Fani Willis, and Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade in in Trump's Georgia case. Their relationship is under scrutiny because, yeah, they have this professional, but also personal and intimate relationship while Wade is the prosecutor for the case. So this relationship has, the intimate romantic relationship has ended, as both of them have testified to. But it's now coming under heavy scrutiny. And yeah, like I was saying, we just heard from Fani Willis. A few of the revelations from earlier today, we heard from, again, Nathan Wade talking about how he said the relationship with Fani Willis became a romantic one in early of 2022, while a good friend, an old friend of District Attorney Fani Willis's, said that the relationship began in 2019.
Yes, and this is the main point of contention. Wade and Willis contend that they started their relationship after Nathan Wade joined the DA's office, appointed by Fani Willis, whereas the prosecutors in this hearing are alleging that it started in 2019. There were many points that were dug into just in that hearing that we heard just now. Fani Willis saying that she just has large amounts of cash on her anywhere that she is, and that she used that cash but could not trace it to a particular source. We'll tune back in to the hearing soon, but first up, we'll head to a commercial break.
If you're living with diabetes, this is the sound that could change your life.
Great news for people living with diabetes. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor and eliminate routine finger sticks. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over.
Just call 800-215-1658.
If you use insulin daily to manage your condition, a continuous glucose monitor could help you control your diabetes and reduce or eliminate those painful finger sticks. If you have Medicare or private insurance, US Med can deliver a CGM system right to your door. And if you qualify, there may be little or no cost to you. Shipping is free, and we'll even bill your insurer directly. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Just call 800-215-1658. That's 800-215-1658.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm here to tell you about my new product from MyPillow. Towels that actually work. Watch this absorbency test. Here's another towel that we randomly went out and bought. Here's one of my towels with the nice design. I don't know if you can see this, but you could line a swimming pool with this. I mean, this is crazy. Get rid of it. Towels that actually work. What a concept. I'm interrupting this commercial to let you know you can get our 6-piece My Towels, regular $69.98, now only $29.98. Or you can save 25% on our brand new kitchen towels, made with the same technology as our famous My Towels. Also, we have bath sheets, bath towels, washcloths, hand towels, and so much more. And the best part, with your promo code, your entire order ships absolutely free. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use that promo code to get deep discounts on all My Towels. And for a limited time, your order ships absolutely free.
Life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome. Prediabetes does. One in 3 adults has prediabetes, and you could be one of them. There are usually no signs for prediabetes, so it's important to understand your risk. With early diagnosis, prediabetes can be reversed. And you can change the outcome. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test today. Go to doihaveprediabetes.org.
We are watching a hearing just now of Fani Willis giving her testimony on the particulars of her relationship with Nathan Wade, the special prosecutor, in the case that she's brought against and that the state of Georgia has brought against former President Trump. We're going to tune back into that. They've taken a short break and they're coming back from that break.
Ready, Judge?
Yeah. Yeah, you good. All right,
Thank you.
We're back on the record. Before we proceed, though, I'll advise everyone here, this being a room mostly full of lawyers who have spent their lives in a courtroom. We all know what professionalism looks like, what decorum looks like, and devoting ourselves to the rule of law and proper advocacy. I would urge everyone to keep those principles in mind, starting with the fact that we won't talk over each other. And from there, we'll get through this. Ms. Merchant.
Thank you, Judge. How often did Mr. Wade visit you at a place where you were living between 2019 and 2021?
So you want to start with the lie that he lived with me in South Fulton in 2019, a home he's never been to? That's one lie you told in your document.
Judge, I didn't ask her about that.
Ms. Merchant, I want you to ask a very precise question. I think she's saying and answering that he did not live with her. So why don't we break that up into smaller parts?
I didn't ask about living.
But you put in your, while we're talking about professionalism, she put in 3 different documents he lived with me.
Full opportunity to respond.
And
filed that with the court.
In 2019.
He's never been to South Fulton. In 2019, I lived in South Fulton. He has never been to my residence in 2019, ever, not once.
In 2019, he's never been to your residence, any place.
I lived in my home in South Fulton before I started getting the threats that were here, a house I paid for with my own sweat and tears. I'm no longer able to live there. But in 2019, I did. And in the 2 months of 2019 that I knew Mr. Wade, 3 months, the beginning of October, all of November, and all of December, Mr. Wade never came to my house in South Fulton. Let me help you out. I lived there in 2020. He never came to my house in 2020, let alone live with me, as you put falsely in these documents. In the first 3 months of 2021, when I could still enjoy my home, Mr. Wade never came to South Fulton, and it is certainly a lie that he lived with me.
So in 2020, so you said 2019, 2020. Did Mr. Wade ever visit you at a place that you resided?
He has never been to my home in South Fulton. 2020 was before I knew that a phone call was going to be made and I was going to have to abandon my home. As a result thereof, he never visited, lived at, came to, or has seen South Fulton.
You qualified that with your home in South Fulton.
That's where I lived in 2020.
2020, did he ever visit you at a place that you resided?
Okay. I don't understand. You're going to give me guidance. In 2020, I lived in South Fulton.
Okay.
That's the only place I lived in South Fulton. That's before I had to abandon my home, Judge.
All right.
And at my
Well,
home
I
in
think we're gonna
South
clarify
Fulton,
this. We'll break it down.
he never came there, okay? So if you don't
Ms.
come
Willis.
someplace, you can't live there.
Ms. Willis, I'm going to have to caution you. This is going to be the first time I have to caution you. We have to listen to the questions as asked. And if this happens again and again, I'm going to have no choice but to strike your testimony. So we need to break this down. Ms. Merchant's question, I believe, was asking whether you lived anywhere other than South Fulton.
I did not live anywhere but South Fulton, Georgia in 2020. That is before I began my prosecution of this case, and it was my plan to only live there.
Did Mr. Wade ever visit you at the condo that you leased from Miss Yurdi?
He visited that condo, yes.
He did.
Yes.
Did he ever spend the night at that condo?
No.
Just visited.
Yeah, but he did visit for sure.
Did you ever go out to eat together, other than the lunches you talked about,
In
during
2020?
2019 or 2020?
I would think that we probably went to lunch, but it wouldn't have been, let me think, 2019. I'm going to say, I don't know, I'm going to say we probably broke bread someplace in 2019. I don't remember it, but it seems like we would have broke bread sometime in 2019. So I'm going to say yes, although I have no recollection. But it seems to me like I go out to eat and drink with pretty much everyone, so I'm going to say yes.
So outside of the vacations that we've already talked about, did you ever go out to dinner with Mr. Wade?
I mentioned to you that
I'm going to object as to what time period. Like, we're asking very vague questions. I thought we were treating the witness as hostile under 611. We're no longer doing that. So we're going to go back and forth. We need to be more specific with our questions if we're going to treat her as hostile.
All right, Ms. Merchant, it's not so much. I think you can elect between leading and open-ended questions, but I think we are still wondering about, and I think we need to get back on track of focusing on the financial benefit or the relationship.
And my next question about if you did go out to dinner, who paid when you went out to dinner?
He paid, I paid.
You both paid?
Okay, so let me be real clear. We didn't say, oh, the bill is $102. You give $51, I'll give $51. I don't operate like that with my girlfriends. I don't operate like that with anyone. He caught the bill, I caught the bill. Whomever.
Did you ever pay him through Cash App?
No.
You only ever paid him through cash?
Well, yes. We're talking about, I'm very confused
You've
now.
never given Mr. Wade money through Cash App?
No.
The only money you've ever given him outside of a contract is cash.
I didn't give him money in a contract, so that was cute, but I didn't give him money outside in a contract. What happened, no, we're going to answer it since you said it. He worked more hours than he was paid, and the county paid him for the work that he did. So don't be cute with me and then think that you're not going to get an answer.
And I will ask you about the contract in a minute. I asked you about cash. Did you ever pay him anything? And I'm trying to qualify my questions. I'm not talking about the contract with Fulton County that was paid. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about outside of that. Did you ever pay him anything other than cash?
I've only given him cash a few times in the course of what we're talking about.
So you've
if
never
we
used
would
a
go to
credit card?
dinner,
Let her finish her answer.
if we would go to dinner, I wouldn't give him cash because he paid for dinner or I paid for dinner. I've given him cash only a few times in life, probably 4.
Okay.
Probably the most money I've ever handed him is $2,500. The least amount of money I've handed him, probably between $500 and $1,000.
You never wrote him a check?
Ma'am, I don't have checks.
Okay. So you have no proof of any reimbursement for any of these things because it was all cash, right?
The testimony of one witness is enough to prove a fact.
So my question
Are you telling
was,
me
do you
that
have
I'm
any
lying
proof?
to you? Is that what you're intimating right here?
I'm asking if you have any proof that you paid him any of these
The
monies.
proof is what I just told you.
You have no written proof. Is that correct?
So I have some, probably some transactions like in Belize. I probably spent $500 on my card in Belize. I spent $900 on each of our tickets to go to Belize. I did the $700. I probably got some minor expenses in Aruba that would be on a card. But for the most part, for those trips, other than, so The 2 cruises, I gave him money for those before we ever left, because they were pre-booked. Let me answer.
Well, the question was if you had any written proof. And so
I've answered you that I've had written proof.
We can move to the next question. If you've answered if you had any written proof, and that was my question.
I want to make sure that we're clear that for the 2 cruises,
Judge, I asked if she gave him written proof.
We're not going to talk over each other. Ms. Merchant, she answered your question, so we can ask the next question. Ms. Willis and Ms. Cross will have plenty of opportunities to let you clarify your answers when it's her turn.
Thank you, Judge. Knowing your role as district attorney, you know that public funds are scrutinized and money is scrutinized and things like that. You understand.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
You understand you're under a microscope. You have reporting requirements, all of those types of things. You have no record other than your testimony of the money that you've given Mr. Wade.
You've already asked that question. Let's keep going.
When you took office, you had a tax lien of $4,600. Did you pay that with cash when you made that tax lien whole?
I probably paid through however you pay.
Okay. So, but you were saying that you had amounts of cash. You still had that lien in 2022 when you were dating Wade and going on these trips. So the cash that you gave him, that could have been used to pay this tax lien off?
You gonna tell me how to pay my bills?
I'm going to object. This is not relevant as it relates to why we're here today.
Ms. Merchant, are you trying to establish that she was insolvent in some way?
I definitely was trying to establish that she did not have these mass amounts of cash that she's talking about, yes.
All right. Re-ask the question.
You had a tax lien in 2022, $4,600.
Did you say I did?
And you did not use this cash that you had to reimburse Mr. Wade to pay that off, correct?
No. Okay. I went shopping too when I didn't pay it off.
And you talked about, you gave a lot of interviews to some authors in a book called Finding Books, right?
I would not characterize it as a lot. I probably have spoken to them 2 or 3 times.
My question is relevant as to...
I think it's already come up that finances are discussed in the book. I'll overrule that.
Thank you.
Ms. Wilson, you can continue your answer.
What came up with Mr. Wade as it relates to hearsay statements that he was asked about in relation to what Ms. Willis may or may not have said in relation to an author. So it's not relevant to the testimony that's occurring at this time.
I think Ms. Merchant has said that inside the book she also makes a statement as to her own finances, and that's at issue.
So you gave interviews to the authors of this book, correct?
Once or twice.
Okay. And
3 times, just to be comprehensive. I don't know if it was 3 times, 2 or 3 times, I think.
You were quoted in the book, and I will give you a chance to say if this is a misquote. You were quoted, when they asked you about if you wanted to run for office for DA, you were quoted, "I really don't want to be financially effed up again." Do you remember saying that?
So what that refers to,
My question first is if you remember saying that.
I remember saying something similar to that, but I would like to be able to explain what that's in reference to. That's not in reference to anything else. It was a huge sacrifice to be district attorney in Fulton County. Huge. I was doing just fine. I had a municipal court judgeship that was paying me $100,000 a year, and like you got to show up twice a week. Easiest thing I've ever done in life. I also had private clients that were paying me to represent them, so I was able to have a law practice and that. Raising 2 daughters by myself, there were times in life where things were hard, and so I was telling people, I don't really run for DA. I don't want to run for DA. I'm in a good position right now. I got this easy job that I enjoy, being the chief judge of the city of South Fulton. I'm making money at the law firm, and I'm not sure that I want to make this sacrifice. And why does it always have to be me? Eventually, I prayed. I think that I was the appropriate person. I think that I did that. So when you're referring to that, what I'm saying is, why should I make a sacrifice again? And what I was not talking about is being district attorney. Once you get elected district attorney, you're in a fine financial position. I make over $200,000 a year. What I was talking about is I ran for judge. When I ran for judge, I took $50,000 of my personal money out of my retirement, and that money ended up being lost. And I know when you bet on yourself, you're going to have to bet money on yourself. And so what I was talking about was not wanting to go through the personal financial expense of running for office. By no means did I think that I was going to be financially in a bad position once I won. Let's talk about what I was up against, because it's important to understand that comment. I had a district attorney who had been here for 24 years.
And Judge,
People,
I don't
no.
wanna
This
interrupt
is
her, but
it's
she's
very
answering
relevant as to
questions.
what my mindset was about this. So I'm trying to answer your question. So what I was saying is
Tailored solely to finance.
right, but it is about my finances.
It's about
If I didn't, nobody put me in this seat. So I had already run for office once. I had spent $50,000 of my own money running, and it was vamoose, nothing. And so when I'm talking to those offers, I'm talking about the contemplation of the sacrifice of the run, not the sacrifice of once you become DA. The odds were against me. I was likely going to lose the election based on who I was running against. So that needs to be in the appropriate context.
Isn't it true that the authors also wrote, and you can dispute this if you'd like, that you were broke after that race?
The 2018 race.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a hard race. I wasn't broke like I didn't have any. So broke is relative to depending where you are, but that hurt to lose that $50,000. So I'm sure my mental mindset was like, I just gave $50,000 away.
Right. So they characterized it from their conversations with you that you were broke, you had poured your own money into the campaign, and you weren't able to pay your own bills because of your clients couldn't pay their bills to you, and you had a paltry array of family and asset forfeiture cases. It says you were trying to make it month to month. Is that an accurate depiction of your financial situation at that point?
I would want to read that, but I don't remember clients not being able to pay their bills. Or
May I approach, Judge?
You can.
You may.
Page 14.
I have not read this book. So like this fact here, her ex-husband Fred had run into a financial. I have no information about that.
I just asked about what they represent from their interviews with you, that you were broke and that you had clients that weren't able to pay their bills.
Can you show me where that is? Because this is where you put the tab, so that's where I read.
Broke, couldn't pay their bills.
Yeah, I'm sure I characterized myself as broke as leaving that $50,000. I don't know that I had her nascent law practice at paltry array.
Well, you just
I didn't have.
Ms. Merchant.
I thought I had a law practice. So this is not correct. I'm sure it's just I didn't have any asset forfeiture cases. So I had one case where they had took one of my clients' money at the airport. I don't know if that's what they're I don't know. Paltry array. I did have family law cases. I guess that's what they're talking about. And clients who couldn't pay their bills ain't clients. So no.
So my question was just if this was a fair and accurate representation where it says you were trying to make it month to month at that point in time.
No, I don't think that is actually a fair and accurate representation, but I am certain that after the 2018 election, I'm still not really happy about having given up that $50,000.
You know when you paid your tax lien?
I don't.
You don't? Do you know if you paid it?
I know I've paid some taxes. I don't know. I don't want to speculate.
Did you tell anyone at Fulton County Board of County Commissioners about your relationship with Mr. Wade?
No.
Did you disclose your relationship to anybody at Fulton County?
No, I don't think so.
And as the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of Fulton County, I assume that you're familiar with the county code and ordinances?
I've said we're not going to cover that in this hearing, Ms. Merchant.
I'm sorry, Judge?
We said we weren't going to cover the county regulations.
Okay, and I won't. Let me ask you this then. So are you aware that you're required to disclose any relationship with someone that you contract with in Fulton County?
I'm going to object to the court's prior ruling that you made this morning.
Would this be different because it's a potential for impeachment?
Yes.
What did you ask me?
Ms. Merchant, if you could re-ask the question.
Okay. Are you aware that Fulton County requires you to disclose any relationship with someone that you're doing business with?
I'm not aware, and I know often that things are confused with state constitutional officers in county, but I'm not aware.
Okay. So it's your understanding that you don't have a duty to disclose the relationship?
She's answered that question. Let's keep going.
Did you keep track of this cash that you paid him at all?
What are you talking? I don't understand.
Did you keep track? Did you keep a ledger? Did you keep track of it?
So I've only given him cash, as I mentioned, 3 or 4 times. There's no ledger. This is friends handing money off to each other.
So the answer is no, you didn't keep
I think
track.
you've already asked whether there was any written proof whatsoever, and she's
Yes.
answered that.
Okay.
So we've covered this. Let's move on.
Who are you referring to when you suggested that Mr. Roman's motion to disqualify was racially motivated?
We already said we're not talking about the forensic misconduct that's been alleged.
And okay.
And just so the record is clear, I don't believe I said that his motion was racially motivated, so I don't want that to stay there. I've never said his motion was racially motivated, so that should not be
Ms. Willis,
true.
I
if
think
she
it would
wrote
be
that.
best if we don't need to go down that road. We're going to save that for argument.
You once said that you would not engage with a personal relationship with anyone that worked for Fulton County. Is that correct?
An employee?
Anyone that worked for Fulton County.
I think I said an employee.
Okay. So that's the qualification you give an employee? You wouldn't.
I think that's the statement that I made. So if you want to quote me accurately.
So it's your position because Mr. Wade was not an employee? Or it's your position he wasn't an employee, correct?
Mr. Wade is not an employee, and he will tell you that over and over again.
Just one moment, Judge. I'm sorry, the statement, just so I make sure I accurately quote you. What you said was you won't sleep with people who work under you. Do you not consider Mr. Wade working under you?
I consider Mr. Wade to be an agent.
An agent?
Yeah,
All right.
an appointee is what I really think of him as.
Your point, whatever merit it has, Ms. Merchant, is on the record.
Thank you.
Next question. All right. Do we need any moments in a minute? Mr. Sadow.
No, I'm ready to go, Your Honor.
All right.
I'm going to try to ask you questions that you can actually answer without having to explain, okay?
Yes, sir. My comprehension skills are pretty good, so we should do all right.
We shall soon see. If I heard you correctly, you moved into what I will refer to as the Yurti condo in either March or April of 2021. Is that correct?
Sometime between late February and April. Yes, I don't. Just so we're clear, yes. But in that time period, you're in the ballpark. We're in the ballpark.
And is that Yurti condo, would you say that it is in Hapeville?
It is in Hapeville, yes, sir.
And you moved in there for safety reasons?
My father, yes, I moved in there. We were concerned. My father was terribly concerned about me continuing to live at the house. And so they were clear. People came to my house at 5 o'clock in the morning about the police brutality cases, saying I was going to have a wake-up call. There were security threats due to gang cases, and there were concerns due to that was at the very beginning of this, looking into that. And so for all of those reasons and what was happening, my father wanted me out the house, and begrudgingly I left.
Okay, so the answer to the question was yes for safety reasons, correct?
Those were all of the things that caused the safety concerns. I'm sorry.
I'm not questioning whether they are or are not safety concerns. I just asked that you moved into this condo, the RT condo,
Right.
for safety reasons, right?
Yes.
Okay. At the time that you moved into the condo, be it from February to April of 2021,
Yes.
was your father still living in your house?
Right, because my father...
That's
yeah.
all I ask you.
But I get to explain the answer, sir.
I don't know if there's an explanation. If I ask you, was your father still living at your house, the answer is either he was or he wasn't.
Yes, but you are going to get to argue at the end of this, as we both know.
I'm not going to
And
argue
so
anything.
I
I'm
would
going to
like
ask.
To be able to explain why.
I'm going
And so,
to.
yes, because my father is an older gentleman, he was worried about COVID, and he stayed.
Ms. Willis, I'm going to have to say that's second time. Whenever we have to put a pause, we stop testifying, okay? You'll have a chance to explain yourself. The question was whether your father was not staying there at the time, and you're clarifying that in your answer as well. You can have a brief clarification, but it shouldn't be something that reaches well beyond the question. All right, Mr. Sadow, you can re-ask the question. We'll see where it takes us.
Okay, thank you. Was your father still living in your house at the time you moved to what I would refer to as the Yurti condo?
Yes, sir, he was, due to his concerns related to COVID.
Okay. The safety concern was that there was potential danger at your house. Is that correct?
Yes, my address had been exposed, so yes, there was concerns about potential danger at my house.
Okay, so anyone staying at your house in the time period after you went to the Yerty condo was still in danger, correct?
Yeah, what? No, he did.
I think you have to. It's your attorney, Ms. Willis. Sorry, Mr. Potty, your objection is speculation.
Yes.
To the question of
Speculation.
whether someone was still in danger at her condo.
I can
Just let her answer the question.
Or Mr. Sadon wants to rephrase. So
No,
I'm not sure.
I was able to
I've got
understand it.
I've got the objection, and then I have.
I'll withdraw the objection. We can move forward.
Okay.
So, and I remember the question, so I can answer it.
But you can, now that the objection's been withdrawn, can you try to answer that question?
Yes.
There's still a safety concern for people staying at the house.
Yes, I was very concerned about my father still living at the house. However, if you have dealt with an older gentleman, he was not leaving the house, despite my urging him that I thought he should leave as well. He did not want to leave the house because he was particularly worried at his age about COVID. But that became, I don't want to say, I was not happy with that decision of my father's, but I can't ultimately make him leave. And he stayed there too long, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. During that period that you left to go to the Yerty condo, did any of your children stay at your house?
So I don't think that they were there at that point. Certainly my baby wasn't there.
I'm talking about this entire period. We're talking about, if I remember correctly, and you'll correct me, I'm sure, you said that you stayed there at what I would call the Yerty condo until January of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm asking you, in that period, which would be February to April of 2021 until January of 22, did any of your children stay at your house?
And you don't have to yell at me. I'm able to understand. So I would ask you to not yell at me. That being said, I don't actually expressly remember, but I can tell you, since I have left my home, there have been times my oldest daughter came in. But I can't tell you with certainty the time window that you've said, if they did or not. And so I don't want to speculate to that, but there was some time that my oldest daughter came back. Whether it was that period or after I left the Yerty residence, I'm not sure, okay?
Okay, so if I continue to go into more detail on this, you're not going to be able to give me an answer of whether or not, in fact, any of your children were still at the house or stayed at your house during that time period, correct?
What I can give you clarity of, so that we are clear, is from the time I moved out in February-ish of 2021, after I left there was a time period that my oldest daughter came back. But if you're asking me, was it in that window or after, I just don't have a recollection of that because, you know, your kids come and they go. And so I don't remember the specific time period, and I apologize for that.
Did your children ever stay with you at the Yerty condo?
Like maybe a night. Okay. Like for a girls' night or something, but live with, no.
Okay. Did anyone else stay with you at the Yerty condo, including Miss Yerty?
Never. Miss Yerty never lived in the condo. She met her husband and they moved. They weren't quite married, but they moved. Nobody ever lived with me in the condo. That was
my word was stayed, not lived. Stayed with you at the condo.
I guess I don't understand the distinction, but no one ever. I think my baby's my oldest child. I think she spent one night with me, maybe my oldest and my youngest. But I think that whole time I was in that place, other than that one night, I don't think anyone ever, this was a very lonely period in my life. I don't think anyone ever spent the night other than maybe one night. I remember a picture of my baby sitting on the couch in that place, and I'm thinking she spent that night. But just a very lonely time in life.
Okay. We'll stay with the lonely theme just for a minute. Did Nathan Wade visit you at the Yerty condo from the time you moved in until he was hired on November the 1st of 2021?
So I moved out of that condo, but during that time period, I'm sure he came to visit. he came to visit. I can remember us going, I think the restaurant's Lickety Split. I can remember him picking me up, going to Lickety Split and ordering some food and coming and sitting at my table and eating. So I remember times that he visited me at that condo, yes.
Okay, could you give us an approximation of how many times Mr. Wade visited you at the condo between the time you moved in and prior to November 1 of 2020?
I don't think often, but I don't want to speculate.
Can we say more than 5, more than 10?
I'm going to tell you the problem I'm having here. Let's say more than 10, but I'm not sure that that's even accurate. He certainly has come and picked me up, gone to grab some food to eat. I don't remember him being in that condo a lot.
Okay, that's your.
I'm sorry. You want a number, and what I don't want to do.
Giving me your current and best recollection is all I'm asking for.
That's all I can give you, sir.
How many times did any of the prosecution team, how many times did Anna Cross come to that condo between the time you moved in and November 1st of 2021?
I don't think Anna's ever been to that condo.
What about any other prosecutor that's involved in the prosecution of this case?
I don't think any of them have.
Just Mr. Wade?
That's correct, sir.
But it was a lonely time.
Oh my God, that 2021, I have a lot of guilt about this time period in my life. Let me tell you why. But yes, it was a lonely time.
Okay.
I was very appreciative to the citizens for giving me this responsibility and this duty. But what I very, very quickly learned is that this is a very isolating job, and 2021 was a lonely time. I turned 50 in 2021. That's probably one of the worst birthdays I've ever had. I spent it alone. So I have a clear recollection of 2021 being lonely.
Okay. Did Mr. Wade ever visit you at the condo, the time period I'm talking about, prior to November of 2021, when Miss Yerty was at the condo?
So Miss Yerty and me, we didn't share the condo at the same time.
So the answer would be no.
But we never stayed there together, so it's an impossibility.
It's an impossibility.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, Miss Yerty, because we need to get clarification on this. Miss Yerty stayed in that place. There may have been a time that me and Mr. Wade visited, like went and saw Miss Yerty, but me and Miss Yerty never lived there together. Just so we're clear.
Well, maybe that was clear, but I'm going to have to try again.
Okay.
Was Miss Yerty still living in the condo when you moved in?
Not a day.
Okay. So what I'm talking.
Another misrepresentation in this. We never lived together. I never lived with Miss Yerty.
My question, though, I'm trying to understand that after you moved in to the condo, Miss Yerty she was out of the condo, right?
She got a house.
That's all I'm asking. She's not in the condo.
We never stay, Miss Yerty and I never stay a day together in the condo. All of her stuff was out of the condo, and all my stuff, some of my stuff, not all of it obviously, was moved into the condo. So we never stayed there together. No, sir.
All right. So when I ask you about Mr. Wade visiting the condo, when you were staying there,
yes,
Miss Yerty wasn't staying there, correct?
that would be correct, yes.
She wouldn't be at the condo, correct?
No, she would not have been.
It would be you and Mr. Wade alone at the condo, correct?
Yes.
That is, there weren't any other witnesses to Mr. Wade and you at the condo, correct?
Yes.
No security, none of your security detail.
On object, she said it was just her and Mr. Wade.
You made your point, Mr. Sadow. Let's move on to the next one.
Yes, Your Honor. Who in the prosecution team, prior to, I guess, the motion being filed by Defendant Roman, who in the prosecution team knew of your personal relationship, and now I'm talking romantic, with Mr. Wade?
So, sir, I am extremely private.
All I ask is who knew. It's not. The answer is no one knew, that's fine.
No.
I ask you who knew.
You
Let me just tell you
it and then explain, Ms. Willis.
I am very private. When I supervised Mr. Body and Mr. McAfee, they didn't know who I was dating, but I can assure you I was dating somebody. So that I kept something private, that's my private life, is not any mystery to anyone. It's like a woman doesn't have the right to keep her private life private. And I'm speaking on this because there have been all these intimations.
You still haven't answered the question, Ms. Willis.
I'm sorry, what was the question, Your Honor?
Is there anyone else who knew about it? And then you can explain.
I don't know. I don't think so. I certainly didn't go out telling my business to the world.
Okay, so, the best of your recollection, you didn't inform anyone on the prosecution team that the individual that you had chosen to lead the prosecution team had a personal relationship with you.
So
is that correct?
That's inaccurate. Your question is inaccurate.
What?
Because you stated that the person I chose, we had a personal relationship. So we had a friendship. We have all these distinguishing factors. Remember, when I chose him in November of 21, first of all, let's get this straight. Mr. Wade was not actually my first choice. That's no insult to him.
Your Honor,
No, it is you because of the way you phrased the question. You said, when I chose him, I didn't inform people of a personal relationship. We have defined personal as romantic. It is an inaccurate way to state the question.
Then I will certainly restate it so it is very accurate.
Okay, and please do not yell at me.
You hired Mr. Wade for the first time on November 1st of 2021, correct?
November of 2021, yes,
Okay.
sir.
Your testimony is, whether one accepts it or not, your testimony is that at the time you hired Mr. Wade, there had never been a romantic relationship with Mr. Wade before you hired him, correct?
Yes, my testimony is that we were very good friends, but we're talking about a sex, so let's just don't.
No, I'm not talking about, I'm saying romantic relationship doesn't necessarily have to be just sex.
Well,
It can be dating, it can be holding hands, it can be any of those things that one might call romantic. I'm asking you whether or not prior to November 1st of 2021, there was a romantic relationship with Mr. Wade. That's very simple. It's either a yes or a no.
I don't consider my relationship with him to be romantic before that. I'm not a hand holder, so no.
That's fine. Now, let's move beyond November 1st of 2021, excuse me. If I understand your testimony, there was no romantic relationship with Mr. Wade until early in 2022, whether it be January or February or March, early in 2022, correct?
I would say sometime between February and April. Yes, sir.
All right. Now I'm asking you about that time period when it became romantic.
Yes,
okay?
sir. Thank you.
Okay. You didn't see the need, if I understand, to tell any of the people on the prosecution team when you had established a romantic relationship with Mr. Wade that the lead prosecutor, that is the man that was basically giving orders to others, was dating or having a romantic relationship with you, correct?
I'm going to object to relevance at this point, Your Honor.
Just say no relevance.
Just to prove what we're attempting to show that there is an issue on the credibility about the relationship. The failure to have informed anyone on her team that she was having a romantic relationship with the lead prosecutor, I suggest gives rise to that inference. That's the relevance.
The inference that
that they were concealing this because it was not as it's been characterized to the court, and that in fact it started earlier than what they say.
All right, overruled. Mr. Sadon.
I just want to make sure that we're clear. From at least 2020, me and Mr. Wade were friends. At least that time period.
Okay, I'm not talking about.
So no. I want to be clear because my credibility is being evaluated here, right? We were friends. We hung out prior to November of 2021. In November of 2021, I hired him. I do not consider our relationship to have become romantic until early of 2022. Because I don't know a date and time, I'm saying sometime between February and April of 2022, and very early April of 2022, because I know that trip that I discussed with you was like the first week of 2022, that the relationship had become romantic. I hope that answered your question, but I can't have it where, we're saying something differently.
All right, so you've established the timeline as you put it. The question originally was, At that time, did you tell any other prosecutors on the prosecution?
I never tell people at work who I'm dating.
All right, Mr. Sadow.
Okay. Did you take any trips to D.C. with Mr. Wade?
Never.
Did you take, okay, so you have no, what I would call personal trips or business trips to D.C. with Mr. Wade?
I never went to D.C. with Mr. Wade, personal, business, otherwise, never.
Okay, so.
I've never been in the District of Columbia with Mr. Wade, or Maryland, Virginia, the DMV as they call it.
So as I understand it, to be clear, any trips that you would have taken to see D.C.
That was a pretty clear answer.
Huh?
That was a pretty clear answer.
No.
She just said no.
Twice.
So do you have a variation or something new to bring up?
I'll ask it and we'll see. Did you take trips to D.C. that were non-business during the time period that this case or this matter was under investigation?
I'm going to object as to relevance as it relates to the matter that we're here before Your Honor.
Well, again, the question already asked was take personal or business trips. She said,
but that was with
personal
Mr.
or
Wade.
business.
That was with Mr. Wade. This I asked her alone whether she took.
Okay.
What's the relevance?
And what would be the relevance of that?
I'm trying to understand whether or not we have an ability to show a personal trip in which Mr. Wade is there at the same time. I understand her answer. Okay, I understand her answer, but we have documents, we have records that.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the documents, the things that.
Well, this could be something that's maybe not part of the record yet, but if he has I think there have been other things discussed in this case, and they have evidence that Mr. Wade may have been in D.C. at the same time. If you want to ask about that exact specific date, Mr. Sadow, you can do that.
I would reference to the court that was not asked of Mr. Wade. Anything about any trips to D.C.
Sure. And so that's going to limit its merit and impact on credibility. So, Mr. Sadow, ask the question.
I understand your testimony is you never took a trip to D.C. with Mr. Wade.
That's correct.
Personal or business?
That's correct.
Were you ever in D.C. at the same time as Mr. Wade?
I was not.
Personal or business?
No, me and Mr. Wade have not been to D.C. at the same time. However, since Mr. Wade has been on this case, he's been to D.C. Since Mr. Wade has been on to this case, I've been to D.C. What has not happened is we have not been in the District of Columbia at the same time. Now, the only thing I'm not sure about with what you asked me is if I've been to D.C. personally, because I got a lot of personal friends in that area. But I know that I have been to D.C. I did an interview at Howard University. I went to D.C. for that. Seems like I've been to D.C. one other time. Oh, I went to D.C. for the Global Summit. Actually, yeah, those were two separate trips.
My next question is based on her opening the door, and therefore I'll just ask it, and Your Honor can decide whether or not it's appropriate. When you went to D.C., did you go to the White House?
I did not go to the White House.
No, well.
Apparently I'm going to get the answer anyhow.
There you have it. Next question.
Okay. You indicated your best recollection was that your relationship with Mr. Wade, the romantic relationship, ended, you left it in August of 2023. That sound right?
That's the hard conversation. That's not the...
We've covered this. Next question.
And you characterized it as a tough conversation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not going to get into the conversation per se.
You should.
Well, if he doesn't want to, we won't go there. So, Mr. Sadow, next question.
You know, it's kind of hard to say no when you've got that opportunity. But all I'm going to say is, was it pre-indictment in this case?
So
we know the timeline that the indictment was delivered.
Okay. And so that we're clear, the physical relationship ended pre-indictment.
And is that when you were talking about the tough conversation?
But I'm not sure that the tough conversation didn't happen until after, but the physical relationship. So I'm sure if you ask Mr. Wade, because he's a male, he would say we ended June or July because physical contact ended then. Just in my mind, being a woman, it's over when you have that like hard conversation. I just think women and men think differently.
And I think the answer, Mr. Sadow, to your question was she's not sure whether it was before or after the indictment.
Well, I'm not sure that was her answer, but let's see if I can get specific.
That is what I said. That's what I said.
I'll let you. Next question, Mr. Sato. If you need to clarify.
Want to say one more? The romantic relationship ended before the indictment was returned, yes or no?
To a man, yes.
Well, to a man, yes. To you, no?
She's explained this, Mr. Sato. She's explained this.
And did the forthcoming indictment have anything to do with that? Or was it just a coincidence?
Let's go on and have the conversation.
I just asked you whether or not it was a coincidence.
Had absolutely nothing to do with this. It's interesting that we're here about this money. Mr. Wade is used to women that, as he told me one time, the only thing a woman can do for him is make him a sandwich. We would have brutal arguments about the fact that I am your equal. I don't need anything from a man. A man is not a plan. A man is a companion. And so there was tension always in our relationship, which is why I would give him his money back. I don't need anybody to foot my bills. The only man who's ever foot my bills completely is my daddy.
Is there anything else you would like to add to that?
No.
Sure.
But I'm sure we'll talk about it further.
No, we're not going to talk about it further.
All right, no back and forth, Mr. Sato. Next question.
My next question is something that that has to do with what I've characterized as the church speech. Let me just tell you what the question is, because I know that's not something.
Preserve it for the record.
Huh?
You can preserve the questions for the record, but then we'll move on.
That's correct. Thank you. When you gave what I've referred to as the Martin Luther King weekend church speech, you know what I'm referring to?
A great honor of mine. That's a historic African-American church. Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you have handwritten notes with you that you were reading from during the speech?
And on second thought, Mr. Sato, because you might have a number of questions about this, why don't we just bullet point what you would want to cover on this to preserve for the record, and then we'll move on to the next topic.
Okay.
Since I had laid out before that the forensic misconduct isn't a subject
So
of the
do I
evidentiary
not
hearing.
get an answer for that?
That's right.
Okay. Did you read your speech?
Well, no, Mr. Sato, for everything related to any forensic
Oh, you just want me to
misconduct
stay out of it now?
We're just not. We can do it in a bullet form if you just want to cover what you would have asked, but it's not in a question and answer format.
Okay, so I should do that at this point, or do it when you're ready?
We can do it right now, so it's fresh on your
I'm going to ask her about, did she prepare the speech? Did she have notes on the speech? Did she read the speech? When did she do this? When did she write the speech? Who was she referring to when she was talking about others? Who was she referring to when she said they? Who she was referring to when she spoke in terms of their, that is, their,
I would love to answer those questions.
Well, Ms. Willis, you could certainly do that in some other format, but for today, that's what we decided we're not going to cover.
Who was she talking about that was playing the race card, and why she didn't tell the people at the church that she had had a personal / romantic relationship with the, all due respect the way it was characterized, the black man that she was referring to, and was the black man she referring to, was that Mr. Wade?
Okay.
That's that area of inquiry.
Noted for the record, Mr. Sato. Next topic.
Okay. I realize that you've testified that you have no records that with regard to cash payments.
Yes.
Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Would your bank records reflect that you withdrew cash from your bank accounts during the time period of 2020, 2021, 2022, or 2023? I'm not asking you, I'm just asking whether they would reflect that you withdrew cash from any of your bank accounts.
So the exact amounts?
No, just
but yeah,
that you did.
Of course, I withdrew money throughout that time period, throughout my life. I've withdrawn money from the bank. Yes, of course.
Talking about cash from, that is that you go to a
Cash,
bank
right.
or you go to an ATM
Cash.
and you take cash out.
Either that way, or you go to Publix and you overpay, or you go to another store and you overpay. So yes, both through that. Yes, of course they would reflect that at times.
Okay, and so those records, if we had them, would show that, correct?
That throughout the course of my life, I took out money.
I was very specific. I said
Yes, during the course
2020.
of that time period, I would have taken money out. Yes.
So, do you have a problem with?
I absolutely.
You don't want the bank records to be made available for the court and the court
I'm
alone.
going to object as to the relevance, and this has already been addressed earlier as it relates to other records. This is an improper line of questioning. He's doing it for the purpose of harassment, to be perfectly frank, Your Honor.
I'm just going to sustain it on relevance. Mr. Sadow, if that's something you want to follow up privately, you can do that.
Okay. Last area, briefly.
Yes, sir.
You had contact with Mr. Wade in the year 2020, correct?
Ooh, I had some contact with Mr. Wade.
Would you explain when you say some contact? Please tell us, talking about 2020.
I had some contact with Mr. Wade in 2020. One of the reasons your allegations are so preposterous, or Miss Merchants that you have joined, is...
Ma'am, I didn't ask you about the allegations. I asked you about your contact. That's all I ask you, okay? I appreciate that you want to say something, but I'm interested in, did you have contacts with Mr. Wade in 2020? And your answer so far has been yes, correct?
Very limited contact because Mr. Wade had a form of cancer that makes your allegations somewhat ridiculous.
And I do appreciate the
I'm not
characterization.
going to emasculate a black man, but I'm just telling you.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm not going to emasculate a black man. Did you understand that?
All right,
Well, I don't
let's
think
get
we should
back on
discuss
track.
further.
Mr. Sadow, next question.
Trying to, Your Honor. Would you tell us on the occasions in 2020 that you had contact with Mr. Wade?
I'm sorry. I thought I had answered that. Yes, sir. There were times in 2020 I had contact, but 2020 was a year I was running for office. It was a year that he was going through some serious medical issues, and I did not have much contact, but I certainly had contact with him in 2020.
Did you go out to eat with him?
Maybe, probably.
Did you visit him in any location, his office, or did he visit you in your office in 2020?
I am sure I'm sure, ooh, that's a very good question. I'm sure he came to 750 in 2020.
750
was my office.
Okay.
Not often, but maybe once or twice. Maybe I went to his office once or twice, but maybe once.
And the purpose for going to his office would have been what?
Maybe we would have went to Mellow Mushrooms for pizza, or maybe he would have come for lunch. I'm sure we went by each other's office though, but not often, not a lot. We both grinding, trying to make a living.
I understand what you've said about the cancer, and I'm not going into that. But when you were going out with him to restaurants, or when he would come to your office, right? Those were not sterile environments, were they?
Oh, very sterile, because it was...
The restaurants were sterile environments?
A lot of times we wouldn't eat there. We would pick up something and go in, but they were...
I'm listening to you. You pick up and take it to where?
Maybe eat at our office, but it did not happen much. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. And my office in 2020, nobody was coming in. I was stir crazy, so I would still go into my office. You remember when I started this, I said, I am not even sure if we came to each other's offices, but I am trying to be over cautious. So I think I can recall him at 750 a couple of times. I just think I can recall him at 750 once, but let's say twice. I have seen his office. I remember all the awards in the lobby, but I'm not sure in 2020 I went. I'm not even sure I went in 2020 at all. I just want to tell you yes, because I'm not sure. But I have a distinct recollection of him at 750. I actually don't have a distinct recollection of me at his office in 2020. But maybe I went to his office in 2020. Maybe.
Did you have ongoing phone conversations during 2020 with Mr. Wade?
Oh, yeah, I talked to, yes, absolutely. Yes.
Yes, no question about that.
No question. I talked to him on the phone in 2020.
I understood, and this is, maybe I was confused. The Belize trip was for
his 50th birthday.
His 50th birthday, and that was in
March. He turned 50 March 18th of 2023. If you look at the dates of the trip, I think we were there about 6 days. We stayed at 2 different locations.
And you paid for it?
100%. He said, not only, I paid for the hotel, I paid for the flights, I had a birthday luncheon for him, I paid for massages, I paid for everything.
And would those payments be reflected on your credit card?
I paid for the cash.
You paid them in cash?
Cabs. I was telling you all the different things.
I'm asking you whether or not those payments would be reflected on credit card bills of yours.
So there was about $500 that I think is reflected on a debit card. What my recollection is, I took about $4 in cash with me to that.
400 or 4,000?
4,000. But I remember I handed him $2,500, and then the rest was just the money we spent. I probably gave $300 or $400 to this guy who was a taxi driver. He would drive us every day around the 2 or 3 days we went. Took him to eat like it was my trip money.
And you had, to be clear, to end this up, the 4,000 that you've just told us.
But I didn't give it all to him. Remember, I only gave the $2,500 to him.
I didn't ask you that. I was going to ask you that 4,000 is part of your, my words, cash hoard that you had collected over time.
Cash what?
Hoard, H-O-R-D-E.
Oh, I thought you said something different, sir.
No, I'm afraid I wouldn't say that. Any circumstances to you or in
All right, back on track.
So hoard, cash hoard debt.
I would not classify it in that way, but I have money at my house. Yes, sir.
And the money, when you had money at your house,
I'm speaking too loosely. I had money wherever I was staying. So I was not referring to my house in 750. I'm saying I had money wherever I was laying my head. Yes, sir. That was my fault that I wasn't clear.
okay, so when you were at what we said the Yerty condo during the time period we've always discussed, that's where you would keep your cash.
When I stayed there, yes.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, I want to see if we can get through a few more defense counsel if possible before breaking for today. Mr. Stockton.
And for a discussion on the hearing of Fani Willis and Nathan Wade, we're going to be joined by John Malcolm, the VP of Heritage Foundation's Institute for Constitutional Government and Director of the Meese Center for Legal and Judicial Studies. Thank you so much for joining us again, John. We spoke with you earlier this morning. Where are we in this case after everything we've seen so far today?
Well, it's quite the circus that's going on there. I don't think I've ever seen a hearing quite like it, and it's going to continue tomorrow, it seems. So you have now on the witness stand the district attorney, Fani Willis, who's talking about her relationship with the special prosecutor, Nathan Wade, and when it began, and cash payments for trips to Belize and cruises. It's all rather remarkable. She is being extremely belligerent during this testimony. She clearly doesn't want to be there. She was accusing Ashley Merchant, Michael Roman's attorney, of filing pleadings with lots of lies. Some of this is very hard to believe. So she is claiming that she paid for some of these trips and paid for dinner, and there's no record of any of this because she claims she paid in cash. She said wherever she lays her head, she keeps several $1,000s in cash, and that when she traveled to Belize, she not only gave $2,500 in cash to Nathan Wade, but that she bought several $1,000s with her for massages, cab excursions in Belize, hotels, and whatnot. It's a little hard to swallow, but I suppose there may be some people who do live like that and pay for things that way. Usually not district attorneys or lawyers, at least none that I know. And we'll see how Judge McAfee assesses her credibility. The big thing was earlier, you had a now clearly former friend of hers, Robin Yurdy, who said, no, this relationship began back in 2019, long before Nathan Wade was named as a special prosecutor and long before any of the hundreds of thousands of dollars in payments were given to him to help prosecute former President Trump and all of the other defendants.
Yeah, and to your point about Yurdy's claims about the two's relationship starting in 2019, Willis said claims that she began the relationship in 2019 were extremely offensive. Claims that they were romantic right off the bat. They met each other and then they were romantic that same day. What does that say about the validity of Yurdy's claims?
Well, I don't know anything about Fani Willis's sexual proclivities and whether she sleeps with someone on a first date or after a week or a month or 6 months. I have no idea. But look, it's all pretty bad. By the way, no matter when this relationship started, because you had Nathan Wade before the grand jury, you had Nathan Wade proceeding with this case. He is being paid hundreds of thousands of dollars that are being approved by Fani Willis. He's spending that money on trips with her. So she is getting, if you will, or one could allege that she's getting kickbacks for the state of Georgia's money and Fulton County's money that is being used to prosecute this case, certainly over and above her salary. Unless you believe her claim that no, she reimbursed him and paid for basically half of these expenses with cash payments herself. The judge is not allowing the defense attorneys to get into other issues that I think are germane. The speech she gave at a Baptist church suggesting that the defendants were racist for raising this issue. But they are going to be free to make arguments about how to characterize that speech. And there's more cross-examination going on of Fani Willis and probably more witnesses to be heard from tomorrow.
Got it. And as of to tomorrow, what are we expecting to hear tomorrow?
Hard to say. So Ms. Merchant wanted to call Mr. Wade's divorce lawyer, who also worked with Mr. Wade, about when the romantic relationship with Fani Willis began. He was citing attorney-client privilege. He refused to testify, and he was sort of allowed not to testify at this stage. But after Nathan Wade's extensive testimony and after Fani Willis's testimony, he may very well be recalled and say, well, okay, Mr. Wade waived the privilege with respect to all of this stuff, and you're not being asked about your conversations with Nathan Wade, you're being asked about your observations of their relationship. So we will see whether he is called to testify. I'm not sure who else Ms. Merchant has in mind, or the other defendants who joined her motion, but I guess we will find out in due course.
And John, just in closing here, what's the biggest takeaway from everything you've heard today?
Well, it all comes down to, credibility. I mean, Ms. Willis has certainly not covered herself or her office in glory. She refers to this as all as salacious, and it is salacious, but this was all of her own doing. Had she not appointed him as a special counsel, had she not had a romantic relationship, had she not renewed his contract and authorized all of these payments to him at a time when they were having a romantic relationship, none of this would have come to pass. So she is having a very, very unpleasant time, to be sure, but she has brought this on herself, and if she and her office are disqualified, she will really have no one to blame but herself.
Okay, John Malcolm, VP of Heritage Foundation's Institute for Constitutional Government, thank you so much.
My pleasure. Good to be with you.
And that concludes our special live coverage of the Trump trials for today. Continue watching the Georgia misconduct hearing on Capitol Report coming up in just a moment at 5 p.m. Eastern Time.
And tomorrow morning, beginning 9 a.m. Eastern, we'll continue our special live coverage as the Georgia misconduct hearing enters day 2. Thank you and see you soon.